Hi, and welcome back to my channel. Today I have another billionaire marriage broker's romance for you, and I'm really excited about this one. I'm excited about all of them, so I don't know if that makes a big difference. The opening scene for Harper in the airport is one that I actually lived. I was there and it played out as it's written in the book. It absolutely blew my mind that this bald guy, I call him Baldy in the book, acted the way he did. I was in shock. One of those moments where you're like, if I put this in the book, is anybody going to believe me? Because a lot of times those things in life, crazy, people are like, yeah, that can't happen in real life. And I'm like, no, it really did. Also, my family are huge baseball fans. Every one of my kids has played baseball. My oldest and my youngest have played accelerated ball. My oldest played on the high school team, and then my youngest isn't in high school yet. So anyway, throwing a baseball around this house is not at all a strange occurrence. Go ahead and comment below with your favorite MLB team. And the reason that I mean, my love of baseball was why I wanted to write this athletic groom. But what happened is that once I created the team and all the guys in the locker room, I was like, oh, these guys need to find love. So there's a little bit of a hint of a romance in this book. And then the next book that we'll release next week, it starts a baseball series with the Redrocks in it. So I'm really looking forward to sharing that with you too. Okay, I'm going to stop talking and I'm going to let you listen to the book now. Have a great time.
The Athletic Groom. A billionaire marriage broker's romance novel. Written by Lucy McConnell. Narrated by Christina Dimmick. Chapter 1. I don't have a comment. Isaac paced the confines of his modest front room. He had no idea who had given out his home phone number to reporters. If he ever found the person, he would. Do you believe Coach Jacobs should be suspended? No comment. Isaac hung up and unplugged the phone from the wall. If Logan needed a ride home from school, he could call his cell. Home phones were archaic anyway. He should cancel the service. His dismissal from the Bulldogs coaching staff had garnered an inordinate amount of press. Being fired in the middle of a game was dramatic, and reporters loved drama. Add Gunderson's injury, and they had a full-on controversy on their hands. Isaac had done all he could to protect the injured pitcher from the head coach, who wanted to put him in the game, but in the end, Gunderson had left with his arm in a sling and Isaac had a pink slip from a major university in his hand. Isaac could live with being fired. He'd done the right thing by his player and would do it again in a heartbeat. What irked was that the longer the press dragged this out, the harder it would be to find a job. As much as reporters enjoyed shining the spotlight on him for being the hero in all this, general managers hated to hire trouble. And that's exactly what Isaac looked like right now, trouble. Isaac wondered who had tipped them off to the whole Gunderson situation. Coach Jacobs was under fire for mishandling his players, and several men on the team and front office workers, who shall remain anonymous, had labeled him verbally abusive. Even with karma hard at work, the bottom line was that none of this would give Isaac his job back. If Jacob stayed on as head coach, he wouldn't want to work with Isaac, who had questioned his motives and challenged his authority on the field. Frankly, Isaac didn't want to return to that environment. Not if he didn't have to. On the other hand, if Jacobs was fired, management would go through a thorough cleansing. Not necessarily to create a better environment, but to appease the fans and the boosters who funded the baseball team. Isaac had no desire to be involved in a witch hunt. Plopping down behind his laptop, Isaac glanced over the email and hit send, then leaned back in his chair. How many resumes had he sent? He checked his list. 5 just today. As a baseball guy, stats were his thing, and his batting average stank. Those who had replied to his queries were longtime friends he'd played with in college or for the few years in the minors, all full of apologies and excuses about not having enough money to hire now. The front door creaked open and 15-year-old Logan came through, his earbuds in and his backpack hanging off of one shoulder. At 6 feet tall and 155 pounds, Logan was everything Isaac wished he had been physically at that age. Where Isaac had shopped in the hefty section, Logan was lean and strong. Isaac's sandy blonde hair had hung over his ears, but Logan's black hair was trimmed and stylish. Whenever Isaac started to wonder if he made any difference in the world, an old phantom that had haunted him since his third foster home, he looked to Logan and remembered that making a difference in his son's life was more important than anything. Besides, he wasn't that hefty teenager anymore. Those extra pounds melted off as he ran ladders, lifted weights, and trained with his high school baseball team. As an adult, he'd managed to stay fit. Maybe his washboard abs were a thing of the past, but he wasn't hanging over his belt loops either, and his arms were still thick with muscle. Logan headed straight for the fridge. He grabbed the turkey meat, cheese, and mayo and plopped them on the counter. Isaac got up and fetched a plate, handing it to Logan. "Thanks." Logan pulled out his earbuds. "How was your day?" asked Isaac. They talked for a bit about Logan's Spanish test and the biology poster due at the end of the week. He was such a good kid. Sure, he had his moods, every teenager did. They worked through them and Logan saw a counselor once a week. Since Isaac grew up in foster families, he knew Logan would have issues. Amy handled the night terrors and lashing out well, for the first little bit. Over time, resentment built up that this intruder was taking her sleep and drawing from her emotional well. Which wasn't that deep. Isaac should have insisted she see Dr. Osmond too. Maybe if he had, she wouldn't have left and broke both her boys' hearts. Logan spun his empty cup. "Dad, are we going to be okay?" "What do you mean?" "Like money and stuff." "Your job," he trailed off and stared hard at the counter. Isaac's chest tightened. Logan wasn't a child, but he still seemed too young to carry this burden. Feeling like a loser, Isaac nodded several times before he realized he was probably putting too much effort into looking sure. He stopped. "We'll be fine." "What happens if you don't get a job?" Isaac had tried hard to keep a positive outlook. Like he preached to his players, envision yourself succeeding and you will. "I'll figure it out. I promise, I'll always take care of you." "'Kay." Logan headed for the couch. "Do you want to go throw for a bit?" Isaac asked. His body could use some exercise. "I've got a lot to work on and the new Sanderson book came out yesterday." "Maybe another time?" "Sure." Isaac smiled to hide his disappointment. He'd been cooped up all day. "I'm going to go for a run before dinner." "Frozen pizza?" asked Logan. "I thought we'd try taquitos tonight." "Sweet." Logan settled in on the couch, his biology book in his lap. Isaac slipped on his running shoes and hit the sidewalk, wishing he could outrun his troubles. At this point, he'd take any job in baseball, including Pee-wee coach if it would pay the mortgage. He'd always felt like he was meant to do something bigger than himself, bigger than 9 guys with numbers on their backs. Ever since he was a kid, he'd felt this promise of something great on the horizon of life. The only hint he had from the Lord was that it had to do with baseball. One thing he knew with his whole being was that if he left baseball, left coaching, he'd never reach that dream. Though he couldn't see it now, there had to be a way to stay in the game. The Lord wouldn't have placed knowledge in his heart without providing a way. Chapter 2. Harper sat in a worn seat at the LA airport, waiting for her flight to board. She'd left early in case security lines were long, but the crowds weren't too bad. Smoothing her long blonde ponytail with one hand, she gathered her gumption. Not 3 days ago they'd buried her father, a business tycoon and the owner of the St. George Redrocks MLB team. Mom got the houses, including a castle in Scotland, enough money to last her 5 lifetimes, and investments that she handed over to Harper's older brother, Seth, to manage. Seth got the company that he was already running and control of the family trust, and she'd inherited the laughingstock of pro baseball. "Thanks ever so much, Dad." No stranger to money, Harper held 2 advanced degrees and believed she could bring the Redrocks out of the red. She also got the mansion near the stadium and the plane. The plane was mostly for the team, and since they were on their way home from a string of away games, she was flying commercial. Which was okay, because she needed the travel time to familiarize herself with the way the team was organized. She needed to get her bearings before practices and games resumed. This afternoon was her first meeting with the front office. A get-to-know-you affair with a hint of reassurance that she wasn't going to clean house. At her side, an older gentleman in a salmon polo shirt and gray pants opened a pet carrier to let out a darling little dog. Harper was happy to watch as he fed and watered her right there in the terminal. The dog's freshly groomed appearance, not to mention the custom water and food dishes with the name Nutmeg inscribed on the side, testified of her first-class care. Nutmeg took a drink and then looked quizzically at Harper. Smiling, Harper leaned forward so the dog could sniff her fingers before petting her. "She's a doll," Harper told the owner. "Thank you." He beamed. "I want you to give me a seat, now." Harper lifted her gaze from the pooch to watch the drama unfolding at the ticket counter. A man in a brown leather jacket, his overstuffed black bag slung over his shoulder, and a shiny bald head slammed his hand down on the counter. The gate agent, with an elongated face and bright eyes, swallowed once. "Sir, I cannot give you a seating assignment until the other passengers have checked in." "This is ridiculous. What's the point of being a platinum member if I don't have any perks?" His face flushed as he jerked his bag higher on his shoulder. Nutmeg's owner whispered to the dog, "That man's behaving very badly." "Yes, he is, sweetheart." He tucked Nutmeg back into her carry case and zipped it shut as if he were afraid the irate passenger would turn on the animal. The customer smacked his hand against the counter for emphasis as his tantrum continued. "I made $5 million last year. You should be nicer to me." "Did he just say that?" Harper gripped the seat. "Entitled son of a..." "Sir, the computer will not allow me to assign seats." "What's your name?" demanded Baldy. "My name?" asked the agent, clearly shocked at the turn in the conversation. "Gerald." The man stomped away and yelled across the terminal, "You'll be hearing from me, Gerald." Poor Gerald's cheeks were bright pink. He ran his hand over his short cropped hair as a security guard appeared. "Now they show up," said Nutmeg's protector. Harper grinned. "I thought Gerald kept his cool." She reached into her bag and pulled out the gourmet chocolates she'd bought at a shop in the terminal. After that encounter, Gerald needed them more than she did. Just as she stepped up to the counter, Gerald announced the flight was boarding and invited Ruby, Platinum, and Gold members to board first. Harper stepped back to wait her turn and Baldy cut in front of her without so much as an "excuse me." Stifling her annoyance, and praying she wouldn't be next to him on the flight, she glared at his back. The $5 million man slapped his ticket on the counter. "Well?" Gerald narrowed his eyes. "Let me check the computer." Another agent, a middle-aged woman with no-nonsense posture and a supervisor's tag, stepped to the scanner and helped move passengers along. She kept an eye on Gerald and his irate customer while answering questions and scanning tickets. Harper was hopelessly cornered by Baldy, the desk, and a velvet rope. "I don't care what the computer says. Bump someone. Her if you have to." He pointed at Harper. "Excuse me?" Harper blurted. "Listen, chick." His eyes dropped down to the chocolates and boarding pass in her hands and back up. "Your little bachelorette party or whatever can wait. I have to be on this flight." "No one will be bumped," assured Gerald before Harper had a chance to respond. Anger sent heat waves through Harper's fingertips. She glared at Baldy's back, ready to shove him aside with her carry-on bag. Hopefully she'd leave a nice bruise in the process. Pulling herself up straight, she met Gerald's tired eyes. He glanced at the supervisor over his shoulder. Anything Harper did would only escalate the situation. For Gerald, she'd wait patiently. Huffing, she deflated. "Here you are." Gerald handed over a boarding pass. "I hope your trip is smooth." The man twirled away and was halfway down the gangplank before Gerald mumbled, "For everyone else on board." Harper adjusted her purse. "Can I see your boarding pass, miss?" asked Gerald. He glared at the computer. "Just wanted to make sure you aren't sitting by him." He inclined his head toward the gate. Harper let out a sigh. "Thank you." She handed over her pass. "You're in business class and I put him in coach. By the bathrooms." One side of Gerald's mouth lifted in a tiny, though triumphant smile. "They'll let you off first when you land in Las Vegas. You shouldn't have to see him ever again." "That's a relief." Harper felt bad for those seated near the man. She went to retrieve her pass and noticed the chocolates in her hand. "I almost forgot. These are for you. I thought you handled yourself well under pressure." Gerald's eyes lit up. "Really?" He took the box, the other side of his mouth lifting into a genuine smile. "That's really nice of you." "Thanks." Harper shrugged. "I hope the rest of your day goes well." She nodded at the supervisor, hoping she had heard Harper's praise, and realized that the passenger was the problem, not Gerald. "You too." He waved as she left. Harper shook her head as she took her seat on the plane and stowed her purse under the seat in front of her. There was no sign of Baldy, thank goodness. It was time to focus on what needed to be done. As soon as they were in the air, she pulled out her tablet and continued reading the Redrocks financial statements. She didn't know how other teams operated, but the Redrocks were playing beyond their means. Several players had fat contracts and the head coach. Wait, they called them managers. Made almost as much as the players. That didn't seem right. Referring to her dad's 5-year plan, she noted that the stadium the Redrocks currently played in was supposed to be a practice field. However, due to low ticket sales, Dad hadn't been able to move forward with the bigger, more impressive stadium on time. In order to draw crowds, he'd spent money on some big names. Big names meant big contracts. She tapped her pen against her temple. If they couldn't bring in more revenue, they weren't going to make it. She had an uphill climb ahead of her. The flight landed on time in Las Vegas, and Harper was met by a short, round man who bore a striking resemblance to Danny DeVito. He wore a Redrocks ball hat and polo shirt. "Thomas Malone at your service, ma'am." He held out his hand. Harper took it, appreciating his firm grip. "Thanks, Mr. Malone. It's nice to meet you. Please, call me Thomas." Harper liked him already. "I will." "What is your position with the team?" she asked as he led the way out of the building and to a car waiting at the curb. "Oh, I'm not with the team." He opened the door and motioned for her to get in. "I look over the house as well as drive you wherever you need to go. If you need something, I'm the one you send." That's a lot of work for one person. Harper had 3 employees back home who took on those responsibilities. "It's no trouble." He shut the door behind her and loaded her luggage before climbing behind the steering wheel. The drive to St. George is about an hour and 45 minutes. Harper checked her phone for the local time. Having a major airport a bus ride from stadium was a bonus. One that the mayor of St. George had touted when pursuing the possibility of an MLB team. Mayor Ron Spike wanted to turn St. George into a major metropolis. A family-friendly version of Las Vegas, with plenty to do indoors and out. The Redrocks were a major part of that vision, and Harper anticipated meeting with Mayor Spike sometime soon. Speaking of meetings, she had one scheduled with the general manager, vice presidents, and the coach. If he could make it. The team was in the middle of a series in LA. Don't worry, I'm never late. Thomas weaved in and out of vehicles, gaining access to the I-15 freeway rather quickly. Harper ducked her head into her work and finished up her review. She didn't want to bring up her worries in the meeting today. It was supposed to be a meet and greet. But she had some major concerns about the future of the team. The Redrocks main offices were adjacent to the stadium. Ticket holders entered at home plate or third base to see a game. Those who worked for the Redrocks organization and visiting teams entered on the third base side of the complex. The locker rooms were housed under the seats and connected by a series of tunnels while the offices were stacked, going 3 floors up and 1 floor down. The basement offices were for the grounds crew and maintenance. Harper's office, along with the VPs, were on the 3rd floor. Marketing, HR, and accounting were on the 2nd floor. The 1st floor was for scouting and IT as well as the press room. Before she knew it, she stood at the door to her dad's office. Her office now. She didn't want to take possession of the space and have his name removed from the door. Her fingers graced the letters. His name would stay for as long as she was in charge. Smiling, she took in the stadium that spread out from the plate-glassed window. Straight across from her, the red cliffs rose up, challenging batters to knock one over the top. Having built the stadium right into the cliff was aesthetically stunning. The green grass of the outfield against the red rock provided a picturesque atmosphere. "Miss Richmond?" asked Lauren, the secretary. "Peyton Adams is here to meet with you." "The manager?" Harper blurted before righting herself. Her meeting with the front office was in 15 minutes. Peyton was supposed to be part of it. His desire to meet beforehand raised the hairs on the back of Harper's neck in warning. "Show him in, please." She turned back to the window. "All right," burst Peyton Adams as he came into the room. His voice scratched off the glass, making Harper cringe. Harper turned around to see Baldy from the LA airport rubbing his hands together briskly as his eyes roamed greedily around the office. His spirits had improved. Gone was the demanding lowered brow, in its place was a set jaw and an indulging smile. Clamping her jaw tight, Harper cocked her head, waiting for him to recognize her as the chick who should be bumped from the flight to accommodate him. "You're probably pretty overwhelmed right now," said Peyton. If he realized he'd offended his new boss, he skipped right past the apology. "I'm overwhelmed, all right. I'm going to make this as easy as possible for you, sugar." "Sugar?" Harper folded her arms. "How's that? What you need is butts in those seats on game day, am I right?" Nodding, Harper waited for him to continue. She purposefully didn't offer him a chair, and yet he took one anyway, crossing one foot over the other knee and lacing his fingers behind his head. Eyeing him warily, she made sure the door was open. "I can get you those butts. I have it on good authority that New York wants to dump Luis. We've got one big-name pitcher, but we could use a bat. Fans love home runs. Luis is that bat. I've seen him play and the fans hoard him. We could trade a couple of guys, but I say we buy his contract outright. We've still got a couple of months before the trade deadline." His overconfidence sent up several red flags. First off, the manager wasn't involved in negotiating trades. He had to work with the guys on the roster. Not that he was left out of the process, but Peyton smelled of overcompensation like a sleazy car salesman. Not to mention, she'd seen the numbers, they couldn't afford another big contract. "We can't afford the contracts we have now." Curious, Harper asked, "What makes you so sure they'd sell to us?" Peyton smirked. "Between you and me, honey, New York's GM is in a tough spot in his marriage right now." He wiggled his phone. "I ran into him and shall we say friend? And took a few pictures. Now if we work it right." Harper's blood ran cold. Dad wouldn't have stooped to blackmail, nor would he have entertained the notion. Yet Peyton acted like this was business as usual. Maybe he thought he could steamroll her and take control of the team. If that was so, then he was highly mistaken. She narrowed her eyes and held up a hand. You can stop right there. I don't need to hear anymore. That's a girl. He got to his feet. I'll make the call. Working to keep her voice calm, and even Harper said, that won't be necessary. Peyton's shiny head wrinkled. What? Why not? This one's for you, Gerald. And for me and every person who has ever had to put up with this guy. Because you're fired. Peyton sputtered, his face turning the same shade of red it had in the airport. You can't fire me. I am this team. Exactly. I may be just a chick. She glared. But I think I found the problem with the Redrocks, and I'm getting rid of it. The words rang with truth even as they flew from her lips. Liberated by the confirmation singing in the air, Harper's resolve strengthened. His face paled. You can't do that in the middle of the season. Harper rubbed her hands together. I can and did. I have a contract, he bellowed. There's the real Peyton. Harper shrugged. I have great lawyers. Mr. Walker, don't fail me now. You'll be paying me not to work. Harper marched to the open door and signaled the secretary. As Lauren hustled over, Harper turned back to Peyton. I would gladly pay you to never set foot on my field again. Turning to Lauren, she softened her features. Will you call security and have them escort Mr. Adams to his car, please? Lauren's eyes went huge behind her glasses. Yes, ma'am. She hurried back to her desk and was on the phone in seconds. Didn't even have to look up the number. Harper did a mental fist pump. Lauren's awesome. You're throwing away your biggest asset, growled Peyton. No, I'm throwing away Security is here, interrupted Lauren. Peyton smacked the wall as he left, making Lauren jump. Harper didn't flinch. When he was gone, Lauren gave a quick nod to Harper. Will there be anything else? Not at this time. Thank you. Lauren nodded and went back to her desk. Harper sank into the chair Peyton had vacated. Now that the moment had passed, the reality of the situation hit hard. What have I done? She whispered. Firing the manager in the middle of the season was a stupid move at best. She meant what she said. The Redrocks had major issues, and one of them was mismanagement. When Dad was healthy, he was all about the team. He held out hope that he'd be able to pick up where he left off. They all hoped for the best and put off major decisions, and just sort of got by. Peyton was one of the few decisions made while Dad was in the hospital, and Harper wasn't sure how aware he was when he hired the jerk. One thing she was sure of was that Peyton's fat salary drained the organization. Harper pressed her fingers to the bridge of her nose. She'd be paying Peyton for at least 2 more years not to work for her. She'd have to go over his contract with the lawyers. Perhaps there was a clause they could use to reduce his payouts or spread them out over time. A light rapping on the door brought Harper's head up. Lauren stood in the doorway once again. The meeting is about to begin. What's done is done. Harper shook off her worry, pretty sure she'd pick it up again before she left for the day. She joked, they can't start without me. Digging her laptop out of her purse, she squared her shoulders and walked into the boardroom. She was pretty proud of that posture, considering what had just taken place and the backlash she was about to take. 14 pairs of eyes looked up at her entrance. Lauren took the chair to Harper's left and opened her laptop to take notes. Harper released a breath. These were some of the smartest people in baseball, and she was about to tell them what a half-wit she truly was. Fake it till you make it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin. Shouldn't we wait for Peyton? Asked one of the few women at the table. I thought I saw him come in earlier. People nodded. Mr. Adams will not be joining us. The eyes were back. Here we go. He is no longer a part of the Redrocks organization. What? Asked Max Carter. Harper had met the executive vice president of business operations at an opening day soiree she'd rather forget. Not that Max had been the problem. It was at that party that she'd met a handsome, talented ballplayer who had dragged her through the gossip columns. That guy, she'd like to forget. Is this some kind of scare tactic? Asked Senior VP Stu Nugget. No, I assure you, I don't enjoy dramatics. However, Mr. Adams held a view of this team and how it should be run that is in conflict with what my father would have wanted. It's the middle of the season, pressed Stu. Who is going to manage the team? Harper kept her voice even. I'm working on that. In the meantime, I'd like to go around the room and get an overview from each of you. Let's begin with our chief baseball officer, Mr. Blackwell. The overview went about as well as her meeting with Peyton. Harper distinctly felt the sharks closing in around her. No one sugarcoated the issues facing the team and the franchise. They tossed the numbers and problems at her feet as if she were personally responsible for this hole they were in. She wasn't. Dad was at least partially to blame. He had the habit of throwing money at a problem until it went away. That was fine, if you had pockets as deep as his. But the team needed to stand on its own 2 feet, and this one hadn't even learned to crawl. The Redrocks were like toddlers in a room full of beefy teenagers. They were getting run over. She knew how they felt. The meeting trickled to an end and she headed back to her office, keeping the door open to show she was approachable. By the time the evening sun warmed the wall of red rock behind the stadium, Harper was fried. Lauren set a sheet in front of her. What's this? My notes. She checked her phone. If there's nothing else, I'll head home. Harper waved her off with a sincere thank you for everything. You're welcome. Harper stared out the window a bit longer, wishing she could enjoy the sunset like it deserved. Finally, she glanced at Lauren's notes. A bullet point list of the major issues facing the team stared back at her. Squinting, she noticed the letters next to each line. Bless her heart, Lauren had prioritized them for her. Feeling extremely grateful, she read the first item on the list with a bold letter A next to it. Hire a manager. She let the paper drift back to the table. She knew what she had to do. The problem was, she had no idea how to do it. They weren't a network-sponsored team. There would be cutbacks, and cutbacks were never popular. Deciding the more she knew, the better prepared she'd be. Harper gathered folders and envelopes to review after a hot shower. Her eye fell on a sheet of paper, the Walker, Hall & Clark Attorneys at Law logo across the top. Mr. Walker was her dad's attorney. He had the fun job of telling Harper she'd been cut out of managing the family trust, which made him her attorney now. There was a photocopy of a business card for Pamela Jones, B&B in the middle of the sheet, and Mr. Walker's fine script saying, if you need help finding a manager, call Pamela. She'll have exactly what you're looking for. Not ready to call in the cavalry, she stuffed everything in her purse and headed for the exit. Thomas waited in front, the car door open and welcoming. It's great to see a friendly face, Thomas. Thank you. My pleasure. He shut the door behind her and climbed behind the wheel. Do you believe in miracles, Thomas? She asked. Yes, I do. I've seen a fair share of them in my time. He flipped on the blinker. Are you looking for a miracle? Nope, I'm praying for one. That's usually the best way to find them. Thomas chuckled. Harper leaned against the cool window. She'd made a hard decision today. It was the right decision, nevertheless, it would haunt her. She could feel it hovering out there like a specter. Rubbing her hands down her arms to ward off the chill, she wished she wasn't going home to an empty house. Empty being the operative word. Mom hadn't gotten a chance to fill the St. George house with furniture, knickknacks, or a sense of family before Dad passed away. There was a living room with 2 couches and a table full of cup rings since Dad hated coasters. The bedrooms had beds, dressers or armoires, and a chair. The sparse accommodations, though grand, were lifeless and lonely. However, decorating would have to wait until after the teen was situated. Glancing in the rearview mirror, Thomas must have seen her downcast face. "I'll pray for one too. 2 prayers are better than 1. This time Harper chuckled with him. Chapter 3. At least the view is great. Harper leaned forward in her plush seat in the VIP box as the Redrocks closing pitcher, Blake Rygs, checked the runner on third and then exploded into a beautiful sinker. "Strike," called the umpire, his voice coming from the big screen television off to the right. "What a throw," exclaimed Redrocks announcer Bobby Franz. He went on to extol the virtues of a sinking pitch and how it fooled even the great Chris Carmadia. The strikeout was a lot of fun to watch, but they were down by 7 moving into the bottom of the 8th. Harper had spent the 3 days the team was on the road to soak up every molecule of information she could on baseball. What she found was that she liked the game. What had always seemed like an easy sport revealed itself as a complex organization of talent, drive, athleticism, and strategy. Pressing her palms together, she brought her fingers to her lips. "Come on," she whispered. How many miracles could a girl pray for before she ran out? Harper spent the last 4 days begging for holy intervention and had come up short in her efforts to fill the empty manager's position. She'd interviewed men from all parts of the country. One had barreled through the conversation as if she weren't speaking. Another had scoffed at her need to cut the budget. And the last candidate had propositioned her. Harper turned him down and shut the door in his face. She'd met opposition in business before. Her dad had warned her early on not to get attached to other women at conferences, board meetings, and during negotiations. When she asked why, he said, "Women have a need to socialize and make contacts. They'll grab onto you and not let go. So you'll be stuck talking to middle managers. All the top dogs are male." As much as she hated to admit it, Dad was right. The country liked to pretend that women and men were equal, but when it came down to trusting someone with a couple $1 billion, people chose a man almost every time. Harper had cultivated respectful relationships with dozens of powerful men in the world, including bank presidents, old money, new money, a sultan, and couple Middle Eastern princes. This lack of respect from a bunch of ballplayers was really starting to tick her off. They'd let female journalists into the locker room, but it seemed no one was ready to open up the owners' club. The inning changed and the Redrocks bottom of the lineup struck out in an embarrassing 11 pitches. Heads hung low as the VIPs exited the booth. Harper stayed in her seat, watching the fans stream out of the stands, their empty Cracker Jack boxes and soda cups left behind. The grounds crew brought out the wide rakes and worked the infield dirt. Gathering her feet under her, Harper slowly made her way out of the suite and down the hall. With a fortifying breath, she pushed the handle and stepped into a mess of reporters and photographers, their cameras flashing. They called her name and one even called her an unflattering name. When she turned to him, jaw hanging open, he snapped her picture. His grin was as smug as if he'd just stolen home base. "Do you call all the owners that?" she demanded as the crowd quieted down. They'd gathered close, making it impossible for Harper to leave. She was trapped, angry, and alone. "Would you have called my father that name?" The man adjusted his lens and kept his eyes down, moving as if she weren't speaking to him. Harper looked the other reporters in the eye, daring them to cross the line. "Miss Richmond, if I may?" asked a woman near the back of the pack. She had on bright red lipstick and perfect waves in her long brown hair. "Yes. I understand you're looking for a new manager. Have you had any luck?" A basic question. One without malice. Harper leaned against the doorframe. Not yet. Can you tell us what you're looking for? Harper paused. When I look at this team, I see the potential for greatness. I want to look at the coach and see the same thing. Even after they lost by 7 today? Asked a man, incredulously. It's not how many times you lose, it's if you pick yourself back up and play again. She pushed off the wall with her shoulder. If you'll excuse me, I have a lot of work to do. Harper shouldered her way through the barrage of questions and cameras with as much dignity as she could muster. Lauren met her at her office door, a cold diet soda in one hand and a sheet in the other. A Mr. Walker sent this over. She handed Harper the envelope. Harper didn't have time to look at it before assistant coach Terry Shipley strode through the front office doors and made a beeline for her. Judging by the way his short, silver hair stood on end, she figured his post-game interviews had gone as well as hers. Maybe even worse, if the pitch of his shoulders was any indication. After all, they did lose the game by 7. Coach Shipley, Harper greeted him. Find a manager by the end of the week or I'm out. Terry folded his arms and puffed out his thick cheeks. The team is in limbo. No one knows what's going on up here and rumors are flying around the dugout. We need stability. Harper clenched her fists. I assure you, I have everything in hand. Then why do I have messages about trades piling up on my desk? What? Those should go to recruiting. Or to me. Or. Well, they're coming to my office. I don't have time for all this. We have 3 more games with Tampa and then we're away. Harper nodded. I know the schedule. I'm working on a manager. In the meantime, forward all trade queries to my office. Terry huffed and hauled his rather large behind out of the offices. Harper glanced down at the paper in her hand. Seeing the Walker, Hall and Clark attorneys at law letterhead, she scanned it quickly. Saw the game today. Been watching interviews. Thought you might need this. There was a scan of a business card for Pamela Jones, B&B, with her phone number. Again. Harper took a long pull from the soda, letting the carbonation burn down her throat. She had no idea what B&B stood for, but the pitch count on her pride had expired. The team couldn't go on like this. Coach Shipley was right. They needed a manager, a leader, someone to give the men on the field goals and take Dad's vision of what the team could be out to the grass. Besides, there was no one left to call. She glanced up at Lauren. Will you call this number and let me know when Pamela Jones is on the line? I'm sorry, who? Asked Lauren as she stared at the paper. The cavalry. It's time I called in the cavalry. Chapter 4. Isaac threw the local paper on the opulent desk of college athletic director Frank Michaels. He'd been called into the big office, and he was really hoping for reinstatement. His resumes continued to drop with the speed of an infield pop fly. That's quite a story. He tipped his head, indicating the headline that read, Whistle blows in Bulldog's locker room. The administrator, well into his 60s if he was a day, spoke softly, causing Isaac to lean forward to hear his reply. I'm pleased you were looking out for the players. I'm not pleased with the way you handled it. Going head-to-head with the coach in front of a reporter wasn't smart. In my defense, I had no idea the reporter was there. Reporters are everywhere. He jerked his wrinkled hands up. They clamor for change like we're responsible for all that's wrong in college baseball. With a sigh, he settled back into his chair. There's nothing wrong with Bulldog baseball. Well. Isaac's gaze darted to the newspaper. The article brought up the issues of missing funds, ignored injuries, and the possible use of steroids for more than pinched nerve treatment. There was nothing wrong with baseball, but there were several things wrong with the way the Bulldogs ran their organization. Most of it was news to Isaac. How all this had been going on without his knowledge was disconcerting. No organization is perfect, but I believe, with the right leadership, And by leadership I mean me. The Bulldogs can come out of this even stronger. The players are good guys, they just need a coach who will hold them to a high standard and encourage them to be their best. His wet palm slipped off the armrest. The job could be his. Guarantee another 3 years here. I think so too. The conversation stalled and Isaac grew weary of the silence. How did Gunderson's scans come out? Michaels flapped his hand. He'll be fine. With a little physical therapy, he'll be back on the mound. He might even be drafted next year. Kid's got a wicked curveball. Isaac bobbed his head. That he does. Leaning forward, his arms resting on the desk, Michaels studied Isaac. Jacobs is gone. I kicked his can the moment the story hit the driveway. So are the batting and the pitching coaches. Let the witch hunt begin. I'd like to get you back on the payroll, but, Michaels shrugged his shoulders. So it's a clean sweep, then? His hopes dashed, the weight of his situation hung heavy on his back. I'm sorry, son. You did a good thing, and I wish it had come out differently. Isaac stood and offered his hand. Thanks for everything. And nothing. He walked out of the office, taking in the picture of Babe Ruth smiling off into the distance as he left. A pretty blonde woman in a suit came out of the office directly across from Michaels's at the same time as Isaac. Her eyes caught his. And held. Isaac had a hard time looking away, like he was caught in a spell of some sort. Not a spell cast by her beauty, but a sense that this woman could control destiny. I believe you're the man I'm looking for, she said as she extended her hand. Pamela Jones, BMB. Isaac took her hand and immediately felt like a home run ball sailing out of the park. He watched the field grow smaller and smaller as he spun around and around. Releasing her hand, he grabbed hold of the wall. I have a good feeling about you, Mr. Wolfe. Why don't we chat for a bit? Once the world righted itself, Isaac asked, I'm sorry, who did you say you are? Pamela Jones. I own an employment agency of sorts, and I'd like to offer you a job. Employment agency? I'd be happy to chat with you, Ms. Jones. Please, call me Pamela. Very well. I should let you know that I truly want to stay in baseball. This is what I love. Isaac opened the door and held it for Pamela. The bright afternoon sunlight momentarily hurt his eyes. Well, this position is in baseball. Partially. What team do you represent? The Redrocks. She breezed past him. Isaac fisted his hand. The Redrocks were the butt of every late-night television comedian. Working for the Redrocks might be worse for my career than laying low for a season. No offense. She placed a hand on her hip. Harper Richmond needs a manager yesterday. If you're not interested, then. Rubbing the back of his neck, Isaac worked to process what she'd said. Jake Richmond, the Redrocks owner, had passed away a couple days before the fiasco with Gunderson that imploded Isaac's world. Usually, he knew exactly what happened in the MLB. Sports network played nonstop in his office and on his phone, feeding his constant need for baseball news. But when he'd walked out of the stadium that night, he'd turned inward. The fact that Jake Richmond had passed the team on to his daughter would have sent a tidal wave through the MLB. How had he missed that? Not even the announcement of the first female owner in the MLB compared to the bomb Pamela Jones dropped when she said manager. Did you say manager? He clarified. Surely she meant assistant to the assistant coach or another lower peg position more suitable for a guy who'd never played or coached pro. Her lips spread in an I've got you smile. Manager. Yes. I did. Isaac paced right there in front of the double doors. Moving up to manager would be, well, more than huge for his career. Working for a team like the Redrocks with a record even Minnesota would be embarrassed by wasn't ideal, but they were a foot in the door. A step up to bigger and better opportunities and teams. And the Redrocks were ripe for reorganization with a new owner and a new coach. He tapped his lips. Managing his way would be a relief. No more tiptoeing around guys like Jacobs, who was a carbon copy of Peyton Adams. Perhaps he would get a chance to take over for a subpar manager and fix up a team. Stopping suddenly, he folded his arms. What's the catch? Pamela looked him square in the eye. I prefer to think of it as a bonus, not a catch. Uh-huh. This didn't sound good. The bonus is that you'll need to marry the new owner Harper Richmond. Isaac laughed. Marriage? Since when has marriage been a requirement for a manager? Pamela smiled easily. Since Ms. Richmond asked B&B for help. Was this a joke? This woman was taunting him like a runner with a long lead off second base. He wasn't going to make the throw. Suffering through one marriage was enough for him. I'm out. He turned on his heel and stormed away. Pamela was beside him in an instant, looking poised even as she matched his hurried step stride for stride. Mr. Wolfe, if you'll just give me a moment to explain. Explain crazy? I don't think so. She laughed. A light airy sound that wasn't at all concerned with Isaac's impending need to be away from her. How did she move so fast in those heels anyway? Isaac. It's not what you think. She placed a hand on his forearm and his feet cemented themselves in place. I specialize in bringing two people together who have complementary skills and abilities as well as needs. You need a job. Fine. You could get a job at any company and work your way up through the ranks. You're still young. In 15 years or so, you could be in management. But, in your words, baseball is what you love. Isaac fiddled with his car keys. What about her? Harper wants to turn the Redrocks into a contending team. She needs a manager young enough to have the energy to overhaul the organization, smart enough to do it on a budget, and loyal enough to stick to the plan even when you're under fire. She let go of his arm. I guess the question is, how much do you want to work in baseball? There it was again, that feeling of being put here for a purpose. Normally, he would tell his players that there was no such thing as a coincidence. If he truly believed that, then running into this woman was meant to be. But, married? You've got to be joking. He scratched the back of his neck. Pamela's cheeks lifted. I have a very good sense of humor, but one thing I never joke about is marriage. Harper Richmond is looking for a coach she can count on. Why not just hire me, then? She is hiring you to be her husband and the manager. Pamela's eyes moved over his shoulder. There was a twinkle or a sparkle in his peripheral vision, but he ignored it. Pamela continued, her voice taking on an especially melodic quality. What you two are about to undertake will demand a united front to the press, to the team, to the front office, and to the players. Nothing says unity like marriage. Besides, I'm good at this. Marriage is the best option. Rubbing the back of his neck to ease the prickling sensation, he replied, I'm still not convinced a wedding is a necessity. Harper is surrounded by men who are ready to either quit or take her head off. She's not giving up and she won't be eaten alive, but she needs a partner, someone who has her back. She looked down at the keys in his hand. Really, Isaac, what have you got to lose? My dignity. My heart. We wouldn't be seriously married? B&B marriages are temporary. Both individuals go into it knowing there is an end date. You will share a home but not a bedroom. We have high standards for our brides and grooms, and both of you will be expected to adhere to a code of conduct. Our lawyer will give you the full ins and outs of the contract before you sign. I have a son. Logan knew there was the probability of a move. That was how things worked in baseball. You follow the contracts. Up to this point, Isaac had worked hard to give the kid a stable environment. He understood the issues that came with moving from foster home to foster home, and then there was the whole Amy leaving thing that had rocked both their worlds. There was no way he would ever leave Logan behind. Pamela's pause was hardly discernible. If Isaac hadn't spent years watching pictures for the bulk, he might have missed it. "Bring him with you," she said warmly. "Bring him." Could it really be that easy? The offer was insane. Coming out of the scandal he was in, to emerge as the manager for a major league team was like sprinkling fairy dust on a draft pick. However, the job was complicated enough without throwing in marriage. But then, he'd seen enough to know that managers and owners needed to be on the same page. PFT, the same sentence on the page, or the team suffered. In the history of baseball, there had never been an arrangement like this, and the fact that, what was her name? Harper? Was willing to try it suggested she was open to new ideas. Isaac had so many ideas for running a team. He was being handed the chance of a lifetime. He eyed Pamela. If baseball had fairy godmothers. "Let me talk it over with Logan." Pamela held out a card Isaac hadn't seen in her hand. "Call me tomorrow." Isaac looked up from the computer screen as Logan came through the door. His lean frame didn't fill out the t-shirt, but he needed the length of the larger size. He'd started another growth spurt, and at his well check the doctor said he could grow as much as 4 inches in the next 8 months. Isaac was only 2 inches taller than Logan now. The idea of looking up to his kid was a little daunting, and he pushed it aside. He determined to take the job. Pamela's arguments had been convincing, but the more research he'd done on the Redrocks team, the more he knew, that he could do something with them. They had issues, but the players were strong and healthy, and some of them were real names. He could guess why they ended up in St. George playing for a building team. The Richmonds had enough money to pad contracts, and agents loved to score those contracts for their clients, even if the player would have to spend a few years in the cellar of their division. Knowing he'd be paid more than 6 times what he'd made last year was a definite bonus. The drawback was that he only had a 1-year contract. 1 year to prove himself to the MLB and make a mark big enough to get him a spot on another team. He could handle that. All he needed was a shot. Now all he had to do was break the news to Logan. "How's it going?" asked Logan as he headed towards the fridge. Isaac followed, his nerves bouncing around like ground balls. "Interesting. Today was interesting." "Yeah." Logan's reply was muffled by the fridge door standing open between them. Isaac grabbed the paper towels off the counter and tossed them from hand to hand. Logan came out of the fridge, his arms loaded with sandwich meat, bread, and condiments. He glanced at Isaac and froze in place. "What?" "I got a job offer," Isaac threw out. Logan's brow furrowed and Isaac lost all his nerve. This was too much to ask of his kid. New school, new friends, new home, new family situation. Logan had been through enough. He slammed the paper towels down. "It's crazy. I can't do it." "Never mind." Logan stared, his focus, for once, not on the food in front of him. "Is it, in baseball?" he asked hesitantly. Isaac scrubbed his face. How to answer that? "Sort of. Yeah. I guess. Yes. Yes, it is in baseball. I'm not going to take it." I shouldn't have said anything. So he wouldn't be an MLB manager. So what? He'd just get a nice job at some company and slowly waste away until he retired. Logan broke into a grin. "If you're not going to take it, then tell me what it was." He went back to making his sandwich. Leaning into the counter, Isaac shrugged. "It's mixed up." So the new owner of the Redrocks fired her manager. Logan's movements slowed. Instead of just hiring a manager, she wants to hire a husband who will also be the manager. Hire a husband? Is that even a thing? Logan stuffed a rolled-up piece of meat in his mouth. Isaac thought back to the world-tipping sensation and Pamela's confident smile. She'd acted like it was no big deal, like she did this kind of thing all the time. I guess it is, he muttered. Logan swallowed, and then said, so you'd be manager of a major league team? Are they going to pay you? He chuckled as he handed over a napkin. That's crazy too. I'd get paid the manager's salary and a groom's salary. Sweet. Logan wiped mayo off his lips. What's the catch? Isaac gave him a disbelieving stare. The catch is I have to marry her. I don't think that's a big deal. You don't? Nah, it's like she's adopting a family. He lifted a shoulder. She'd pay me. You paid a fee when you got me. This is so very, very different. How? Isaac picked up the paper towels again, too nervous to hold still. Because a parent has all this automatic love for their kid. It bonds them and, once they trust it, holds them together forever. That kind of a bond doesn't just happen in a marriage, it has to be earned. Do you have to love her? Well, no. It's not set up like that. It's a business contract. Is she ugly? He whipped out his phone. Typical 15-year-old. I don't know. Isaac hadn't given her looks one thought. Jake Richmond had been the face of the Redrocks since their inception. The whole time Harper had been the owner, Isaac had been surfing LinkedIn and focused on reports featuring the local scandal. He should have kept up on things better. I'm Googling Redrocks owner. Google away. Isaac began twisting the paper towels between his hands. Logan's eyebrows shot up. Wow. He flipped the phone around to reveal a stunning woman, all tan and toned in a royal blue dress with her blonde hair cascading over one shoulder in natural waves. You dog. Logan punched his shoulder. She's so, Isaac searched for an appropriate phrase. Young. He'd been knocked off his base with the marriage thing and hadn't even thought to look her up. Jake Richmond had died at 57, so yeah, Harper would be about his age. Geez, and he thought becoming a manager was a big deal. Logan pulled his phone back and scrolled. She's 30. It says her dad died and left her the team. Isaac nodded. He struggled with cancer. I forget which kind. That sucks. Logan slowly set his phone down. Do you still love Mom? Isaac looked down to find shredded paper towels flittering to the floor. I will always love the woman your mom was when I married her, and I will always be grateful she brought you into my life. Logan brushed his hands off. Is she still in Oklahoma? Last I heard. From the lawyers right before the request for more alimony. Is she ever coming back? Isaac's heart sank to the floor, landing in a pile of paper scraps. I can't say no for sure. There may be a time when she wants to see you very much. I don't want to see her again. Ever. Isaac held up both hands. No pressure from me. Logan put both palms on the counter and dropped his head. I think you should go for it. Isaac put his arm around his kid. What about school? There's only 4 weeks left and you'd have to transfer. Plus, you'd be leaving behind your friends. Logan grabbed the mustard and mayo and twisted out of Isaac's arm. I'm used to moving around. Isaac huffed. He'd worked so hard to get that unsettled feeling out of Logan's life and he'd been unsuccessful. Failure flashed before him like a huge scoreboard, life 12 Dad 0. I thought we'd made a home here. Dad, I'm good. Really? Will you stop worrying and take the job? Who says I'm worrying? It's all over your face. Isaac grabbed a handful of paper towel pieces off the floor and wiped at his cheeks. Where? Logan shook his head, but he was smiling. You're a dork. See, not marriage material. Logan considered him carefully, with eyes much older than his 15 years. Maybe you are, and maybe you aren't. He glanced at his phone on the counter. She's totally out of your league. Hey! Isaac protested. But you are baseball material. It's in your blood. Defeated, Isaac reached into the pantry to find the broom. I'll make you a deal, he said as he handed the dustpan to Logan. I'll take the job if you promise to talk to Dr. Osmond about not wanting to see your mom. Logan sighed as he bent down so Isaac could sweep the paper towels into the dustpan. I'll talk to Dr. Osmond if you take the job and buy me a car for my 16th birthday. Seriously? Logan never asked for anything. Especially anything expensive. He got mad if Isaac bought name-brand clothes for him when it wasn't his birthday or Christmas. Logan stood but kept his eyes on the floor. Yeah. Considering he'd be earning 2 salaries, he could probably afford a second car and a third and fourth. Done. Logan's head snapped up. Sweet. Isaac pulled him in for a quick hug. We're a team. You're always going to be my #1 draft pick. Logan hugged him back for a too brief moment before heading to the trash with the dustpan. Isaac pulled out his cell phone and Pamela's card. She answered on the second ring. Pamela, it's Isaac Wolfe. I guess I'm in. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Isaac felt pressure lift from his neck and forehead. He hadn't realized how strong the feeling was until it was gone, and now there was this light, almost euphoric experience in its place. Logan's phone, left on the counter, beeped and the screen lit up, revealing Harper's beautiful face smiling up at him. His stomach twisted with nerves. Logan was right, she was well out of his league. Would she even want a washed-up ballplayer turned manager? He sucked in air and puffed out his chest, checking his reflection in the window. Wonderful, Pamela was saying. What's your personal email address? I'll have my secretary book a flight for you and your son. There will be a short interview with Harper in my office, and if everything works out you can be married right there. Sounds, he paused and thought. Interesting. Terrifying. Stupid. Great, he said. Chapter 5. Harper's knee was doing a great impersonation of a jumping bean as she waited to meet her groom. Groom? Pamela Jones bid Billionaire Marriage Brokers as a specialized employment agency. When Harper learned that the specialized part actually meant weddings, she nearly hung up the phone. But desperate times called for desperate measures. She was holding off an all-out mutiny from the coaching staff and the press was ready to burn her at the stake. Not that she regretted firing Coach Adams. That knee-jerk decision was sound. But here she was ready to make another one with her hand poised over the panic button. If only her stomach would settle, it rolled around as fast as her thoughts. She'd been informed that her intended, for lack of a better word, had arrived earlier and was currently signing the non-disclosure statement. Harper had signed the same documents with heartfelt gratitude that her impromptu marriage wouldn't be leaked to the press before she had a good explanation to offer. Snorting delicately, she wondered if the right words even existed to justify marrying a man she didn't know. Harper wrung her hands. Mom is going to kill me. Right after the reading of the will, Nora Richmond left for a grieving tour of Europe. Whatever that was. She wanted to see the Scottish castle Harper's dad had built for the two of them but never got to visit because cancer sucked his life away. She would probably spend time in the Italian countryside as well. Hopefully she would eat a lot of pasta. Jake Richmond wasn't the only one who lost weight because of chemo. At the funeral, Mom was all bones and tears in her black dress. Though Harper understood her mom's need to run away, she had the feeling of losing both her parents at once and struggled against the emptiness in her home and her heart. Looking around, she tried to take her mind off the sadness that lingered when she thought of her dad. The B&B office was modern and decorated in calming tones, which did absolutely nothing to calm Harper's nerves. Being here was the most stupid thing she'd ever done. Even more stupid than firing Peyton. If she hadn't exhausted her contacts. If she hadn't conducted half a dozen horrible interviews. If there was anywhere else she could turn. If Pamela didn't run a stinking marriage brokerage. Why couldn't she have just run an employment agency like a normal person? Harper had balked at the whole wedding aspect, but Pamela held firm to the position that a marriage was necessary. And she promised results. Her batting average was better than Ty Cobbs's. Not that Pamela gave away any confidential information on her clients. However, the 3 references Harper spoke to were more than complimentary and assured her that if Pamela says she has a good feeling about things, then all would be well. To top that off, Pamela was recommended by one of her dad's best friends as being completely legit. Otherwise, she would have run out of there and never looked back. Brushing her hair off her face, she closed her eyes and prayed Pamela had the inspiration necessary to bring Harper, nay, the entire Redrocks organization, out of the mess she'd created. The whoosh of a heavy wood door opening behind her caused goosebumps to break out on her arms. Rubbing them quickly, she got to her feet as gracefully as her stiff shoulders would allow and turned to greet the answer to all her problems. The guys were caught up in a discussion about Dustin Colt, the Redrocks shortstop, as they made their way down that hall and hadn't noticed her yet. Which was fine. Harper took the moment to study them. Harrison, B&B attorney, had an athletic build with thick shoulders. College football, Harper guessed. Her gaze snapped to the groom, drawn there of their own accord. Cautiously thrilled at the idea of taking this guy home, Harper discreetly fluffed her hair. His eyes crinkle when he smiles. Harper had anticipated a kinder version of Peyton. Perhaps someone who was missing hair or had a large gap in his teeth and a paunched stomach. They were on a tight turnaround, and this would be the first time she learned her future husband's name. Besides, B&B contracts were for professional marriages. She didn't need to be attracted to her husband, she just needed to be able to work with him. What she found was a 30-something roguish man with an athletic build and olive skin. His dirty blonde hair was long and styled up in a messy kind of way, and he had a scruffy jaw, giving him that bad boy air that hit right at Harper's weak spot. Oh, how she loved those bad boys. Unfortunately, in her experience, they lived up to their title. Isaac's gray suit fit nicely over his broad frame. A blue and silver striped tie hung askew as if he'd been tugging on it, and Harper had the surprising desire to straighten it for him. The goosebumps fled as her skin flushed. This was her groom? Where did Pamela find this guy? Suddenly feeling shy, Harper's gaze traveled to the young man trailing behind. He grinned when he saw her, like he knew who she was and why she was here, and he was kind of happy about it all. Harper's curiosity perked up. Almost as tall as the 2 men in front, the teen had a leaner look about him but was nonetheless graceful in his movements. He had a high forehead, a cleft in his chin, and his hair was shorn on the sides. When he filled out, he'd look a lot like Jackie Robinson. What drew Harper in was his optimistic attitude. It radiated off of him. Harrison stopped when he reached the waiting area and greeted her with a smile and an outstretched hand. "It's nice to see you again, Miss Richmond." "You too, Harrison." "Please, call me Harper." The teen elbowed her groom in the side. Her groom gave him a play-it-cool look as he tugged at his tie. She bit back a grin at their antics. Harrison began the introductions. "Harper, I'd like you to meet Isaac Wolfe and his son Logan." The name set off a series of memories. Since inheriting the team, she'd immersed herself in all things baseball. Isaac Wolfe had an interesting background. One she would need to clear before she'd let him anywhere near the front office. The kid didn't have any resemblance to his dad. His black hair was cropped short and his chocolate brown eyes were encircled by long, black lashes. There was something manly about Isaac his son had yet to obtain. Isaac's firm jaw and sharp cheekbones bespoke a maturity in body and soul that spoke to Harper. When she finished her cursory appraisal of his features, her eyes landed on his, and she thought she might be sucked right into his tiger-intent stare. Pale green in the center, fading to a deep ring of emerald at the edges. Isaac's eyes were as intense as they were beautiful. "It's a pleasure to meet you," said Isaac, his voice as deep as center field and as steady as a season ticket holder. Harper shook his hand, feeling the warmth of his touch spread up her arm with surprising speed. "You too," she managed before moving on to greet Logan. "Hi." He pumped her hand. Harrison pointed down the hallway. "Pamela will be with you both in a moment. However, she instructed me to give you two private time together. If you'd like to use my office, I'll hang out here with Logan." "Yes." Harper nodded. "Right, the interview." Isaac motioned for her to go first, and Harper led the way at a steady pace while her mind raced through the questions she'd used in other interviews. Tossing them aside, she decided to start with the most direct and interesting question. She settled at the small, round table in Harrison's office. Isaac shut the door behind them and a whiff of spice and cream drifted over Harper, enticing visions of laying her head on his oh-so-nice chest. Clearing her throat and her head, Harper pulled out her laptop, did a quick search for the latest article on the Bulldogs controversy, and swiveled the screen so Isaac could see. The moment his eyes hit the pixels, they darkened like the sea before a storm. "Tell me what really happened," she invited. "If you read the article, then you already know," he groused. Harper shook her head. "If anyone knows that there's more to a story than what's on screen, it's me, so spill." She crossed her legs and leaned back, careful to keep her hands on the arms of the chair and not fold her arms across her chest. She wanted her body language to say, "I'm listening." Isaac's answer would tell her three things. 1. If she could trust him. 2. If he could trust her. 3. If this was the man she was looking for. Though at this moment, with the attraction zinging back and forth between them, she wasn't sure if she was more interested in finding a man to be a manager for the Redrocks or a man to be her husband. On the outside, Isaac was a whole lot of unexpected wonderful. She hoped that, on the inside, he was even better. Of course, if he was just as gooey scrumptious on the inside, she'd have a whole other set of problems on her hand. Not the least of which was her vow to never date a ball player. Ever again. Well, at least if I marry him, I won't have to date him. Resisting the urge to twist her fingers, or sit on them, Harper stilled herself, waiting. Isaac rubbed his right thumb up the palm of his left hand as if he were oiling a new first base mitt. To say he was intimidated by Harper's beauty and obvious intelligence would be as much of an understatement as saying it got kind of dark when the sun went down. Her long blonde hair hung loosely over her left shoulder. She had blue, almost navy eyes with small specks of silver thrown in like scattered jewels. She was taller than the average woman, putting her forehead at kissable height, and her curves. What could Isaac say? He loved a woman with curves, and Harper's knee-length, fitted dress showed hers off nicely. Logan had insisted they watch her last press conference. She was like a struggling relief pitcher who was blowing the lead. Despite being frazzled, she'd toughed it out and finished the interview. Thinking about her late into the night, he came away with a deep sense of respect. Few people could do what she did. Which is why, when she said she knew there was more to his story than the printed word, he believed her and opened up, giving the condensed version of his confrontation with Coach Jerk and his frustration with the idea of winning at all costs. "Don't get me wrong, I love to win. But I really, really hate to lose. And there's a difference, isn't there?" she quipped, finishing his reference to Moneyball. He grinned, the image of the two of them on a sofa, watching a movie together, his arm around her shoulders and her head on his chest filled his mind. The image was so clear, so inviting, that he blinked when she spoke again. So why not put the injured kid in the game? He's a closer, that's what they do, she asked in reference to the reason he was fired. She folded her arms. A sense of being let down washed over Isaac. Baseball was big business and the Richmonds were as big as business came. I recruited this kid. He has potential to play pro. He was injured off the field, but if he pitched, he'd blow out his arm. I couldn't see him throwing away a future for a single inning. Especially since you were going to lose the game anyway. Harper lifted an eyebrow, challenging Isaac in a way he couldn't get a read on. He could let it slide, agree with her, and get the job. But it mattered to him that she understood. With all the interviews, questions, and prodding, he just wanted someone to understand. He thought, maybe, that someone could have been Harper. Guess not. No. Not because we were going to lose. Even if the game had been on the line, if he had been the deciding factor, I would have sat him because a player is more than their throwing speed or batting average. He stood quickly, his heart running the bases. Coming to California had been a mistake. Maybe I'm not the one you're looking for. The pressure attacked again as Isaac opened the door to leave. Harper stared after Isaac's very fine-looking retreat. If the view hadn't been so good, she might have reacted faster. She'd purposely fleshed out every reason for his actions, giving him outs along the way, to see if he'd stick to his guns. Stick to them he did, and she was impressed. Impressed enough to scramble out of her seat and call down the hall, "Mr. Wolfe, wait." Isaac hadn't made it to the reception area yet. When he turned, they were sheltered from Harrison Logan, and who knew who else, by the distance. Harper couldn't help herself this time. She tweaked his tie. "Are you always this dramatic? Because that's something we're going to have to work on before you step in front of a camera." She smiled to let him know she was teasing and that he'd passed the interview with flying colors. You want me?" he asked, his tiger eyes searching her face with an intensity that took her breath away. Harper cast her eyes to the side at the question as her heart pounded like jumbled drums. She'd crossed a line by touching him. A line she swore she would never cross again so long as they both shall wed. Isaac recognized his innuendo. His eyes went wide and held up his hand. "To coach. You want me to be your manager, is what I meant. If he can recover, so can I." She hoped so, anyway. "I do. If you want the position." "I do." "Wonderful," said Pamela, who stood in her open office doorway just feet from where they'd talked. "Now, if we can just get the two of you in front of the judge, you can repeat those words, and then you can be on your way." She shepherded them down the hallway. "Harrison, would you please have Mr. Wolfe sign the prenuptial agreement?" Harrison smiled at the two of them. "You bet." Isaac followed him back into his office, and Harper's eyes followed Isaac. It wasn't something she did consciously, he was just really good looking, and real in a way that most of the men she dated couldn't come close to. Pamela stepped over to the receptionist's desk. "Tina, will you call Mr. Farnsworth and see if he is on his way?" "Yep." Tina, the perky redhead, picked up the receiver and went to work. "I had the justice of the peace scheduled just in case this all worked out," Pamela explained with a wink. She touched Harper's arm. Harper sucked in, fighting against the sensation of falling in space. "I have a good feeling about you." "He's just pulling in and Trish is online too." "She says it's an emergency," said Tina. Pamela released her and Harper bent her knees to steady herself. "I'll take it in my office." Tina nodded and a ring sounded down the hall just as Pamela reached the door. Harper looked around to get her bearings and found herself alone with Isaac's son. The logistics of moving a teenager into her house hit as she tipped her chin to look up at the kid who was taller than she. Pamela hadn't said anything about a stepchild. Of course, Pamela hadn't said much about anything. If they'd had more time. Not that a stepson was a deal killer, it was just a surprise. Her day was full of them. Then again, maybe he lived with his mom and was just here to see his dad get hitched. "Hey," she said as she sat down, smoothing her skirt over her knees. "Hey," he said back shyly as he joined her in the couch. Dozens of thoughts rushed at Harper and she worked to sort them quickly. Are you okay with this?" Logan looked down at his scuffed dress shoes. He shrugged. "My dad needs the job." Harper sighed. How many times had she followed her dad from meeting to meeting? Her heart went out to Logan. "Yeah, but what about you? Moving is kind of a big deal, isn't it?" He shrugged again. "I think I'll be all right." Strange. Weren't teens supposed to be full of drama and think the world revolved around them? She tried to remember back to when she and Seth were younger. They had been busy in school, with friends, and with their parents' social obligations. She took in his trim frame and height. "Are you into sports? There's lots of teams in St. George for kids your age." She mentally cringed at the word kids. She should have said guys or young men or something more grown up. "Nah. I don't play." She tipped her head in confusion. Logan was athletic and his dad was Mr. Baseball. Her mind churned with unanswered questions. There was a dynamic here she couldn't quite figure out. Scratching her arm, she asked, "Why not?" Logan opened his mouth to respond at the same time Tina's phone beeped. Harper's head whipped around. "I can take you back for the ceremony." Tina came around the high desk. "Great. Just great." Harper smoothed her skirt over and over again. Catching herself, she purposefully dropped her hands to her sides and forced them to stay there. She and Logan were met in the hallway by Isaac and Harrison and they all made their way to Pamela's office together. Harper stared at the immaculate desk as the justice of the peace came through the door. Perhaps sensing the high levels of panic and anxiety that coursed through Harper's veins, Pamela shut the door, closing off her escape. "Let's begin." Throwing her hair over her shoulder, every bit of posture training her former Miss USA mother had drilled into her took over. Good thing, because her mind was kicking dandelions in the outfield. Harper chanced a glance at her intended. Isaac stared straight ahead, a mask of determination on his face and a pool of fear in his eyes. Pamela took a deep breath. Some marriages begin with a spark of attraction, others begin with friendship, and most begin with love. Harper's cheeks flamed red. This marriage has had a unique beginning. She chuckled. "I've attended more marriages than I can count and yet each one carries a distinctive sense or feeling with it. May I suggest that in the absence of attraction, friendship, and love, you cultivate loyalty?" Her eyes went soft and she stared past the people in the room for just a moment before gesturing to the officiator to take his place. "You're going to need it." The justice went through the barest of ceremonies. Harper swallowed a strangled cry just in time to say, "I do." For better or worse, she was now Mrs. Wolfe. Heaven help them all. Chapter 6. Isaac hiked his overnight bag higher on his shoulder as he exited the town car at the airport. He and Harper had barely spoken since exchanging rings and a firm handshake. Not directly to each other, anyway. The moment the ceremony was over, Harper focused on getting them out of the B&B offices and on the road. The soft, understanding woman he'd talked to in private was overtaken by a tour guide Barbie on steroids. Isaac checked several times to make sure Logan had his overnight bag, since he had no idea where their luggage ended up. Tina had assured him everything was arranged, and right at that moment a woman named Trish was supervising the packing up, storage, and shipping of his items back home. Their car stopped not far from a private plane with the Redrocks logo emblazoned on the side. The private airport had a dozen hangars, making Isaac wonder who else utilized the facility. He'd like to hang out for a weekend and see who showed up, but there was no time for that now as Harper had already bolted from the car. Halfway up the staircase, she glanced back and motioned them forward. "I guess we're flying." Isaac shrugged. "Sweet," Logan replied. They were met at the bottom of the stairs by a short, round man with black hair. He was dressed in a Redrocks polo shirt and slacks. "I'm Thomas Malone." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Wolfe Logan." They shook hands before climbing the carpeted steps and entering the plane. Large enough to comfortably transport the 25-man roster, the coaching staff, and the support staff, the interior was done in walnut, chrome, and cream-colored leather. There was an office area near the back. Harper was at the front row, digging through the laptop bag she'd set on the seat. Isaac lifted an eyebrow at the accommodations. The seats were far enough apart that even their tallest player would be able to rest comfortably. To the right was a kitchenette. He hoped there was food in there. It had been over an hour since Logan last ate. The kid had turned into a food vacuum on his 15th birthday. Upon entering the plane, Logan let out a low whistle and asked, "How rich are you?" "Seriously?" Isaac asked him. Pushing Logan toward two empty leather seats a few rows back, Isaac threw an apologetic look at Harper. She shrugged it off as her phone beeped a text. Her hands went still. "It's my brother." "You have a brother?" he asked before he could stop himself. He assumed, with the plane and the money, that she had been an only child. If there was a brother, why did Harper inherit the team? Not that women couldn't own major league teams, it just seemed like an untraditional course. She made a face, as if she'd heard his mental discussion and processed a whole opinion of him based on his opinion of women in baseball. Which he wasn't against. "I'm sure you'll meet Seth at some point." Her tone added a "not if I can help it." "I'll look forward to it." Their eyes met and he worked to add sincerity to his gaze. He wanted to meet Seth, wanted to see where Harper came from. There was so much about her he didn't know. Her gaze dropped back to her phone as it chirped. "If you don't mind, I need to make a few calls." She tucked her hair behind her ear, looking everywhere but at him. She moved to the back, where a full-sized desk with dozens of cubby holes and several file drawers waited. She had the phone pressed to her ear before she sat down. "Seth, I've got the figures right here." She glanced up, meeting Isaac's gaze, and then ducked her head again. Isaac tried to give her some privacy and sat next to Logan near the front, though his senses were constantly picking up Harper. One moment, her scent would tickle his awareness. Another, the melodic sound of her voice would float through the cabin. Logan figured out how to change channels on the television recessed in the seat in front of them and asked, "So how does it feel to be married again?" Running his hand down his face, Isaac admitted, "I'm trying not to think about it." Logan tipped a cocky grin his way. "Yeah, but you just got married." "I know. Am I crazy?" Logan turned to peer over the back of his seat at Harper. "If you had brought her home and dated her, I'd have said she'd drop you before the third date." "Thanks a lot. Your overwhelming confidence in in me is an ego boost I could do without." Logan shook his head. "No offense, but I'm wondering what she sees in you." Isaac did his own perusal of Harper. "You and me both, kid." Settling on a Marvel movie, Logan relaxed into his chair. Isaac took the reprieve to stare at the B&B-provided ring on his hand. A quarter-inch wide, the platinum band had several grooves running the circumference. The ring was a foreign object, one that didn't belong on his hand and was definitely not a part of his body. Not like his first ring had been. Taking that one off had been like removing an organ. But for the sake of his kid and his career, he would wear the farce and play the part of a devoted husband. Thomas approached with an armload of 3-ring binders. "Mrs. Wolfe asked me to deliver these to you." Isaac quickly checked Logan, but the boy didn't flinch at having a new woman called Mrs. Wolfe. Not like Isaac's insides did. What are they? Isaac asked as he accepted the load. Pitching stats, batting stats, a history on each of the players, and an overview of our farm system. Thomas clapped him on the back. Time to go to work. Isaac stared at the vast amount of reading material in his arms. I guess the honeymoon is over. Chapter 7. When Isaac had asked to meet her brother Harper about choked on her own spit. Mom was out of the country and Harper hadn't given a thought to Seth's reaction to her impromptu nuptials. Never one to play the overprotective brother, Seth was nevertheless going to have something, or more accurately a whole lot of some things, to say about her latest venture. Throughout the flight from LA to Vegas and the car ride from Vegas to St. George, Isaac buried himself in the information she'd thrust at him on the plane. Well, thrust at him through Thomas, who now drove them to the stadium offices. The man was a prince for providing the distance she needed from her new husband so she could regain a sense of control over the emotions surging through her. She'd gotten married. Married. While it seemed like a good idea at the time, she hadn't considered the way saying I do would give her a sense of connection to Isaac. A connection she wasn't sure how to handle. As they approached the outskirts of town, Harper called Lauren in the office to get the lowdown on the situation before they arrived. After saying hello, they got right down to business. The press room is filling quickly, said Lauren. Harper checked the time. We should be there just before the press conference. Which was perfect, since she had hoped to be the one to break the news. If they wasted time with a tour and introductions around the office, someone might tweet out the name of their new manager before Harper could put the right spin on the info. Isaac's head came up at the mention of a press conference and Harper looked down so she wouldn't stare. She found his gaze was far too connective for her comfort. She said goodbye and hung up with her secretary. Isaac's fingers gently brushed her elbow. I'm sorry, I couldn't help but overhear. Press conference? Harper swallowed, nodding quickly. To introduce you as the new manager, she paused and was barely able to get the next part out. And my husband. He tugged at his tie, and Harper's thoughts went back to when she'd straightened it at B&B offices, their eyes meeting for that brief moment and her heart leaping like a demented frog on caffeine. She sucked in. The back of the town car was too small to fit them all, especially with Isaac and all his Sean Connery and Harrison Ford kind of sultriness filling it to the brim. She moved as close to the door as she could to give the guys more room. Logan leaned against the other door, wearing his headphones and staring out the window at the landscape. How strange this place must feel to a kid from the Oregon coast. She'd have to figure out a way to get him up to Snow Canyon to hike or explore a few lava caves. Not that she'd had much time to explore the city, but having someone to go with would be a lot more fun than going on her own. Thomas pulled up to the glass doors, set the car in park, and calmly walked around to open Harper's door. Harper ousted herself from the vehicle with efficiency and speed that Batman and his ejector seats would have envied. Thomas's eyebrows shot up. I believe we've arrived in plenty of time, Mrs. Wolfe. Harper ignored his use of her married name. The words had sent a thrill up her back, but she didn't need to let him know that. Of course we have. Thanks to you. She patted his arm. Thomas nodded once in acknowledgement of a job well done. Watching Isaac unfold himself out of the vehicle was like watching warm caramel drip from a spoon. Delectable. This way, she squeaked. Thomas had hurried ahead to open the glass door, holding it open for them. Thank you. Of course. He smiled. Thomas's calm and happy state was a welcome balm. Squaring her shoulders, Harper marched past the receptionist area and back to the small room off the press room where they prepped for the cameras. She hoped she gave off the impression of a woman in a hurry and not a woman trying to outrun butterflies that belly danced in her stomach whenever she made eye contact with her husband. Lauren was waiting for her with a handful of note cards. Here, I typed up what we talked about on the plane. You're a saint. Harper threw her scratchy handwritten notes in the trash next to the makeup table. She paused to introduce everyone. Lauren, this is Isaac Wolfe and his son Logan. Lauren held her hand out. It's a pleasure to meet the new coach. Can I get you something to drink? Harper watched Isaac's reactions. Lauren was a pretty woman. The pixie black hair worked well on her heart-shaped face and accentuated her slender neck, making it easy for the eye to flow down to her thin everything else. Harper ran her hand over the curve of her hip to smooth out her slacks. She wasn't a toothpick by any means, and yet she was in shape, healthy and strong. She'd never felt insecure around Lauren before, but she suddenly wondered if Lauren was Isaac's type. We're good, thank you. Isaac's eyes stayed on Lauren's face. It's good to be here. Lauren tipped her head to the side. You're a little shiny for the lights. If you don't mind having a seat, I'll dust you. Isaac leaned slightly forward as if he'd heard her wrong. Dust me? With powder. Lauren gestured to his cheeks. To take off the shine. No thanks. I don't dust. The tips of Isaac's ears went red. Logan snickered. Harper smothered her smirk. All the guys are doing it, she quipped, hoping to put him at ease and keep it light. Members of the team did in fact go through makeup before a press conference unless they came right off the field. Then, they were expected to be sweaty and shiny. Isaac gave Harper a once-over, his eyes traveling achingly slow over her features and finally landing on her lips. Apparently only the guys need beauty tips, he said. Harper's face warmed under his gaze and his sly compliment. Lauren nodded. Harper is always camera ready. Which is another way of saying she's beautiful. Isaac sat in the chair, his back straight and shoulders tight. Harper busied herself with the makeup on the table, her thoughts scattered like powdered blush in a dust storm. Husband or not, she'd have to have a discussion about maintaining propriety and office protocol and not under any circumstance looking at her like that. Ever again. Do your worst, Isaac told Lauren. Logan snickered as Lauren used several colored powders and a huge powder puff on Isaac. Hey, if this doesn't work out, you could sell cosmetics, he teased his dad. You're worth it. He mimicked a pouty model with an attitude. You're not funny, Isaac replied. Their back and forth came easy. Not at all like the conversations between Harper and Isaac. Maybe if she could loosen up a little and not worry so much about the way Isaac made her feel, she could put them all at ease. Feeling a little camaraderie with Logan, Harper leaned against the counter. The kid's got a point. With your boy band hair and scruffy jaw, you do well. Isaac held up his hands. Okay, we're done here. He jumped from the seat. Harper laughed and shared a wink with Logan. He gave her an approving lift of his chin, and Harper decided that having a teenager around wouldn't be a bad thing. Lauren let out a disgruntled sigh. Don't blame me if you start to glow on camera. Glow? Logan looked back and forth between Isaac and Lauren. What kind of powder is that? Not glow like glow. Glow as in sweat, Lauren clarified. I don't think it's the cameras we have to worry about, muttered Harper. Just then, Jeff Hickman hustled into the room. He stalked from side to side as his arms flew up and down. What's the press doing here? If there's been a trade, I should know before the rest of the world. Have a little decency and respect, will you? The general manager stopped and planted his feet. Women were supposed to be full of drama, but men could act like crazy chickens without batting an eyelash. There hasn't been a trade. Oh. His white caterpillar eyebrows lowered so far his eyes disappeared. Then what the? He cleared his throat and his language. Is going on? Holding her hand out to indicate the newest additions to the team, Harper said, "Jeff Hickman, I'd like you to meet our new manager Isaac Wolfe, and his son Logan." Jeff muttered, "You can't be serious." Harper let her smile melt into a look of determination. "Oh, but I am. Serious enough to marry him." Jeff wasn't about to make nice. He doesn't have the experience. A couple seasons in AAA and a few years under a half-wit head coach for the Bulldogs? No way. He spun on Isaac. "Have you signed a contract?" Harper cringed. While Jeff's knowledge of Isaac's small career was impressive, he could make the transition hard on Isaac. Much harder than need be. Harper had been so caught up in the marriage contract, she'd forgotten the coaching contract. They probably should have taken care of that before the press conference. Isaac shook his head. His smile shrank by half, and Harper kicked herself for not giving him the solid feeling of a coaching contract behind him. She should have prepared better, but really, what was she supposed to do? In the history of baseball, not one woman had ever hired her husband to manage a team. She was in new territory both professionally and personally. There weren't roadmaps for the path she trod, and she was doing her best to make this up as she went. "You're running this team into the ground." Jeff shook his finger in Harper's direction. His voice lowered. "Either you bring in an experienced manager, or I'll quit." Harper held back her scream. After weeks of hard work, sweat, and more than a few tears, she'd just gotten a manager. How in the world would she replace a general manager too? It wasn't like there were websites where coaches posted resumes and lined up job interviews. The MLB was all about who you knew. She didn't know many and had burned a few bridges while looking for Isaac. Lifting her palms, she sighed. If Jeff walked out, the Redrocks were finished, and so was she. "I can't replace him." "Why not?" demanded Jeff. "Because I married him." Harper admitted her nuptials like a 17-year-old runaway. Lauren let out a small gasp. She dropped the powder puff and dove after it. Logan bobbed his head like a proud turkey. Isaac squared his shoulders. Unlike Harper, Jeff didn't hold back his scream of frustration. "Great." They heard that in the press room. "I don't know if I should jump ship now or wait until you freeze in the water." Harper scrambled mentally, but physically, she retained her cool demeanor. At least, she hoped she was putting out a confident air. "Either way, I'll make sure your name never comes up. You're good at what you do. Dad had a vision for this team, and I think you caught a glimpse of it every now and again." Jeff's caterpillars went up, down, and somehow out to the sides. He didn't storm out, so she pressed on. Dad wanted to compete right out of the gate. He signed some heavy contracts with established players, but they're wearing out and not performing. We need someone young enough to light a fire under them again. Watching the bluster leave Jeff was like watching a parade balloon with a leak. "I have 1 year left on my contract. I'll finish it out, but I'm not making any promises." "Fair enough." Jeff strode from the room, shaking his head. "Well, that went well." Harper turned to find Isaac watching her, his chin pulled in and his shoulders up. Was it his decision to become a manager that bothered him? Was he doubting his decision to marry her? Or maybe, just maybe, was he having as hard of a time separating the two as she was? "Are you planning on dropping the bomb during the press conference too?" he asked as he followed her out the door and down the hall to the press room. Harper placed her hand on his shoulder and then quickly removed it. "I'll ease into it." She took a deep breath. Time to face the firing squad. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming today. I have a couple of announcements. Harper made sure to make eye contact with several people in the audience as she spoke. Her pageant queen mother would be proud of the number of teeth she showed despite the major fit of nerves she had going on. As you are aware, our manager position has been recently vacated. The search for a manager in the early season is not an easy one. Though there have been several prospects, one stood out above the rest. I'm pleased to introduce Isaac Wolfe. Several faces registered shock. Others narrowed their eyes, determined to find the story behind the story. The joke was on them. She planned to dish out more information than their phones and laptops could handle. From his spot to her right, Isaac waved, a half smile on his face. They'd have to work on that. Of course, there were several coaches who had horrible media skills and still ran their teams well. While those guys had the pressure of the job, they didn't have the added stress of a fledgling team, issues in the locker room, and dwindling ticket sales. Whatever advantage she could give Isaac would help them both and help the Redrocks. Interview lessons would have to happen. Leaning closer to the mic and lowering her voice, Harper continued, because I know you all love a good story, I should also point out that Isaac is also my husband. The room exploded in a flood of flashes, hands waving to gain her attention, and people calling her and Isaac's names. Instead of jumping into the fray, Isaac leaned over to whisper in her ear, the scent of his cologne filling Harper's awareness. Deep, masculine, and burnt umberish, his closeness heady. That's your way of easing into it? He tugged his tie, moving it off-center. Unable to help herself, because she had to touch him, if only to center herself, Harper straightened it for him. Too fast? She asked, her voice low and somewhat husky. Normally, I like fast. He lifted an eyebrow, all bad boy innocence. Or not so innocent, she wasn't sure. Do you want me to take it from here? She cleared her throat. Thanks, but I got this. She so did not have this, but she was enjoying the exchange. He tipped his head toward the melodrama. It's your team. Harper pulled away, blinking. It's not my team. It's Dad's team. What would Dad do? Ladies and gentlemen, my assistant has prepared a fact sheet. We will not be fielding any questions of a personal nature today. Please keep your questions centered on the team. The fact sheet was, in fact, a summary of Isaac's work history and a brief paragraph explaining that they had been introduced by a mutual friend and preferred to keep their family and home life out of the public eyes as much as possible. Having prepared it on the plane, she'd purposefully left Logan's name off the sheet, hoping to keep the minor away from the press. Although, now that she'd spent some time with him, she figured he could roll with things. Mr. Wolfe, can you give us your starting lineup? Isaac leaned towards the mic on the table. That will be given out in the pregame release on Friday. A murmur of approval went through the group. Not that Harper and Isaac were seeking approval by any means. Isaac's answer had been mature and showed he had an understanding of how to handle the media. Harper felt Isaac's need bump hers under the table. Ruffle feathers indeed. He may not be ruffling feathers, but that contact was doing all sorts of things to Harper. What do you think of Jackson Kimber's recent activities in Las Vegas? Harper sucked in through her wooden smile at the mention of Jackson. He played hard both on and off the field. They say there's no such thing as bad publicity, but she had a hard time believing it where Jackson was concerned. Not only was he their biggest liability, he was also their biggest star. As long as Kimber can keep his private life off the mound and out of jail and continues to pitch well, I won't have anything to say about his time outside of this organization, said Isaac. The fact sheets had made it around the room and there were several bent heads as reporters made sure they weren't asking something that was already provided. Harper reviewed the information in her head, making sure they hadn't said too much or held back enough that it created curiosity. Mrs. Wolfe? Isaac elbowed her lightly and Harper focused her eyes, realizing the man in the plaid shirt had called her Mrs. Wolfe a couple of times, and the name hadn't registered as her own. She'd have to work on that. Yes. In light of what happened with the Bulldogs, are you at all worried about Mr. Wolfe assimilating into the Redrock organization? Harper lifted her chin. Not at all. In fact, it was because of Isaac's actions that I knew he was the man for the job. She swallowed heavily. Dad believed that a person's character was more important than his experience. He often promoted those who were willing to work the hardest and lay it all on the line. I believe he would have liked Mr. Wolfe very much. She dabbed at the gathering moisture in her eyes with her fingers. Tears weren't on the schedule, but as the words left her mouth, the truth of them sank into her chest. Isaac's mouth fell open for just a moment before he regained his composure. Harper's honesty had sideswiped him just as much as it had hit her. She met the gratitude in his gaze with one of her own. Feeling the air charged with something she'd rather not have broadcast on the 5 o'clock news, Harper stood to leave before things fell apart. Or she fell apart emotionally. That will be all for today. Thank you. Isaac stood quickly and held the back of her chair. Questions followed them across the small stage. A familiar nasal voice rose above the others. The same man who had called her that name not 5 days ago. Tommy Stuvier played high school ball but didn't make the college level. He was as mean as he was ambitious. Harper heard that he'd pushed out a long-standing local reporter to get this beat. His beady brown eyes were full of venom. Mr. Wolfe, did you marry her just to get the job? Harper went to flip around and found Isaac's hand on her back, propelling her out the door. Don't answer that, he whispered in her ear. His strength and good advice got her out the door. Once back in the prep room with Logan and Lauren, Isaac released her and smiled easily. They were more impressed that I married you than they were that I got the job. Logan offered him a fist bump. Isaac chuckled as they connected. She tried to shake off the sense of filth Tommy Stuvier managed to leave behind. Why he had it in for her she'd never know. Yeah, Isaac had married her to get the job, but that didn't make her cheap or for sale. Yeah, right. Until you, the youngest manager was Kevin Cash at 36. You're quite the novelty. His contract is for 5 years, Dad's is for 1, Logan added. They'll be on him to perform or they'll hang him out to dry. True, Isaac countered. But I make more money. And you got Harper. Logan winked at her. Maybe there was a little of the jerk cynicism in the air, or maybe Harper's old insecurities of being left out by her dad and brother surfaced. Either way, she scowled. Would you like to see your office? The elevator opened up to the 3rd floor. A small sitting area and another receptionist's desk sat in front of a large bay window that provided a nice view of right field. When watching games on television, the stadiums appear large enough that you wonder why anyone would pay for a seat in home-run territory. That was a trick of the wide-angle lens. The stadiums were manageable and the view from the cheap seats was quite intimate to the game. Mrs., the receptionist stuttered. News travels fast in this place. Harper placed her hand on Vivian's arm. Mrs. Wolfe, please. Might as well get myself used to the name too. She watched Isaac out of the corner of her eye to catch his reaction. He was staring at the big screen television, where the latest MLB stats rolled across the bottom of the screen. His eyes crinkled at the corners and his cheek lifted slightly. Harper's pulse quickened and she snapped her attention back to the receptionist. Vivian's thick shoulders went up as she breathed in and dropped quickly as she released her breath. Okay. Your brother is on the phone. She adjusted her laptop bag over her shoulder. That will be a fun conversation. Tell him I'll call him back. He's rather insistent. I'm sure he is. I would be too if he announced on a national sports network that he was married and I hadn't been invited to the wedding. Vivian's eyes widened. Harper kicked herself for letting her thoughts slip through. Maintaining what she hoped was a professional demeanor, she continued, nevertheless, he'll have to wait. Isaac fell into step beside her as they moved towards his office. That's not good. He rubbed his forehead. I don't want to cause problems with your family. She lifted an eyebrow. I didn't see your siblings at the ceremony. I don't have any. Parents? Nope. I was a foster kid. He loosened and removed his tie, unbuttoning the top button of his shirt. She stared. You have no one? He paused, his jaw taking a serious edge. I have Logan and I have baseball. It's enough. I am the jerkiest jerk sister in the whole wide world. Here was Isaac, making his way through life as a single parent without a family to support him, and Harper had denied her support group an invitation to her wedding. Seth may have been the golden child. And she might resent that. But that wasn't his fault. Plus, he never treated her like she was less than him. They'd always gotten along and even conspired together once upon a Neverland game or two. She would call him back and apologize as soon as possible. Well, here we are. She spread her arms, indicating Isaac's office space. Logan dropped into a chair by the door, engrossed in his phone. He was a cute guy, maybe he had a girlfriend. She'd have to ask him. Then again, maybe he wasn't girl crazy yet. Didn't that happen right around 14 or 15 for guys? She really had no idea. Isaac wandered into the room and turned in a full circle. He too had a window that looked out over right field. If the half-grin on his face and the very Logan-like bob of his head was any indication, he appreciated the view. Rapping his knuckles against the desk, he sat in the padded leather chair and swiveled to the window. I like it. That's good. Because we don't have funds to remodel right now. There was a tap at the door that brought her head around. Max, she blurted upon seeing the VP of Business Operations. His copper-colored hair, long for him, frizzed up from his scalp like a cartoon who stuck his finger in a light socket. Max sniffed. What's going on, Harper? His entrance into the office was like a boxer entering the ring. How do you do to you two? I was just introducing our new head coach to his upstairs office. She made quick work of the introductions. Max crossed the room like he owned it and thrust his hand across the desk. Louisiana State man, right? Isaac nodded. Played all 4 years. I'm a rebel man myself. We beat you guys in the last 3 games. You've never beaten us in a playoff game, though. That's when we shine. Max grunted. Lauren popped in. Well, stumbled was more like it. And she was out of breath. Sorry, boss. Petterton is on line 1. Petterton owned the company she hoped would help her build the new stadium. He didn't like to be kept waiting and he didn't like surprises. She'd already dropped a whopper of a surprise on the Redrocks organization, she didn't need to really tick Petterton off. I'm coming. Harper hurried to the door. Pausing, she looked back over her shoulder, hesitant to leave Isaac alone with Max, but needing to take the call. This one can't wait. If you gentlemen will excuse me? Of course. Isaac smiled. She looked at Max. I'll be right back. The phrase came out with a warning, play nice. Max shrugged. Harper? Lauren nudged her shoulder. Coming. Harper followed Lauren into her office, her mind back with Isaac and Logan. She'd wanted to show Logan the executive kitchen. She had a feeling he'd like that a lot. And she didn't want to leave Isaac on his own. This whole matrimonial venture was fragile, and yet it held everything important to her inside of its thin glass shell. At some point she had to take a leap of faith, right? So then why was it harder for her to walk away from Isaac right then than it was for her to marry him? Isaac motioned for Max to take a seat. The man's shoulders leaned forward and his belly leaned over his belt. He wore a gray button-up shirt open at the collar and a pair of slacks. His handshake was firm and he looked Isaac in the eyes when they talked. Max settled into the corner of the chair, his elbow on the armrest and his legs kicked to the side. He leaned forward, then back, thoughts jumping around behind his troubled eyes. Isaac cleared his throat. Look, whatever it is you're trying to say, just say it. Max cuffed his nose with his thumb like a boxer. Jake Richmond was one of my best friends. And you're worried I've taken advantage of Harper? Isaac filled in. He wondered if he'd get some flack from her brother, but he hadn't anticipated a co-worker taking issue with their marriage. Yes, there'd be talk around the water cooler, but for this guy to call him out the minute he walked into the office was a bit much. Although, he kind of liked that Harper had someone watching out for her. Raising both hands, Max shook his head. Harper's a capable woman. If you mess with her, she can handle herself just fine. So much for having someone to watch out for her. From the way Max backed off of that comment, Isaac wondered about the woman he'd aligned himself with. Harper had this air of power and control about her that didn't come from money or her position as owner, it came from inside. The one reporter had gotten to her, but no one but Isaac would have noticed. And the only reason he picked up on it was because he heard her small intake of breath. He'd never been so attuned to a woman that he could read her like that. Not even his ex-wife. Although there really was no comparing the two. Amy was wishy-washy and easily distracted, where Harper was focused and driven. Two very attractive qualities in a woman. Max interrupted Isaac's thoughts. I'm worried about the team. We've been in building mode for 3 years now. We have the lowest budget in the major leagues and our stadium is too small. I've worked night and day to help build the Redrocks from nothing, and I won't let you tear that down. I wouldn't do that. Isaac jutted out his chin. I may not have been a Redrocks fan yesterday, but from this point on, there's nothing. Save my family. That comes before the team. Max folded his thick arms. Not on purpose. But you don't have the experience to make this work. I'm sorry, you just don't. Don't take it personally. Isaac knew all about getting inside someone's head. Sports Psychology 101. If you can get in their head, you own the game. He also knew about keeping your opponent out of your head. He leaned back in his chair, considering the man. Now, I question how much you know about the game. Excuse me? Isaac kept his voice steady, counting on his fingers. The season ticket holders, the guy who buys a Redrock onesie for his newborn son, and even the fans in the nosebleed seats know if baseball is anything, it's personal. Max eyed him for a moment before standing. It was nice meeting you, Mr. Wolfe. Likewise. Isaac remained standing as Max left the office. He grinned to himself. That felt good. Logan, who had appeared to be lost in his phone, raised his eyebrows. Way to make friends and influence people, Dad. Isaac laughed. Just standing my ground. I get it. Logan stood and stretched, his shirt coming above his belt line. The kid was in the middle of the growth spurt of a lifetime. They'd need to get him some new clothes. Hopefully before he started school. His list of fatherly duties was growing almost as fast as Logan. Harper strode in, her walk full of long legs and deadlines. An attractive combination in a woman. Snapping his gaze up to her face, Isaac's neck flushed. She'd caught him looking. Dang. Did Max leave? She asked. Yep. Isaac gave Logan a quick, don't say a word look. Harper looked between them before massaging her temples. I'm not even going to ask. Good plan, threw in Logan. Subtlety is not your strong suit, son. Isaac tucked his hands in his pockets even though he felt like massaging his temples too. Harper dropped her hands. At least he's honest. She turned to Logan with a glint in her eye. Can I steal him for a bit? I wanted to show him our overstocked kitchen and the green room where he can do homework when the time comes. Kitchen? Logan popped up, one earbud dangling. Yes, kitchen. And you're welcome to anything in there at any time. She held her breath, just for a moment. She's nervous. Isaac blinked with the realization. Harper wanted to get along with Logan. No, she wanted them to be friends. An uncomfortable itch hit him right between the shoulder blades. Logan and Harper getting along was fine, but he didn't like the idea of her acting like a parent to his kid. You might not want to do that, Isaac cautioned. He could double your budget in a week. Harper laughed off his concern. Of course she wouldn't worry about a food budget, she had enough money to buy the grocery store. A sense of inadequacy rubbed his gut. He shoved it away. He'd always provided for his son, and that wasn't going to change because he'd gotten married. We'll have to buy a few of your favorite foods, Logan, just to have them on hand. Yeah. Logan cocked his head. Yeah. Harper's smile was different this time from any Isaac had seen yet. He'd seen her camera smile, her business smile, her oh crap I just got married smile, but he had yet to see this smile. This smile, the one she'd aimed at Logan, was tinged with motherly affection. Almost like she was proud of Logan for having a healthy appetite, or for growing, or just for being Logan. In all the years he'd been married to Logan's mom, Isaac could count the number of times Amy had looked at their son that way on his left hand. Logan perked up and stood taller, like Harper's attention was making him so confident that he could swing for the fences. Isaac was so struck by the effect this strong and beautiful woman had on his son that he had to lean heavily on the desk for support. Dad? Go. Isaac flopped into his chair. I've got plenty to do here. Harper looked just as pleased with the answer as Logan. I won't keep him long. She motioned for Logan to go out to the hall first. Her long legs carried her towards the door, and a sudden sense of panic hit Isaac in the chest. He was acting crazy. Just because Harper offered Logan an unlimited supply of snack foods didn't mean Logan would stop loving him, nor did it mean that Harper would take his place. Besides, the more positive influences Logan had in his life, the more successful people he associated with, the better his chances. If Harper was anything, it was successful. Harper? He stopped her, needing to say something to even himself out. She turned, one hand on the door jamb. Her hair cascaded down her back in messy waves, her dark eyes lit with curiosity, and her curves were outlined beautifully. Yes. Isaac had to swallow hard to find his voice. Thank you for. He jerked his chin towards where Logan had been sitting. This smile was much different than the one she'd given Logan. There was nothing motherly about the curve of her lips or the flirtatious way her hip cocked. My pleasure. She held his gaze for a moment before disappearing into the hallway after Logan. Isaac stared after her for a minute before giving himself a good shake. Logan was right. She was way out of his league. Turning his attention to his job, he oriented himself to the space that was a far cry from the painted cinderblock cave he came from with the Bulldogs mascot costume. His desk was L-shaped. The long side held a laptop and other office supplies, while the short end faced the door and was meant for a workspace. The binders Thomas had thrust upon him on the airplane were lined up nicely on the bookshelf. Within easy reach, but not crowding. The wall opposite his chair was empty, waiting for him to hang a motivational poster or team roster or family picture. The team logo was on the wall to his right and a large print of the stadium was on his left. Behind him was that fantastic view of the field. He could hardly wait to get out there, run his hand over the red dirt and smell the grass. But now was not a time for exploring. He'd gotten the job and it was time to prove he could do what he'd been hired to do. Despite Max's overwhelming vote of confidence, Isaac believed he had it in him to take the Redrocks from fledglings to flyers. Not only for himself. The reporters thought Harper was a fool who made business decisions in the bedroom. He snorted. If only they knew about the consent clause that stipulated neither party was entitled to physical contact for the duration of their marriage. He hadn't thought it would be a problem when he put pen to paper. Sure, the pictures he'd seen of Harper were impressive, but he'd been around beautiful women before and hadn't had any problems remaining the gentleman. What he hadn't picked up on in the pictures was Harper's sensual aura. She probably didn't even know she was sending out those vibes, yet he caught every one of them loud and clear. Too bad she seemed to be more smitten by his son than by him. That was okay, though. Logan had a long road ahead of him, finishing 9th grade in a new school. Hopefully he'd make some friends before summer started. If Harper made the transition that much easier for Logan, Isaac would stifle his insecurities. Strange that the feeling someone could take his son away came up now. He hadn't had those worries since waiting for the adoption court date. Those were awful and wonderful days. Loving Logan so much and yet wondering if the state would approve the adoption. The uncertainty, the sense of being in limbo, had driven him nuts. He felt the same now. Like they had put a family together, but it wasn't complete. There was a big piece missing, and he didn't want to analyze what that piece actually looked like. He didn't want to look, because he had a feeling he'd discover that the missing piece was the love that should exist between a husband and wife. And that wasn't an option. Their marriage contract stipulated that he and Harper were supposed to date once a week. How that was going to happen was beyond him. Was he supposed to ask her out? Make reservations? Or could they count a planning meeting in the office? Funny, he hadn't given a thought to dating or romance in years. His heart had been shattered, scattered, and scarred when Amy up and left. He'd believed there was no coming back into the world of romance after that. But Harper had him picturing first dates, candlelit dinners, and things he'd be better off not thinking about. Despite their marriage, romance wasn't something he was capable of providing for his wife. He couldn't go down that road again. Especially not in this situation, where a divorce was inevitable. However, he could help Harper's reputation by not sucking at this job. His hands hovered above the keyboard, frozen by a rare moment of self-doubt. Transforming the Redrocks was a daunting task, and he was just one man with a glimmer of a vision. He pushed the negative thoughts an arm's length away and locked his elbow. That was as far as they would get, but at least he had room to breathe. Play hard. Finish strong. He popped his knuckles. Time to build a baseball team. Chapter 8. In Red Rock country, the sunsets painted the hills with desert golds and warm umber that seeped out of the rocks even as the air cooled quickly. The sky lightened to a worn-out Levis blue before dying a wild west, star-dusted indigo. Harper barely noted the shadows swaggering across the field behind her as she slugged through paperwork, fielded phone calls, and bunted a phone interview with ESPN. Worried that the press would be waiting outside to get a picture of her new family after their first day on the job, she threw her shoulders back and tossed her hair over her shoulder. Sometime in the day, the curls had fallen out to barely discernible waves, but there was nothing she could do, or was willing to do, about it now. Isaac held the door, allowing her to step into the warm desert air first. Logan followed, his earbuds in place. She'd had Lauren hire what would amount to a nanny for the teen, knowing both she and Isaac would be working full-time. She hoped the person they chose was as good as her own nanny had been. Of course, by the time she was 10, the title had changed to assistant. Lauren had also phoned ahead and had Isaac and Logan's rooms made up and the entertainment center filled with game consoles, games, and the latest DVDs. Though Logan seemed content hanging out in the office, that wouldn't last long. St. George wasn't lacking in amenities. The scenery was pretty amazing and Zion National Park wasn't far away. People from all over came to play in southern Utah and, while he was here, Logan should have a chance to enjoy the amenities. Maybe she'd even find a way to join him on a few adventures. The idea of exploring caves or rappelling with the kid had her looking forward to summer. Good day? Isaac asked as they climbed into the back of the town car. Logan took the seat across from them, engrossed in some ninja game on his phone. Harper chuckled. After the hours she'd spent in the office, she'd forgotten it was her wedding day. Isaac's eyes went wide, as if he too had spaced the ceremony. Part of Harper was sad with the idea that her wedding wasn't more memorable. Isaac would look amazing in a tux. He had the shoulders to fill out a jacket and the height to be all James Bond-y. Once again, the vehicle was much too small for the three of them, even though it was supposed to accommodate four with room to spare. Isaac was close enough that she could smell his aftershave or cologne or body spray. She didn't know which, but was more than interested in finding out. The scent wasn't as strong as it had been earlier, but she found that the lingering of teakwood teased her. Yes. She rubbed her arms. Is it cold in here? Isaac laughed lightly. I haven't been cold since we landed in Vegas. He brushed her arm. But you're freezing. Her goosebumps intensified and she realized it wasn't the air conditioner that caused them. Darn teakwood. She settled back into the corner of the seat next to the far door, eking out any distance she could get. How was your day? Isaac took the other corner. As he spoke, he unbuttoned his sleeves and rolled them up, revealing corded forearms. Harper glanced quickly away before he could catch her staring. I combed through the roster. I've got the players' stats down. Until I meet them, I won't know if their weaknesses are physical or mental. Mental? Psychological is a better word. I noticed you don't have a psychologist on staff. Harper shook her head. Dad thought sports psychology was a bunch of hogwash. Isaac jerked back as if she'd personally offended him. What do you think? Dad was pretty old school. You know, if life gives you lemons, don't get sad. Make lemonade and sell it for $5 a glass. Harper attempted a smile. She'd been handed quite a few lemons lately. The biggest one was losing her father. With everything that was going on, she'd hardly had time to reflect on losing him. Which was a blessing, because being busy held back the sorrow. Like the Redrocks were a wall between her and a blubbery breakdown. But what do you think about hiring a psychologist? She picked at the zipper on her purse. Losing her dad was still fresh and she didn't want to go against his plan or the memories she had of him. I'm not sold on the idea. Isaac pulled out this smoldering grin that should have triggered a fire alarm. It certainly triggered something inside Harper, making it hard for her to catch a breath. Then I'll just have to work harder to sell it. Harper sank into that smolder like she was sinking into the hot springs. Yeah. Isaac broke eye contact. I'm looking forward to the first team meeting. I have some concerns, but I'm excited for the opportunity to make a difference. Harper smoothed her hands down the seat. You mean make changes? Yes. I know I should have told you this when I hired you. I'm not out to change the Redrocks. I want to take my dad's vision of the team and move it forward. What are you saying? He asked as they pulled into the driveway of the mansion. I'm saying there's a plan in place and I want you to follow it. Not go off and redesign the team. But Thomas opened the door, cutting off whatever Isaac was about to say. Which was just as well, considering there were storm clouds gathering behind his eyes. Welcome home. Thomas grinned. Since Thomas was over the house, he naturally took pride in its appearance. The exterior was a combination of stone and stucco with the red-tiled roof so common to the area. Several colors of rocks were used for landscaping instead of grass, and ornamental flowers dotted the area. Isaac got out first, followed by Logan and then Harper. Logan eyed the large wood and stone entryway from the driveway. To the right, a circular window bubbled out, showcasing a black grand piano set against cream walls and carpet. To the left of the door was another set of windows that wrapped around the corner of the house. The windows to either room could darken for privacy at the touch of a button. Of course, the guys didn't know that. Harper checked her grin. The guys. She kind of liked the way that phrase held equal parts familiarity, pride, and possessiveness. As if they were her guys. Logan hiked his backpack up on his shoulder. After the jet, I was kind of expecting something bigger. Isaac coughed. It's a lovely home. He turned to Harper. If you know of any manners classes or seminars in the area, I'd love to sign up my son. His son. And just like that, the guys were no longer her guys. Feeling a loss, Harper headed towards the front door. My dad built this place as his retirement home. He was going to turn over the real businesses to Seth and me and just run the team, hike the Narrows, fish and golf. It is smaller than our family home, but it suited his needs. She picked her way up the long steps. So where is he? Logan asked. Harper smiled sadly. He passed away 2 months ago. Oh, sorry. Logan's cheekbones brightened to a hot pink. It was adorable against his dark skin. She shook her head. The local girls had better watch out for this guy. Isaac was quiet, his jaw set. The light-hearted optimism that had followed him into the car was gone. She'd put her foot down about him changing the team, and she must have ruffled his feathers. Besides, it looks smaller on the outside than it really is. She pushed open the front door to reveal a spectacular view of St. George at night. The 3-story house was built into the cliff with the whole back wall made of thick glass. Following the hardwood flooring, she led them past the piano and library rooms, through the open theater space to the sweeping staircase that turned as it descended to the second floor, where their living quarters were located. This is the living room. She gestured around them to the leather couches and chairs, the opulent furnishings, the textured walls, built-in entertainment system, and the plush flooring. Through there is the kitchen. Fully stocked. She winked at Logan. The suites are this way. Suites? Isaac asked. Hoping to bring back some of his positive outlook on the situation, she continued. You two will share the sunrise suite. She motioned for them to enter the sliding barn doors. Obviously Mom hadn't had a say in the design, where they would have been swinging French doors with decorative glass. Inside was a seating room. You are welcome to any area of the house, but I thought this would be a great place for Logan to do homework. Ugh. Don't say that word. Logan rolled his eyes. She chuckled. Isaac looked around but didn't make eye contact. Harper pressed on. This is the master bedroom and bath. Logan, your room is through there and there's a bathroom next door. Logan went in and inspected each corner. There was also a solid wood, king-sized bed with matching nightstands and dresser. The bedspread was navy blue with an orange stripe, and a fuzzy orange blanket was folded at the bottom. Kind of bare for her standards, but for a guy it must have been just right. The closet is huge and there's a washer/dryer in here. Logan's voice echoed against the bare walls. There's one in every closet, Harper informed them. The maids come through once a week, but we'll up that to twice a week now that there are more of us here. They'll do laundry and cleaning, but you'll have to pick up after yourselves. Logan came back out, wearing a ball hat that must have been put in his closet. Okay, now I'm impressed. Good to know. Harper laughed as she put her arms around him, giving him a quick hug that squished his arms to his sides. I'm glad you're here. Something about Logan, maybe his youthfulness or the way he said things that popped into his head, made him easy to be around. And he'd filled an emptiness in the house. Like he was meant to be here. Thanks. He dropped his bag inside the door. If Harper knew Thomas, he'd already unpacked Isaac's clothes and stored the suitcases. She turned and found Isaac watching her, his face unreadable. If Logan set her at ease, then Isaac set her off kilter. On the one hand, his quiet strength and intelligence were as hot as the red cliffs at noon. On the other hand, he didn't seem to be as affected by her as she was by him. It wasn't fair. Nor was it productive, because her awkwardness made it difficult to be normal. Like when she'd talked about following her dad's plan. She'd come across as demanding because she'd had to force the thoughts through a cloud of hubba-hubba. That same cloud got thicker the longer she locked gazes with her husband. "Let's finish the tour." She stepped back into the hallway. "So that's the Sunset Suite." She pointed to her own barn doors. "Your room?" Isaac asked. Did I detect a husky note there? "Yeah, right. Stop wishing." "Yes. They're mirrors, but instead of an extra bedroom I have an office." By now they were back in the family room. "You are welcome to use the office through those doors." She debated whether or not to let Isaac use the space. It still smelled like her dad. Green grass and Old Spice. But she had the team to remember him by, and no doubt Isaac would need a workspace. Still, passing it off to anyone was difficult. And even though she'd married him, heaven help her, Isaac was a near stranger. Isaac checked it out. "It's great. I'm glad you like it." "Just." She cleared the emotion clogging her throat. She'd almost asked him not to disturb anything, but that was ridiculous. He needed to live here too. "Never mind. There's also a billiards room, a sunroom, an art studio, and a sauna." "Are you an artist?" asked Isaac. His jaw was no longer clamped shut and he walked beside her. "My mother. Dad wanted her to have a place to paint when they were here." "That's sweet of him." That was Dad. They headed down the staircase to the bottom floor. Isaac gripped the railing. "Do I even want to know what's holding this house up?" "Steel beams and a lot of prayer," Harper quipped. He leaned closer to the exposed rock. Logan scoffed. "Have a little faith, Dad." He jumped down the last 3 stairs. "There are 2 more suites on this level." Before she could finish the tour, her phone trilled. Thomas's name popped up. "Hello? I've assembled the requested staff in the music room." "Perfect, we'll be right up." She hit the end call button. "Are you ready to meet the staff?" Isaac exchanged an incredulous look with Logan. "They're waiting in the music room." "All the way upstairs?" Logan tipped his head back, following the windows up all 3 floors. "Sure, but if you're tired, we can take the elevator." Logan's jaw dropped. Isaac shook his head. "I'm never going to get him to leave this place." "You know that, right?" Harper smiled. "That's fine by me. I'd take him any day." And she would. And she sort of had. No one had mentioned becoming a stepmom to a teenager before she married Isaac, but once they met, she was thrilled with the idea. Sure, he wasn't that much younger than her. More like a nephew's age than a son. But maybe that was part of the charm between them. Isaac wore that look she couldn't decipher. The one that was part fear, part panic, and part determination. Confused Harper showed them to the elevator doors, which looked just like all the other doors in the house, except for the call button recessed into the molding. She couldn't understand why Isaac was against her kindness to Logan. After all, they were going to live together for the next 12 months, they might as well get along. Harper generally got along with people. Except in the baseball world. For some reason, everyone from the other owners to the coaches, the players, and the press didn't want her there. Okay, she knew the reasons. For one, she was much younger than the owners, in some cases half their age. For two, she was a woman and this was a good OL boys club. Isaac was part of that world. Maybe, deep down, he didn't think she should own a team. Well, it was too bad for all of them, her new husband included, because she didn't have any inclination to leave. And if Isaac didn't like that, then this was going to be longest year of their lives. Isaac shook hands with each member of the household staff, their names swirling around and through his mind, exiting right out his ears. With him and Harper putting in long days, the maids were a necessity. though he wanted Logan to be responsible for keeping his own room clean. He needed to have some sense of responsibility. The mechanic was a bit much, but hey, if Harper could afford to keep one on staff, he wasn't going to complain about regular oil changes for his Harley. The bike was his one splurge on himself. B&B had arranged to have it shipped in, and he couldn't wait to take it on some of the winding roads in the surrounding area. The maintenance guy probably had his hands full with that elevator and who knows what else. A house the size of a hotel had to have people to run it. He had spent many a weekend changing the furnace filter, vacuuming the air vents, cleaning the gutters. To have that weight lifted from his shoulders was huge, and he was extremely grateful for every one of the people standing in front of him. Until he met the last guy. Zeke. Harper grinned like she'd won the season opener as she introduced Logan to his assistant. He doesn't need an assistant. Isaac folded his arms. He's 15. Harper's confidence dimmed but didn't disappear. He'll need an adult around when you and I are at work, and Zeke's local. He knows some great hiking and mountain bike trails. He will make sure Logan gets home from school and keep an eye on his homework load. Isaac shook his head in disbelief. I keep an eye on his homework load and I will make sure he gets to and from school. They'd done fine in the past. If Isaac was working late, he let Logan know. And Logan always texted the minute he walked through the door after school. If the team traveled, Logan was his plus one. Being a single dad wasn't easy, especially with his varied schedule, but he'd made it work. This time, the smile did disappear. Harper glanced apologetically at Zeke. We can call him your assistant, Isaac, if it will make you feel better. It's not the title, Isaac insisted. The mechanic shifted his weight and the maids exchanged a look. I don't need help being a dad. I've managed just fine on my own up until now. You're not a parent. You don't get it. Harper ignored his verbal jab and focused on Logan. You've obviously done a wonderful job. Harper looked at Logan with that tenderness that defied Isaac's understanding. Was she faking it? He didn't think so, but how well did he really know her? Dad, it's no big deal. Logan's eyes pleaded with him to back off. He was embarrassing his son. He could live with that as long as he believed that what he was doing was in his kid's best interest. The answer is no. No offense, he told Zeke. He felt kind of bad about firing the kid, but he'd learned long ago that he was Logan's best advocate and that sticking to his guns was a must. Harper's Barbie doll smile appeared. The same one she'd had for the cameras that afternoon. He didn't like that smile as much as he liked her real one. In fact, being on the receiving end of that smile made him feel like a complete jerk. But he couldn't back down. I'm his dad, he said simply, as if there was no argument that could beat that. Harper turned her shoulder to him and spoke to Zeke. We'll figure something out. Can you be back tomorrow morning? Isaac stepped forward. Wait Harper held up a hand. This is my house. Isaac bit back his retort. If she wanted to throw money away, let her. Fine. Harper spoke to the group. Thank you, everyone, for staying late tonight. Have a wonderful evening. Most of the staff dispersed. Thomas and the cook stayed behind. The cook, a short man with a barrel chest and a flat top, spoke first. Dinner is waiting for you on the sidebar in the dining room. Thank you, Danny. What's on the menu? Barbecue ribs, baked potatoes, ham, steamed vegetables, fresh berries, cornbread, coleslaw, and brownies. Harper ran her hand down her hair. Why the change in menu? Danny looked to Logan and Isaac. Logan was practically drooling on the carpet and Isaac's stomach was already halfway down the stairs. He couldn't remember the last time he'd had barbecue ribs. Man, that sounded good. Thomas said we'd have some hearty appetites tonight. I know it's not your usual, he cleared his throat. It sounds wonderful. I can't wait to dig in. Thank you for thinking of them. Her head tipped towards Isaac and Logan. Isaac was contrite. Here he thought Harper was trying to turn his world even more upside down than this crazy marriage and relocation had by hiring someone to help out with Logan. All he'd done was grouse about it. Then, when she experienced a change on their behalf, she accepted it graciously. Granted, it was one meal, but how much more was she giving up for him? A whole wing of her house was now his personal space, and she'd opened up the rest of the home to them as well. He was a louse. That didn't mean he was going to change his mind about Zeke, but he didn't have to handle the situation the way he had. Thomas waited until Danny left, then his hands clasped behind his back, his lips pressed together. Harper heaved a sigh. I know what you're going to say, Thomas. I promise to be on my best behavior from here on out. He lifted his palm. Given the circumstances, I completely understand. He motioned to Isaac and Logan. Do you mind if I fill them in? By all means. I'm going to freshen up. I'll meet you in the dining room. Harper left, her steps slower as if her strength had melted as the staff left. Or she'd let her guard down and was willing to let Isaac see the real her. The her that had a long, hard day where she'd made a difficult hiring decision, taken a huge risk on him, gambled a marriage, fought a dragon at the press conference, put in a full day's worth of work at the office, unofficially adopted his son, made that same kid feel welcome in her home, and had her husband question her judgment in front of her staff. Through all of that, she'd been a rock. Not now. Now she was a woman who could use a real husband to massage her shoulders and encourage her to face it all again tomorrow. Part of him wanted to be that man for her. The husband she really deserved, because she deserved a guy who was much better than him. A guy who could actually find the dining room. Was it on the second floor? Maybe Logan remembered. Thomas cleared his throat. A harmonious household is best run by keeping disagreements within the family between the family. In the future, I recommend holding private conversations. Though his words were a censure, they were spoken with respect and kindness and more than a little teaching. Isaac nodded, his head heavy with shame. I know. I should have known better. I'm sorry. Thomas clapped him on the back. Did you meet Lauren today? Isaac pressed his lips together. The name was familiar. Harper's assistant, Logan, filled in. Oh, yeah. She's great. Lauren had brought in a sub sandwich around 2 and answered a couple questions. His office assistant started tomorrow. Danny nodded. Zeke is her nephew. His parents make enough to disqualify Zeke for financial aid, but not enough to pay his tuition to Dixie State. He's worked several jobs, including selling solar panels door to door in the summer heat to be able to continue his schooling. The guy was tan. So working for Harper would be a good thing for him? Isaac was beginning to see the whole picture. He didn't get the sense that Danny was trying to guilt him into hiring Zeke, more like he was pointing out that Isaac had been a selfish jerk, without actually saying those words. It would be a good thing for all of you. Thomas nodded once and made his way out of the room. Confused Isaac rubbed the back of his neck. What he'd said was true, he didn't need help being a dad. But how many times had he wished that he did have someone to share the load with? Logan often caught rides with friends to parties or the movies because Isaac had a Friday night game and had to work. His work schedule wasn't going to change. For the first little bit, it would be worse. Not to mention the away games. Logan was headed into high school. Those grades counted towards scholarships. He needed to be in class and Isaac needed to be on the road. He turned to Logan. What do you think? Logan shrugged. It would be cool to have someone to hang out with. He seemed chill. Isaac battled the guilt. I don't want you to feel like I'm handing you off to someone. I know that. You're my first priority. That doesn't change just because my job does. I know that too. Isaac dropped his hands. I'm glad you've got it all figured out. One of us has to. You're bombing this. Logan shoved him. I think I did okay today. The press conference was a little rough, but not work. I'm talking about your other job. Logan gave him a pointed look. Isaac ran his hand through his hair. Yeah, well, being a husband is harder than it sounds. His marriage was crustier than the remnants of hair gel. Being Amy's husband had been easy, until she decided she wanted something else out of life. He thought he and Harper were on the same page, but she'd rewritten the playbook with her "don't change my dad's team" rule. Like a wicked slider. He hadn't seen that one coming. Strike one in the husband department. You're a smart guy. I'm sure you'll figure it out soon enough. I hope so. 2 more strikes and I'm out. Come on. I'm starving. At the mention of food, Logan's priorities changed in an instant. Isaac may have been wrong about him and Harper. And he was wrong to argue with her in front of her employees. But Isaac was right about one thing. Logan knew the way to the dining room. Chapter 9. Isaac knotted his tie, then tugged it loose again. He hated wearing these stupid things, but he had to look the part, no matter how nervous he was to meet the players. After a stilted dinner last night, Isaac agreed to let Zeke take Logan to check out the local junior high school. They discussed homeschooling until the end of the year and having Logan start next fall at the high school when every 10th grader felt like the new kid. Today's tour would play into that decision, and it was killing him not to walk the halls with his son. In the end, it was Logan's "Dad, I've got this" that convinced Isaac to back off. If he was going to get through this day, he had to trust Logan, and trust Zeke, and trust Harper too. And trust wasn't a strength in his life. Ripping the tie off and yanking his top button open, he gasped for breath. Mr. Wolfe, his assistant, Anna, asked through the intercom. Yes. They're ready for you in the locker room. I'll be right down. Slipping on his jacket, he checked himself in the window. He could go without the tie. There shouldn't be press, and he was only stressing himself out. He made his way to the elevator, trying not to think about what he was about to do and who he was about to meet. These players, these men, were the top tier of baseball athletes. What the heck was he going to say to them that they hadn't heard before? Beads of sweat appeared at his hairline and he swiped them away with numb fingers. The elevator opened at one end of a long hallway. The double doors at the other end would open up to the locker room. Isaac put one foot in front of the other over and over again, but the doors weren't getting any closer. Until all of a sudden, they were right in front of him. Before he knew what was happening, assistant coach Terry Shipley had introduced him and Isaac stared into the uninterested faces of the Redrocks baseball club. Starting pitcher and Redrocks star Jackson Kimber leaned back, stretching his lanky legs out in front of him and crossing his ankles. Jackson Kimber. Isaac wanted to strut over there and offer him a fist bump. The guy was awesome. With his funky wind-up and 98 miles per hour fastball. Cool under pressure, he hated being taken out of a game until he got at least 6 innings notched off. To the left was shortstop Dustin Colt. Dustin had played with Arizona last year, making the move to the Redrocks on a contract buyout that would have his great-grandchildren dancing in the street. He struggled at the plate, but he could make a play like you couldn't believe. Catchers Rex Barnes and Ross Ketchum leaned against the back wall, their arms folded. Rex was near 40 and retirement, and Ross was still shaking off the minors. Grasping the sense of finding a job at the end of a rainbow, Isaac grinned. It's great to be here today. I'm honored to be a part of the Redrocks organization. He took a breath. Some of you are looking at free agency this year. Others are locked into contracts. Trades are always a possibility. No one in the room had any more job security than he did. But for this moment in baseball history, we're all on the same team. What you do in games will be recorded on stat sheets, on blogs, and in the books for all of time, and you'll do it wearing that jersey. He pointed to Jake Richmond's jersey, signed and framed, hanging on the wall in memory of their former owner. For just a moment, a feeling of the sacrifice Jake made to bring this team into existence filled his chest with a burning fire, and then it was gone. I don't care where you came from or where you want to go. Today you're the Redrocks. Jackson Kimber rolled his eyes. A.J. Peck scooted lower in his seat. Heath Darcy coughed. Let's get to it, barked Coach Shipley, and the room erupted in movement as players grabbed their mitts and pulled their hats down. They streamed past Isaac, who shook hands and patted shoulders like a second-rate politician. The room was almost empty when Shipley turned to him, his two-day stubble sprinkling gray across his cheeks. Good speech. I thought so. Isaac put his hands on his hips, his shoulders hunching forward. The team had no spark, no fire inside them to play ball. He'd been afraid of this when he reviewed their stats on the plane. The veterans' batting averages had dropped from where they were a year ago, and the younger players hadn't advanced. They were stagnant, which was not good for the team, and it wasn't good for the individual players. Listen, Shipley began, these guys are past the point of pep talks and cheerleading. The only way to speak to them is through money. Isaac shook his head. With all due respect, Coach, I don't believe you. Men don't start out playing baseball because they want to make $1 million. They start out playing because the smell of a leather glove gets in their skin or because the sound of a home run as it comes off the bat sings to their soul. Every one of those guys has a love for the game that supersedes the cash. Coach Shipley's white eyebrows lowered so far they cast shadows to his chin. If you can find that guy, let me know. I'd love to coach him. He swung his belly around and headed towards the door. Come on, Wolfe. You might as well watch batting practice. Isaac grinned. I'd like nothing more. Shipley ducked through the door that led to the dugout. Isaac held back a moment, scanning the locker room. Just like every other locker room he'd ever been in, uniforms hung on metal pegs, shoes were tucked under the benches, the lingering smell of grass stains, sweat and body spray hung around like clingy girlfriends. Unlike the other locker rooms he'd been in, this one had shiny paint on the walls, televisions in every corner, the team logo emblazoned upon the doors and across the wall where the players stood for interviews, clean tile and grout in the showers, and power outlets every 4 feet. All of the upgrades were reminders that this was the big leagues. Isaac paused at the threshold, his foot hovering in the air like a dramatic moment in the classic baseball movie Field of Dreams. When he stepped through the doorway, he closed his eyes and took in a deep breath full of just washed concrete steps, fresh mowed grass, red dirt. Baseball dirt mixed with St. George's signature burnt umber sand. Glove oil, polyester uniforms, and fun. Man, I love this game. Shielding his eyes against the rising sun, Isaac scanned the field. Brock Maddock and Juan Castillo, both outfielders, were playing catch by the back fence, razzying one another while warming up their arms. The rest of the infield and outfielders worked with batting coaches. Some of them were down in the cages under the left bleachers, the rest lined up to take soft toss at home plate. The pitchers were in the bullpen, jawing and throwing, except starting pitcher Jackson Kimber. Kimber was behind third base, talking to that jerk reporter that had upset Harper. Their heads were close together and Jackson's mouth was moving faster than a spitball. Isaac narrowed his eyes, skirted behind the net at home, and interrupted their conversation. Excuse me. Batting practice is closed to the press today. Jackson turned his chin towards Isaac, but kept his body towards the reporter in a show of disrespect. We're talkin', he said as though Isaac were a child interrupting his older sibling. The reporter licked his chapped lips, ready for some juicy confrontation between the new manager and the Redrocks star. Upon quick evaluation, Isaac labeled the 2 issues. Issue number 1, a reporter in the stadium during a closed practice. Issue number 2, Jackson talking to said reporter. While he didn't like Jackson's attitude or decision to skip out on practice to chat this guy up, none of it would have happened if the reporter wasn't here in the first place. Palming his BMB-issued phone, Isaac hit the number 3 and was connected to security. "We have an unauthorized reporter in the stands. Please send someone to remove him immediately." "I'm 30 seconds away, Mr. Wolfe," came the answer. "Thank you." Isaac put his phone in his pocket and folded his arms. "You can leave or you can wait to be escorted out," he told the man. The guy settled himself into a seat. "I'll wait." "Fine." Isaac turned to Jackson. "I believe you're wanted in the bullpen." Jackson took off his wraparound sunglasses and glared. "You're not my daddy." "Not trying to be." He glared for a few more seconds. Isaac didn't move. He wasn't trying to cause a fight, but if he backed down now, he'd have an uphill climb to earn any of the players' respect. Well, a harder climb than he already had from marrying the owner. Thankfully, no one inside the organization had been rude enough to bring it up. Yet. When the security guard arrived to physically remove the reporter, Jackson stormed to the bullpen and Isaac let out the breath he'd been holding. He watched the reporter crest the stairs and then disappear before heading over to the bullpen, hoping to see some of these guys throw their signature pitches. He got there just as Blake Rygs was complaining of a stabbing in his throwing arm. "It's right under my shoulder blade." The pitching coach, Brad Andres, set his iPad on a folding chair and picked up Blake's arm. He moved it this way and that, testing range of motion. "It does feel a bit stiff. Why don't you go get it worked on by a PT and see how you feel?" "Thanks, coach." Blake trotted around the field and ducked into the dugout. "You think it's serious?" asked Isaac. Blake Rygs was a relief pitcher. His cutter alone could bring a batter to tears. Without Rygs, their team would sink faster than a changeup. "Hope not," replied Brad. Isaac nodded. He hooked his fingers in the chain link and watched the pitchers while Brad filled him in on their strengths and weaknesses. They talked for a minute about the guys' attitudes. Brad said most of them were easy to work with and a couple were challenges because of some things going on in their personal lives. "I'm thinking of bringing in a sports psychologist. What's your take on that?" Isaac asked. "We had one on my last team, and while I can't say he was the reason we won games, I believe he was able to make a few breakthroughs with some of the players." He lifted one shoulder. "Might be a good idea." Harper insisted on doing things the way her dad had done things, but Isaac was certain adding one staff member could do a lot of good. He'd just have to find a way to convince her to make the change. In the name of the team. "I'll let you know." He said goodbye and headed back under the bleachers. Wanting to get a feel for the building, Isaac took an impromptu tour of the facilities. When he came to the physical therapy room, he jerked back at the sight of Blake Rygs making out with a redhead in yoga pants and a Redrocks t-shirt. He blinked once. It appeared consensual, but still. "What the?" She shoved Blake away, her brown eyes wide with equal parts shock and fear. Blake kept one hand on her elbow as if steadying her. She brushed it away before pressing her hand over her mouth. Of all the low-down, dirty things to do. Skipping out on practice to chase a pair of long legs. Blake had a reputation as a ladies' man, but by all accounts he was a loyal teammate. You can't always believe what you read. Isaac bit back the tirade that built behind his teeth. He couldn't stand by and let a player manipulate the coaching staff by faking an injury. Nor could he let the staff make the team look bad. "How's the shoulder?" he ground out. Blake glanced at the girl, still frozen with her hand over her mouth. "It's good. Good. So good, I think I'm ready to throw." He went to touch the girl's arm, but she ducked away. "Hold on." Isaac blocked the door. "If you two want to date or hook up, The woman lifted her chin. We aren't dating. Then what was that? Whatever this was. He circled his finger. Do it on your own time. No more skipping practice. He pointed at Blake. If she's a distraction, she'll have to go. Understand? Getting a new physical therapist would be easier than finding a new relief pitcher. Blake nodded. With one more silent plea to the woman to look at him. Which she didn't. He snatched up his glove and left. The PT clasped her hands together in front of her, her face bright red under her freckles. I'm so sorry, I don't know how that happened. Does it happen often? Isaac wondered if the other players came on to her. She was a cute little thing with her carrot-colored hair and freckles. Nothing like Harper with her long blonde hair and midnight eyes, but he could see how Blake would be interested. She glared at the floor. No. And it won't happen again. I can promise you that. Sensing her determination, Isaac decided to put the incident behind them. What's your name? Elise Smith. And you're a physical therapist? Yes, sir. Her eyes lit with pride. Why did you want to work with the Redrocks? I played softball at Western Nebraska. Go Cougars. I ended up taking some PT classes and decided I liked taking care of an athlete's body more than I liked competing. Her hands flew to her cheeks. That sounds horrible. I'm not. I didn't mean. Isaac laughed. She was all innocence and mortification. Blake Rygs, on the other hand, had a reputation with the ladies. Relax, I know what you meant. He cleared his throat. Hating this big brother feeling that he couldn't do anything about. If she was going to play with Blake, she was going to get burned and there wasn't much he could do about it. I've got to get back to work. He paused. Be careful, he admonished. I will. Elise glared at the table as if it were to blame for her kissing Blake. In the hallway, Isaac rubbed his temples. His speech had flopped, he'd alienated Blake, ticked off a reporter, and threatened to fire a PT who was a really sweet girl way in over her head. His second day on the job wasn't looking all that great. He punched the elevator button, ready to hide out in his office until quitting time. Coach Wolfe. Isaac turned to see Blake jogging down the hall, his cleats clicking on the floor. You didn't fire her, did you? Blake's voice was low. No. She's still here. He lifted his hand. I meant what I said. I know you did, and I promise I'll stay away. I promise. Just, she needs this job. I can't be the reason she gets fired. Isaac contemplated Blake's words and earnest expression. If he didn't know better, he'd think the guy was in love. Elise was cute, but that was just it. She was cute. Blake dated Hollywood starlets and groupies with silicone and Botox, not the girl next door kind of girl. Maybe there was some substance to this guy after all. I'll walk you back out to the field. The lackluster performance of the team still bothered Isaac, and he wanted to see if it was individual or an overall cloud. He ducked back into the dugout, where Jackson Kimber was spitting sunflower seeds and lounging in the shade. Hey, Kimber, you're up, called Pablo Santa Cruz from home plate, a bat in his hands. I'll catch it next time, replied Kimber as he spit another mouthful of shells onto the still wet floor of the dugout. The grounds crew must love this guy. Thanks, Rygs. Isaac slapped Blake on the back. So, we're good? Blake jerked his head towards the door they came through, referring to the incident with Elise. We're good. Great. Thanks, Wolfe. Blake tapped him on the chest with his gloved hand and then jogged out to the bullpen. 3 moist sunflower shells landed on Isaac's right shoe. He looked down and then looked over at Jackson. You know what they say about humility. The moment you claim to have it, you lost it. I never claimed to be humble, Kimber scoffed. Tipping his chin back, he poured seeds into his mouth right from the bag. No, but the same principle applies to greatness. I've seen your stats this season. If you think you don't need the practice, think again. Kimber made a show of putting his hands on his knees and rising slowly. Hey, I earned my way onto the team. And it wasn't by sleeping with the owner. Isaac locked his jaw. You need me, coach. Kimber sauntered off. He yanked a bat off the stand and made a few half-hearted swings to warm up. He's right, you know. Isaac started at the sound of Harper's soft voice, surprised by how her flowery scent overpowered his senses. She moved as though she belonged in this world. A world he loved. Maybe it was the fact that she owned the team, but he had a feeling it was something more, something he couldn't quite put his finger on. Which would explain how she could sneak up on him like that, especially since, now that he knew she was there, he couldn't stop paying attention to her. She folded her arms and leaned her right shoulder into the doorframe, her gaze on the team. Daddy built this place as a practice field. It's a starter bike with training wheels. We were supposed to begin construction on the new stadium last fall, but the revenue just wasn't there. Harper sagged like she was in the 7th inning and down by 10. As much as I hate to admit it, Jackson brings in the fans. She glared at the numbers on Kimber's jersey. And we need him happy. Winning games would fill the seats, Isaac pitched. Jackson jogged their way. He ducked into the dugout, brushing awfully close to Harper. He paused, giving her a sly once-over. I forgot my seeds. Harper hugged herself, not meeting Jackson's leer. Let's talk upstairs, she said to Isaac. She didn't wait for him to respond before disappearing into the locker room. Isaac stared after Kimber's retreating back, wondering why the guy repelled Harper and why he suddenly wanted to punch him in his pretty little face. Chapter 10. Harper entered the elevator just before Isaac, his fingertips grazing her lower back. A gentlemanly gesture, to be sure, but it caused all sorts of unladylike feelings to surge through her body. With a pang, Harper realized this was the first time anyone had touched her since her father's funeral. There had been hugs all around then. But since that night, she'd been physically isolated, and Isaac's touch had her craving more. Craving his arms around her. His nice, big, tough guy arms. Crap. She'd settle for holding hands. The doors slid shut on the fresh air that wafted through the lower rooms when all the doors were left open for practice, sealing her in with Isaac's rugged scent. She leaned against the back wall, her palms pressing flat against the cool steel as she outlined Isaac's fingers with her eyes. Each one was square at the top, long and sinewy, corded like his forearms. Isaac stuck his hands in his pockets and stared straight ahead. Furious with herself for dropping into a pity party and then allowing her thoughts and feelings towards Isaac to travel to a forbidden after-party, she stood tall. How did meeting the team go? Her gaze darted to the upper left corner, where the security camera watched their every move. Fine. Good. She'd had a meeting that morning too. Max Carter, the executive VP of business operations, reminded her they were $10 million over budget. Becoming profitable was on everyone's mind in the front office, but Max threw their numbers out like a pitching machine. As if Harper could forget the deficit. With a ding, the doors slid open. Isaac's hand guided her out once again and she felt her cheeks flush. This time, she was able to keep her mind on the task at hand as she strode purposefully down the hall and into her office. She left the door wide open, all the better to dispel rumors. Although that was stupid, because they were married. Closed doors were perfectly acceptable for a married couple, and yet that would cross a line she wasn't willing to cross. Placing the desk between them, Harper got right to the point. Jackson may be She searched for an appropriate word. Yeah. He's that. Isaac grinned, leaning back in his seat. Harper's estimation of Isaac went up a few steps. Most men, including the coaching staff, were Jackson lovers through and through. As long as he delivered on the mound, they let him run right over the top of them. They didn't care about character defects, like lying or cheating, off the field. Perhaps Harper wouldn't care either if he hadn't lied and cheated on her. But that was over 2 years ago and didn't play a part in what was going on now. He's also a free agent at the end of the year. We're $10 million over budget because of his contract, but he brings in the crowds. On the nights he's scheduled to pitch, we sell twice as many tickets. We need to keep him happy. He has a horrible work ethic. I know. But we can't afford to have him sit out. He did once before. He said his elbow hurt and ended up on the bench for 6 games straight. We lost over $75,000 that week in concessions, merchandise, and ticket sales. Isaac let out a low whistle. He looked past Harper and took in the field outside her window. Leaning forward, his elbows on his knees, he said, "I think he's not happy because he's not challenged. He's floating, and that gets boring." Contemplating this, Harper tapped a pen against the desk. That could explain the trips to Vegas. What Jackson needs is a challenge. She snorted. The noise was involuntary. A knee-jerk reaction to the idea that Jackson needed anything more than a ball game, money, and an easy woman. Blushing with the strength of 1,000 saunas for having made that noise in front of a guy who could pose for the cover of baseball's hottest coaches, Harper shook her head. "I don't think that's a good idea." Isaac stiffened. Harper held back a groan. She felt like all she'd done was start fights with him, and they'd only been married 24 hours. There had to be a way to communicate with her husband that didn't end in strained silence. "I don't want to argue, Isaac." His shoulders lowered. After a brief pause, he spoke in quiet tones. "Your dad was a great man, and he's built something here that's pretty amazing." The sting of tears burned behind her eyes. She blinked to keep them at bay. "We all miss him." Isaac scooted his chair closer to the desk. "I'm not here to take away from his legacy. I'd like to build on it." The wheels began to turn inside Harper's mind. Isaac wasn't talking about Jackson anymore. And building means adding to what's already here. Like a team psychologist. Yeah. Isaac put his elbows on the desk, his forearms lying across it, bringing his hands near hers. Harper looked down, taking in the square tips of his fingers again. Her pinky involuntarily twitched closer to his hand. "I want to keep the team the same. It preserves my dad in a way. Like he's not really gone." She swallowed, afraid of the honesty of her own words. Isaac's hand covered hers, all warm and firm. Harper gasped at the charge between them, her eyes jumping to meet his gaze. "A team has to live. It has to have a heart." "I've heard that somewhere before." Harper smiled softly, thinking of the times her dad had told her that baseball was a game of the heart. "Let's compromise. I'll bring in a team psychologist and you leave Jackson alone." Isaac drew an infinity sign on the back of her hand while he mulled over her offer. Harper bit her lip. It was all she could do to keep her wits about her with his touch, creating warm fuzzies in her brain. Somewhere in the real world, angry footsteps approached, but Harper couldn't seem to break through the foggy heat. "Are you out of your mind?" demanded her older brother. Seth slapped his palm on the desk, scattering the warm fuzzies like dandelion fluff. Harper yanked her hands to her mouth. She'd forgotten to call Seth. Isaac jumped to his feet, his chest out. He inserted himself between Seth and Harper, going toe-to-toe with her brother. Harper bolted upright. Coming to the side of the desk, she placed her hands on Isaac's shoulders to hold him back. Oh, but he was solid and warm. Those fuzzies. Isaac was just taller than Seth, and Seth was no slouch. She had to stand on her tiptoes to see over Isaac's shoulder and ask Seth, "What are you doing here?" Isaac didn't back down. I came to dig you out of this mess. Marrying your manager or hiring your husband are equally stupid moves, Harper. You should know better. His blue eyes were hard. Harper dropped back into her heels, so Isaac blocked Seth from view. The last thing she wanted to do was disappoint her brother. Isaac put up his hands. Let's take this down a notch. Seth jerked his chin. Save it. I can spot a gold digger a mile away. Harper stepped to Isaac's side. Her shoulder brushed his arm and she drew strength from having him on her side. This was why she'd consented to marriage. She wanted a partner who would stand with her against the tide. He's not a gold digger. I went after him. Seth rolled his eyes. That's what he wants you to think. We don't just hand out the Richmond name, Harper. It's much too valuable. Isaac smirked. She didn't give me her name. She took mine. He threaded their fingers together, and Harper's heart thrummed with the sense of rightness. She couldn't help her cheeks lifting into a ridiculously large grin. Even her irate brother couldn't wipe it from her face with his glare. Doesn't matter. It's getting annulled. Today. No, she glanced at Isaac. She hadn't been the most supportive wife in all of this, thinking more of what Isaac could do for her than what she could do for him. Granted, she was paying him an insane amount of money to do his job, but maybe there was more to his needs than a paycheck. She didn't know much about his ex-wife or how he ended up with full custody of Logan, but she wanted to find out. I chose him once, and I'd do it again. Isaac gave her hand a squeeze. Fuzzies. Seth closed his eyes, his jaw muscles flexing. Can I speak to you in private? Isaac looked to her for confirmation that this is what she wanted. Though she didn't want to let go of his hand or the sense that they were stronger when they were together, she could handle Seth's concerns. That would be fine. Isaac tugged her hand, pulling her body close. His tiger eyes sparkled. I'm going to work on our deal. Fighting the urge to giggle, Harper bit her lip. Let me know how it goes. You got it. He winked and let her go, nodding once to Seth on his way out. Harper watched him leave, sighing. Dang. Seth's head bounced back and forth as if he were trying to keep up with a triple play. What the heck, Harper? Are you seriously in love with that guy? What? She darted around Seth and shut the door. I've known him less than a day. You can't fall in love with someone that fast. It wasn't love. It was a huge amount of attraction. A crush? Maybe. But not love. Seth's face darkened to a menacing shade of red. What do you mean, you've known him less than a day? Harper twisted the 2-carat ring on her finger. Have a seat before your face explodes, and I'll explain. Seth sat deep in the chair, his look telling her this had better be good. Harper gave a quick summary of her run-in with the previous manager, subsequent hiring attempts, and finally her meeting with Pamela Jones and her marriage. I know it sounds crazy, but Seth, it just feels right. Seth's foot tapped. I'm not convinced that you had to do something as drastic as marry the guy. He shook his head. Why didn't you call me? I would have helped with the interviews. Because I didn't want your help. She clenched her fist even as Seth took on a wounded look. I thought Dad saw us as equals. I was just as involved as you in Richmond Enterprises. Yet he handed it over to you without so much as a how do you do, Harper. Seth's features softened. Instead, I get this. She threw her hands up. A dysfunctional baseball team with debt issues. Seth, this is all I got. I needed to do it on my own. Without my big brother stepping in to save the day. She folded her hands on the desk. Was marrying Isaac unconventional? Yes, but my instinct said it was the way to go. Seth put his chin in his hand. You always did lead with your gut. And it served me well. They sat in silence for a moment. Harper remembering how it felt to have Isaac's fingers draw on the back of her hand, the headiness, the surge of attraction. She couldn't remember the last time a guy made her feel so giddy. If she'd met him somewhere else, like the frozen yogurt place or the grocery store, she would have given him her number. If the manager was such an idiot, why'd Dad hire him in the first place? Seth tossed out. Harper leaned back and pulled down on her jacket. Dad was in the middle of chemo. He made the decision based on the guy's numbers. I don't think they ever met in person. But you didn't think his performance level was enough to keep him around? She pondered the decisions Peyton Adams had influenced. Bringing in Jackson was one of them. Pushing aside their whirlwind disaster of a romance, she focused on the evidence outside her bruised ego. Yes, Jackson sold seats, but after watching his interaction with Isaac, she wondered if he was good for the Redrocks in general. I think Adams's decisions were motivated by something other than a love for the game. Seth harumphed. She knew that sound. He disagreed but didn't have a solid argument. He got to his feet, buttoning his suit as he went. I'm in town for a couple of days. Translation, I'm going to babysit you. Harper smiled. I'd love to have you stay with us. Us? Seth narrowed his eyes. Yes. Us. As in me, my husband, and my stepson. The moment the words left her mouth, she wished she could take them back. They sounded so familial and exclusive. She didn't want it to be an us and you situation in her home. She wanted Isaac and Seth to get along. Wanted Logan to know his Uncle Seth. Seth sighed. Harper, I can't pick you up again. Not like I did after that no good son of a. Hey, Harper warned, knowing full well he was talking about Jackson the snake. This is not the same thing. Isn't it? The signs are all there. Harper's face burned. She wasn't about to ask Seth what signs he was talking about. She could guess the physical contact and her sigh when watching Isaac walk away were at the top of the list. What was she supposed to do when a man like that took her hand? However, she could see Seth's side. If Jackson had taught her anything, he'd taught her to keep her heart out of reach and not get attached to a ball player. Yet here she was, one day into what could classify as either her most brilliant move of her life or her biggest mistake, and she'd let her guard down. No. Isaac had gotten past it. Him and his great hair, strong arms, and infinity circles on the back of her hand. The way he talked through things instead of demanded. And when he didn't get his way, he didn't pout. How she hated the pouting Jackson could do. Better than a 4-year-old with an attitude, because he somehow managed to point his disappointment right at her. She'd gotten over that pretty quickly and she wasn't going back. You don't have to worry about me. I've learned my lesson. Good. I'm going to set up in the conference room for the rest of the day and I'll meet you back at your place. Should I tell Danny to plan on you for dinner? That won't be awkward. I'll be there. Okay. She settled behind her desk as Seth hauled himself out of the room. Focusing in on the budget analysis, Harper decided she was glad Seth had shown up. Though he was uninvited and his behavior rude, he'd probably saved her from losing her head over Isaac. Yes, he was good-looking and smart, said all the right things, and sent little shivers over her skin with his touch, but she wasn't about to fall for a smooth-talking jock again. Chapter 11. The noise from several teenage boys met Isaac on the stairs as he made his way to the living quarters. Living quarters. Is that even what they were called? The whole billionaire lifestyle was way beyond his depth, but he chose not to focus on it. He had enough to think about. Jackson's behavior today was an issue. Guys like that could poison the locker room. There was nothing he could or would do about it right now. For now, he needed to keep his cool, keep his authority, and keep an eye on the situation. As promised, he'd worked on the deal he made with Harper and lined up 3 interviews for team psychologists. He also needed to line up a meeting with the scouts and general manager to go over trades before the deadline. His shoulder muscles bunched beneath the strap of his messenger bag. Things had taken longer than he expected, and he'd sent Harper home before him so that she could check in on Logan. Someone should be home for his son, even if it wasn't him. And Harper was genuinely excited to spend time with him. For his part, Logan was impressed with Harper and respected her enough to behave himself. Even though Isaac had done what needed to be done for the Redrocks, he hated not being there for his kid. A woman's laughter rang out above the sound of boys, causing him to pause mid-step. Was that Harper? Hanging back at the doorway, he took in the scene. Logan and Zeke and one other teen clustered around the far end of the table. Harper sat on one side and Seth was on the other. No less than 7 pizzas ran the center of the table, their crusts uneven, indicating they were homemade. Well, Danny made in this house. Ordering out was unlikely with a chef on staff. Besides, he had no idea where to order pizza with pears, nuts, and blackberries like the one in front of Harper. At least there was a meaty version, though it was disappearing quickly thanks to Zeke. Seth was in the middle of a story and had the room in the palm of his hand. And then the guy says, "What's the price of the other one?" The group erupted in laughter again. Harper covered her mouth with her napkin as she laughed. Her luscious eyes sparkled, and as she tipped her head back, Isaac took in her elegant neck and the way it slid into the beautiful skin of her. "Dad." Logan grinned. "You made it." Darting a glance at his new and disgruntled brother-in-law, Isaac nodded. "Yeah. I'm starving." Seth got to his feet, extending his hand. "I'm Seth. It's nice to meet you." Isaac eyed his hand. If Seth wanted to forget their meeting earlier, Isaac would go along with him in order to keep the peace. "Isaac Wolfe." Isaac shook his hand harder than was necessary, but Seth answered in kind. A little alpha male power struggle in a handshake. Isaac took the seat next to Harper, her shoulder turned to him. Not in a cold, unfeeling way, but in a way that said she wanted to keep her distance. He eyed Seth, wondering what he'd said to Harper in their private meeting. Whatever had taken place had released much of the tension between them all. That, and the boys' continual joking. Isaac filled his plate. "Dad, this is Xander, Zeke's cousin." Logan introduced his new friend. "It's nice to meet you, Mr. Wolfe." Xander wore a striped polo shirt and had curly hair to his chin. There was an innocence of youth about his features that his cousin had grown out of, but there were enough similarities to see the family resemblance. Isaac smiled. "You too. Xander goes to the charter school and showed me around this afternoon." Isaac perked up. "Charter school? I thought you wanted to go to the public school." Logan tucked his elbows close to his body. "We went there." "And?" Harper prompted. Logan shrugged and kept his head down. A war began inside of Isaac. On the one side was his need for answers. What about the school made Logan so uncomfortable? Did he regret leaving behind his friends? Did he resent Isaac for taking this job? On the other side fought the desire to not embarrass his kid in front of his new friend and family. Zeke picked up where Logan didn't start. "The staff was busy and we didn't get much time to ask questions." Logan nodded. Isaac tore off a piece of pizza with his teeth and his mouth exploded with the flavor of pepperoni, ham, spicy sausage, and several cheeses. "Holy cow, this is good." Harper turned her chin his direction, looking over her shoulder, her long blonde hair cascading down her back. He swiped at his face with his napkin to make sure his mouth wasn't hanging open. "Danny is a genius. You should try the fruit one." He scooped up a piece without thinking about it. Whose idea was it to go to the charter school? "Mine," Zeke volunteered. Xander is in the same grade as Logan and he really likes it. Xander nodded, swallowing a huge bite without blinking. Yeah. The uniforms aren't cool, but the kids are great and the teachers aren't bad. I brought the student and parent contracts for you to look over, Dad. They're in my bag. Sounds good. Like walking into the billionaire house, picking a new school for Logan was out of his realm of expertise. A charter school hadn't even been on Isaac's radar. However, having a built-in friend on the first day would make the transition that much easier. He rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Seth had been quiet throughout the exchange, but in the lull, he asked, "What is there to do for fun around here?" All three boys broke into grins. "Go-kart racing," said Logan. Isaac laughed at the image of these three zooming around a track, egging one another on. "Seriously?" "Yeah, I can't wait to take you guys." Logan looked back and forth between him and Harper. Warning bells went off in Isaac's head. The kid was taking this marriage thing seriously, already referring to the two of them as if they were a package deal. Harper stiffened next to him. Was she thrown off by the idea as much as he was, or was she offended to be lumped in with him? Isaac wasn't sure if he should be offended or not. Xander bounced off every wall. Logan shoved Xander's shoulder. Xander guffawed. "At least I didn't forget to press the pedal when that blonde drove by." Logan's cheeks dusted pink. Zeke laughed. "You both are hopeless." Harper set her napkin on her plate. "Remind me not to loan you my car." She nodded to Logan. "I seem to remember a Ford Taurus that didn't last past your first month of driving." Seth winked at Harper. "Some lessons have to be learned the hard way." She took his teasing good-naturedly, but there was an edge to her tone telling Seth to back off. "Let's hope you don't repeat your mistakes." Seth's eyes cut to Isaac for the briefest of moments. Isaac's blood pressure skyrocketed. It had been a long day of Jackson Kimber pushing his buttons, Blake Rygs behaving inappropriately in the PT room, Harper laying down the law, and Zeke taking his place in Logan's life. Okay, maybe Zeke wasn't taking over, but Isaac didn't like being the one on the outside of what was going on in Logan's life. And he had had enough. Looking Seth in the eye, he said, "I assure you, despite what my birth mother may have thought, I am not a mistake." Seth's chin jerked back. "I think we're done here." Harper scooted her chair in an effort to stand. Isaac pulled her chair back so she could step out. She glanced up at him, and he caught an interest in her eyes before she ducked behind her hair. "Thanks," she whispered, the faint scent of flowers tickling his senses. "My pleasure." Isaac so badly wanted to touch her. To take her arm and guide her from the room, maybe find out exactly where they were and what this thing ping-ponging between them was, but something in her posture told him that would be a bad idea. They'd shared a closeness this morning that was now gone. He hadn't done anything to dispel that trust. The only thing that changed was her brother's arrival. He glared at Seth. "We've got to get going too." Zeke and Xander got to their feet. "It was nice to meet you all," added Xander. "You too." Isaac smiled. "You're welcome here anytime," added Harper. Isaac sent her a grateful look. He'd wanted to encourage Logan to have people over but didn't feel like he could, seeing as how he was a guest as well. "I'll walk you guys out." Logan showed them the way, leaving the adults behind. "I'm going to crash. It's been a long day." Seth looked pointedly at Isaac. Isaac rolled his eyes. Yes, it was childish, but so was this guy's comment. Harper sighed heavily as Seth walked out. She took in the table before stacking dishes. "I thought you had emails to send?" "I do, but I've been sitting too much today." Isaac followed her lead, heading into the kitchen with a stack of his own. "Am I really that bad?" he joked. "I mean, I shower at least once a day, I pay my taxes, and I don't carouse with the ladies." Harper quirked an eyebrow. Carouse? Were you much of a carouser in your younger years? Isaac shook his head. Nope. I was always a one-woman kind of guy. The plates clattered into the sink, making more noise than Logan and his friends. Harper cringed. Sorry, they slipped. Setting his stack on the counter next to the sink, Isaac shrugged. Please don't tell me you're one of those people who finds washing dishes by hand soothing. Harper laughed. Hardly. I'm all about modern conveniences. She lowered the door to the dishwasher and began loading the plates in the bottom. Isaac dumped leftover drinks down the sink. So what mistake did you learn the hard way? Harper's hand slowed. To check my blind spot. I sideswiped a truck. Thankfully it was a 1967 Ford and the only damage was scraped paint, but my car was trashed. Not that mistake. The other one Seth was referring to. He really hoped it wasn't another guy. For some reason, the thought of Harper with anyone but him turned his thoughts green with envy. He hated the idea of her kissing some fool. The bottom rack of the dishwasher slid in easily and Harper pulled out the top one. She pressed her lips together before saying, I dated someone who wasn't good for me. It was a whirlwind romance. A self-depreciative sound escaped her lips. Minus the romance. One of those too good to be true things that really was. She lifted a shoulder slightly, as if the pain still weighed her down and she couldn't go any higher. He couldn't stop himself from covering her hand with his, much like he'd done this morning in her office. I'm sorry he hurt you. Her eyes stayed low. He showed me how important honesty and loyalty are to me. I mean, I always said they were important, but without them, there's nothing. Isaac couldn't have said it better himself. He'd learned those same lessons from his ex and they'd kept him out of the dating and marriage game for far too long. Harper not only made him want to be a husband, but to be her husband. He'd said the words in Pamela's office, but he wanted to let her know he meant them. Harper, I don't. She pulled her hand away. Don't say another word. Why not? Because if you say it and mean it, then it means something, and if it means something, then we're not focusing on what's really important here. He read the panic in her eyes. She felt the same stirrings between them that he felt and she was scared. Heck, he was scared too. He hadn't felt the attraction and distraction of a woman in so long. Maybe she was right. Maybe changing the focus of their situation wasn't a good idea. The team. She nodded. The team. He took a step back. I'll email you the list of applicants for the psychologist position. I'll look at them tonight. Good night, then. Isaac wasn't going to set foot outside his suite if he could help it. Morning would be soon enough to see Harper. Limiting his exposure to her would be the best way to keep his thoughts focused. Although, focusing on a locker room full of guys was not nearly as fun as thinking about the blonde beauty sleeping across the hall. Chapter 12. Saturday afternoon was the beginning of the Redrocks vs. Seattle series. The best way to start off a weekend, at least the way Isaac saw it. He checked the time before heading down to the locker room to put on his uniform. He cocked a grin. His uniform. If there was anything more satisfying, more studifying, than putting on a uniform with your name across the back, Isaac hadn't found it. Riding his Harley was a close second. The chrome. The leather. The low rumble as the engine came to life. He wanted to pound his chest just thinking about it. Logan had opted to attend a charter school, saying he felt more comfortable there than he did at the public school. Isaac was able to attend an orientation with the principal. He liked the limited class sizes and workload as well as the focus on science and computer programming Logan elected when he chose his classes. There wasn't much of a sports program, but his kid had never been one to join a team, despite his natural athleticism. Some guys may have pushed their child to follow in their footsteps, but Isaac couldn't see himself making an issue out of it. If Logan had wanted to play, he would have done everything in his power to encourage and advance his opportunities. But Logan was his own person, had been since day one. That was why he stopped at Harper's office door before taking the elevator to the lower level and rapped on the frame. He'd been wrong about something and wrong in the way he handled the situation. Harper lifted her dark eyes from her computer screen. "Are you going to watch the game?" he asked. "I've got a live feed." She nodded towards the television hanging on the wall opposite her desk. "That's un-American." He covered his chest with a fist as if she'd wounded him. "You've got the whole field right there." He spread his hands wide, indicating the stadium framed by her giant window. Harper shook her head. "If I get caught up on my work, then I'll head down to the box." He grunted. She lifted an eyebrow. "No box? You can't even smell the popcorn." Shaking her head, she laughed. He wished he could grab up the sound and save it for later. Shaking himself, he said, "I wanted to say thank you for hiring Zeke. He did a great job getting Logan registered for school, and he made the move easier for both of us." Harper bit her lip. "I'm glad it's all worked out." "You're not going to say 'I told you so'?" he teased. "I may ask Danny to make crow for dinner." Crow." He rubbed his belly and licked his lips. "So you've had it before?" "Several times." Harper smiled and shook her head. "Go on." She shooed him away. "Or you'll miss the first pitch." He gave her a mock salute before sauntering out the door. Feeling bigger, more confident than he had before setting foot in her office, Isaac made his way down to the locker room. The time before a game was one of his favorite times. The anticipation, the adrenaline, the goofing with your fellow players. Most guys had a routine. Baseball was a sport full of superstition. You had to put the left sock on first or you'd strike out. Or, you couldn't put your ball hat on until you stepped into the dugout. And pranks. Just because a man turned 30 didn't mean he stopped filling his buddies' shoes with shaving cream or dumping a bucket of ice water on them in the shower. Of course, most guys saved the fun and games for after a win. Thankfully, the hallway to the locker room was empty. The press was already up in the press box. Tommy Stuvier in particular had given him quite the shakedown in print. It was the same guy who hounded Harper and had been hauled out of the stadium during practice. For the life of him, Isaac couldn't figure out what had crawled into that guy's cleats. He said hello to a few of the guys before spotting Brian Tuttle with his shoulders slumped and his head between his knees. If he was experiencing pregame jitters, it was the worst case Isaac had seen since coaching high school ball. The rest of the team was already halfway into their uniforms, but Brian had on his street clothes. He leaned back and threw a pair of bald socks into the locker with a grunt. Okay, not jitters. No one paid the outfielder any attention, probably since he was sending off major leave me alone vibes. Isaac made his way to the corner and sat down on the bench facing the opposite direction. "Hey, Tuttle. How's it going?" "Fine." Isaac took in Brian's wrinkled shirt and the stain on his pants. "Good. Good. You ready to play?" "Yep." "Really?" Isaac nodded to the tie still knotted at Brian's throat. "Oh." Brian slid it off, bunched it up, and sent it to join the socks. He undid a few buttons, staring at nothing while his mind was elsewhere. "Something going on?" Isaac prompted. Brian reached into his gear bag and pulled out a pile of papers clipped together. "My wife handed me this right before I left this morning." The word divorce popped off the page. Isaac swore under his breath. "I'm sorry." He put his hand on Brian's shoulder. "That sucks." Yeah. Yeah, it does. Brian wiped his hand down his tan beard, but it didn't do much to focus his eyes nor his mind. Do you have any kids? 2. It was Brian's turn to swear as he threw the stack of papers on the bench next to him. This is going to mess them up. It can, but there's a lot you can do to make it better for them, Isaac offered. Just then, Jackson Kimber passed by, headed towards the giant mirror over the sinks in the shower area. His phone blared a T-Swift song, and he was singing right along in a falsetto voice. His grooming kit hit the divorce papers, sending them to the floor. Brian and Jackson reached for them at the same time. Jackson got them first, glanced down, and then back to Brian. "These yours?" he asked. Brian gulped back the pain and nodded. "Dude. You're free." He offered a fist bump, which Brian stared at incredulously. Isaac bit his tongue. Jackson let his hand drop. "It's all good, man. You're in shock. What you need is a good time. We'll head out after the game tonight, party it up Vegas style." He played an air guitar. "I don't," Brian's chin dropped. "What do you think?" he asked Isaac. "You might want to wait until things are final." He tapped the paperwork. Jackson bobbed his head. "You don't want to give the hag a reason to ask for more money. I get it." "Pretty sure you don't." Isaac gave Jackson a shut-up stare. "Just let me know when you're ready, because I am always up for a party." Jackson glanced at Isaac before walking away. This is killing me." Brian closed his eyes. "I think I'm gonna be sick." Isaac grabbed his shoulder again, hoping to be that lifeline that would hold Brian steady for the next few minutes. "Just take it 1 hour at a time. Then a day at a time, then a couple days. Don't try and jump over all this. It's something you have to slog through." "You were divorced?" "Yep." Isaac squeezed Brian's shoulder. "I should have seen it coming, but I didn't." "Yeah." Brian nodded. "How'd you get through?" "Baseball, my friend. The love of the game. The fans. The field, the grass, the dirt on my face. They were the only things that felt real to me. The only time I could come alive and not feel the pain." Brian swallowed hard. As if he were ingesting Isaac's words. "Listen, baseball isn't for the weak of mind or body. If you make it to this level, you've got an inner strength that can get you through this too. Use the same skills you use on the field to manage your divorce and you'll be okay." Brian ran his palm over his pant leg. "I get what you're saying." His eyes sharpened as his brain wrapped around the idea. "Like being ready for every play, knowing the team I'm up against, listening to the coaches, and stuff." "Exactly. But I have to tell you, the biggest mistake I made was seeing my ex as my opponent. It's easy to fall into that. If you can, you think of yourselves as on the same team. For the sake of your kids. A divorce team." He covered his gut as if he'd been punched. "Never thought I'd play for that side." "No one ever does." Isaac cringed internally. While he and Harper currently played for their marriage, they would soon join the divorce league too. A sour taste filled Isaac's mouth. "I'm bringing in someone I'd like you to talk with in the next week or so. Would that be okay?" "Sure." Brian stood and began changing into his uniform. "Thanks." "Sure." Isaac paused. Leaning closer, he said, "You're free to do whatever you want, but bad press and drama won't help your kids get through this." He tipped his head towards Jackson, who was putting the finishing touches on his gelled back hair and inspecting himself from all angles. "I hear ya." Brian nodded. Isaac moved on, his gut full of rocks. Sometimes, life really sucked. The Redrocks took the field in the bottom of the 5th inning to a smattering of half-hearted applause. Normally Isaac enjoyed the crowd, but today's ticket holders were less than enthusiastic about their home team. Many of them openly cheered when either side had a good play, as if they were there to watch a game but didn't particularly care who won. That wasn't good. Passionate fans were what kept a team going in the off years. So far, all the years had been off years for the Redrocks. Isaac wanted to change that as much as Harper. Jackson was throwing like a high schooler out there. They gave up 2 runs because of his lackluster performance on the mound. He had the talent to outsmart the batters, but he was lazy. Nothing boiled Isaac's blood hotter than laziness. With each run for the opposing team, Isaac's frustration grew. Jackson's next pitch went wild and the runner on first stole second. Isaac ground his teeth and marched out of the dugout. "Time," he called to the umpire. Jackson dropped his glove to his side and slouched. The infielders began trotting to the mound, but Isaac waved them off. The pitcher's attitude was bad enough for the team, he didn't need them to pick up any more of it, as he was sure this wasn't going to be a friendly discussion. From home plate to the mound was 60 feet, but the distance might as well have been twice that length for how quiet the stands had gotten and how long it took to get there. All the while Isaac's thoughts played out like an announcer on the radio. "Oh, folks. Looks like the new manager Isaac Wolfe is headed out to mound to have a talk with his star pitcher Jackson Kimber. Team owner and Isaac's wife Harper Richmond has forbidden him from ruffling Jackson's feathers. Let's see what happens." Isaac climbed up the red dirt and stood directly in front of Kimber. He studied the guy for a moment, seeing every punk kid he'd ever coached all rolled up into this one grown man who wasted his talent, wasted the team's money, and was wasting the fans' time. He needed to coach. Just like a batter, when he stepped into the box, had to clear his head of all distractions. Isaac needed to coach like that now. He couldn't think about what this looked like on television, he couldn't imagine what was going through the stands, and he couldn't think about what Harper would say if she were here. Right now, he was a coach and he needed to act like one. "Where's your head today?" "'Cause it's not in the game. I'm just not feeling it." Jackson shrugged. Isaac glared. "What are you saying? It sounds like you want to be taken out of the game." Another shrug. "I did my part. I filled the seats. Let me relax." "Relax?" Isaac's hands went to his hips and his feet spread apart. "If I could shake him, I would." Drawing on every ounce of patience he could muster, Isaac managed to keep his voice down. "I hear Seattle has been romancing you lately." Romancing was a light word for the dinners and hotels the Washington team had gifted Jackson in an effort to woo him at the end of the season. As an almost free agent, the pitcher took full advantage of the interest. "What of it? They may not care what you do off the field, but don't think for a minute that they'll pay out if your stats drop." "My stats won't drop if you pull me now." Isaac grunted. If a pitcher lasted 5 innings, he was credited with a win or a loss. If he was pulled before that, the result didn't figure into his stats. They were most likely going to lose this game. Thanks mostly to Jackson. "You're right. They wouldn't. But I'm not letting you skate at the expense of the team." Isaac turned to head back to the dugout. "I think my arm is a little sore," Jackson called after him. Isaac swiveled on his heel so fast he left a divot in the grass. Jackson swung his arm up, holding his shoulder and putting on a pained face for the cameras. Isaac marched back. "You're a selfish player. But what you don't get is that if this team goes down today, you go down with it. Every time we lose, you lose. Every time a runner scores, you lose. Every time the bat connects with the ball, you lose. If you keep losing, you'll become a loser. Losers don't fare well as free agents." Jackson scowled and dropped his arm. "Man up and throw the ball." Though Isaac's walk back to the dugout was much shorter, the announcer in his head still had time to throw in a soundbite. "Hey, folks, this could go either way." Jackson may pull his head out of the red dirt of Dixie and actually pitch, where Coach Wolfe's time in the MLB could be the shortest in the history of baseball. With a sick feeling, Isaac took his spot by the dugout stairs. Once again, he'd done what he felt was right with little regard for the consequences. As much as he would hate to lose this job, the thought that made him want to grab the bucket in the corner and heave was the thought that he may have broken his marriage. He and Harper had a deal and he just stomped all over it. Chapter 13. Harper waited outside the open locker room doors. Inside, the press crawled around and over the players in an effort to get some reaction to the game loss. The biggest hype was Isaac's visit to the mound at the bottom of the fifth. She'd seen it on the television in her office. She'd chosen to watch from there, hoping her absence from the executive box would come across as trusting her new manager enough not to hover. Whatever Isaac said did the trick, and Jackson finished the fifth inning strong and took the sixth inning to new heights. Because of Kimber's newfound focus, the team rallied, making 2 double plays in 2 innings. Isaac had called in a relief pitcher to finish out the game, but Seattle's lead was too great and the Redrocks couldn't catch up. The fans enjoyed the show and the press was full of compliments. New life in a team that was facing death was something to write about. A feel-good piece sports fans love to post on social network. Taking a deep breath, she plunged into the chaos of cameras and lights, a determined smile on her face and a prepared answer for the hard questions in the forefront of her mind. Thankfully, Tommy Stuvier was absorbed in his interview with Jackson. She was about to slip past them when she heard Jackson say, "I told him my arm hurt, but he said I couldn't come out of the game." Harper stopped in her tracks. The reporter leaned closer. "Let me get this straight. You told your manager your arm hurt and he said you had to pitch?" "He said I had to man up and throw the ball." Harper bit her cheek. Jackson could be blowing it out of proportion. He was a drama queen in cleats. However, as far as she knew, he'd never lied to the press before, never lied about the game. He excelled at keeping his morals on the field separate from those off the field. Lie about sleeping with other women while dating her? Yes. Thank goodness she'd never given in to his advances in that area. There'd be no working with him at all if he'd taken advantage of her in that way. Sticking to her standards had allowed her to walk into the owner's office on that first day with her head held high. Tension filled the space around them as reporters gobbled up the news that the new Redrocks manager had risked the arm of one of his players. No, not one of his players, his best player, his ace in the hole, his top-earning pitcher, his golden child. Harper bit the inside of her cheek. The one guy Harper had asked Isaac to keep happy. They'd made a deal. Not only was leaving in a player who complained of pain unheard of in the league, a player's health was paramount. The team worked hard to make sure all 25 men on the active roster were in peak health. Any inkling of an injury was taken seriously, and sometimes men were benched against their wishes to protect them from manning up and causing more problems. Besides caring about these guys as people, they were investments. An injured player was a player that wasn't making money. Having just gone over the monthly balance sheet, Harper wanted every player to bring in their full amount. The buzz around the room faded out as Harper's worry, anger, and frustration took center stage. She quickly scanned the room for Isaac and found him over by Brian Tuttle. They sat on one of the benches. Tuttle had dropped a fly ball in the third. A mistake for sure, but nothing that would warrant the deep conversation the two of them were involved in. The reporters didn't care that Isaac was occupied, they interrupted, shouting questions and gesturing to Jackson, who kept his head down as if he were defeated. Not likely. If Harper knew anything about Jackson, she knew that he knew how to play to an audience. Her suspicions aroused, she turned back to Isaac, not knowing where she should go. The PR side of her brain said to shove her way through to Isaac and stand next to him. Present a united front. The thought was right there, but her feet wouldn't comply. They were on the side of her mind that had pulled back, waiting to be injured by Isaac's betrayal. They'd had a deal. If Isaac had gone back on his word, in his first game no less, then trusting him wasn't an option. Isaac got slowly to his feet and stepped in front of Brian, taking all the bright lights and attention right in the face. He held up both hands, asking for quiet. As soon as the group settled, a reporter called out, "Did Jackson tell you his arm was bothering him?" Isaac's Adam's apple bobbed. Yes. His eyes roved over the faces until he found Harper. There he stopped. Tommy Stuvier asked the question everyone wanted to know the answer to. "Did you tell Jackson to man up and throw the ball?" Harper's ability to breathe left, and she waited in that space between needing air and needing an answer. No comment. Isaac dropped his hands and his eyes. "Thanks for coming out today, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the game, and we'll see you next time." With that, Isaac strode out the door, ignoring the many voices that called to him to stop. While their attention was on him, Harper backpedaled. She escaped outside, hustled through the dugout and up the stairs where she took the elevator to her office. Slouching in her chair, she hung her head. What a mess. She turned on the television to catch the recap on SPORTS network. Their logo on the camera had given her hope that the Redrocks were finally getting some national coverage. Except from the looks of things, all they were getting was torn apart. Gerald, the main personality and baseball analyst, was walking viewers through the game one inning at a time. He was just getting to Isaac stomping out to confront Jackson when the universe decided to really mess up her day and Seth stepped into her office. He didn't say a word, just took a seat and settled in to watch. Once Isaac gave his no comment on screen, Harper clicked the mute button. The feelings of distrust swirled once again. "I like him." Seth brushed his hand over his shirt. "Right." Harper rolled her eyes. "You can't stand him." Seth tipped his head to the side, acknowledging that he had put that sentiment out there at the same time he was discrediting it. "He doesn't take crap." Harper's arms flew open. "He's gambling with my best pitcher." "No, he's managing a team." Harper shook her head. "This isn't some number that can be manipulated. A sore shoulder one night could mean he's out for a month. Besides, we can't afford a reputation as a team who runs their players into the ground." Isaac regarded her thoughtfully. "Why are you letting Jackson run all over you?" Harper straightened her back, the sensation of being weak and not in control squiggling up her spine. "I'm not." She lifted her chin, betraying a confidence she didn't feel. "His agent is hinting at moving him to Seattle next season. I don't have the bankroll to replace him with another big name and I need him to bring in the fans. I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place and I'd told Isaac to keep him happy." "How far are you willing to go to keep him?" "As far as it takes." "Are you going to marry him, too?" "Shut up." She glared. They looked at each other for a moment, and then they laughed, the tension between them evaporating like spilled soda in the desert sundae. "You're such a turd," Harper said. "I'm a turd?" Seth's hand splayed across his chest. "You got married without me." Ouch. At the time, the marriage wasn't much more than a contract. Now, with Logan and Zeke and Isaac and Seth, it was more like a family, like a real wedding had taken place. "Fine. We're both turds. Just promise me you won't get married again without me there to give you away." Harper held up one hand. "I promise." "Are you ready to head out? We can ride home together. I have some things to catch up on here, and I need to prepare my thoughts in case I'm cornered by a reporter." "One reporter in particular." "What are you going to say?" "I'm not sure yet." "Good luck." He smirked. "Don't you have a multi-billion-dollar corporation to run or something?" "I've got it covered." He stood and buttoned his jacket, looking every bit the corporate executive and billionaire he was. Harper rolled her eyes, hating that he made it all look so easy. They said goodbye and she swiveled her chair so she could take in the field. The grounds crew was busy prepping for the second game in the series, which would start at 3 the next day. The bleachers were empty except for the cleanup crew, who started in the upper deck. Pamela was right, there was no greater bonding force than a marriage. If all that held Isaac to the team was his position as a manager, she'd have called him in and had it out over his actions today. But her sense of loyalty to him ran deeper than what happened on the field. She'd had his back when Seth first showed up, and the sense of fulfillment that provided ran deep. Instinctively she knew that whatever she said to Isaac could not be unsaid. Damage inflicted on their marriage through her words may or may not be reparable. Because of that, she wanted to calm down before she faced him. She only hoped that her sense of loyalty to him as a wife didn't come back to bite her in the behind. Chapter 14. Isaac found Logan and Zeke playing video games in the VIP booth. They'd watched the game from there and decided to enjoy some of the amenities while Isaac finished up with the team and planned tomorrow's lineup. They would watch a film in the late morning, have batting practice, and warm up before the fans filed in to find their seats. "Do you need a ride?" Isaac asked Zeke as they took the elevator down to the main floor where Thomas and the town car waited. "No, sir. My car is parked around the corner." Zeke gave Logan a fist bump and Isaac a wave as he pushed open the glass doors. Feeling supremely grateful for this 20-something-year-old who gave up a lot of his spare time to hang with Logan, Isaac said, "Thanks for all you do. I'm glad we've had the chance to get to know you." Zeke smiled easily. "Me too." He left with a wave. Thomas held the door open for Isaac and Logan. They climbed into the car, where Harper was already situated. Her laptop was open on the seat next to her and her phone was pressed to her ear. Soft classical music played through the speakers, just loud enough to soothe but not loud enough to interfere with Harper's phone call. She hung up as they left the parking lot and asked Logan, "How did you like your first Redrocks game?" Logan grinned. "The VIP booth is pretty sick." Harper chuckled. "The ribs I ordered were a hit, then?" Rubbing his stomach, Logan licked his lips. "So good. How come you didn't come in to watch?" "I wanted to lay low today." "Why?" "To let the new coach have some space." Isaac nodded. He'd felt the distance Harper had placed between them like sand in his uniform. But knowing she had a reason lessened the chaffing. Coach had plenty of space. Logan cuffed him in the shoulder. "Did you see him on the mound?" Harper looked down at her laptop. "I saw him." Logan turned to Isaac. "When I saw you head out there, I was like, dang. That jerk's in Trubley." Isaac's neck warmed. He loosened his tie, his eyes cutting to Harper. Unable to read her expression, he nudged her knee. She met his eye, the same sense of distrust flowing out of her. Taking it like a punch in the gut, Isaac opened his mouth to explain himself, but Logan jumped in. "One time, when I first moved in with Mom and Dad." Isaac whipped his head towards Logan. That was the first time he'd heard his son use the name Mom without a bit of malice. His son's eyes were bright and his hands animated as he continued with the story about the teacher who had failed him on a spelling test when he'd started school the day of the test. He walked into that classroom like he was going to tear Mr. Hamilton apart. "Did he?" asked Harper. "He laid down the law, but Mr. Hamilton liked Dad." Harper's gaze shifted to Isaac. He lifted his shoulders. "No one messes with my kid, but there was no reason to alienate his teacher." Harper bit her bottom lip. Her phone beeped a text and she hurried to answer. They pulled into the driveway. "Finally," breathed Logan. "You in a hurry?" Isaac asked. "I'm starving." He hopped out as soon as the car came to a stop. Shaking his head, Isaac watched him go, feeling as if the years were slipping away as fast as Logan could inhale a sub sandwich. Harper gathered her things into her purse, pausing with her laptop halfway in and halfway out. Is something the matter? Isaac's shoulders dropped. School's out in just a few weeks. College ball runs from February to June. I'm used to having summers with my kid. She softened. How do women do that? You'll have days and half days off in between series. And St. George winters are pretty mild. We used to camp a lot. He tends to open up when there's a campfire and marshmallows. Isaac rubbed the back of his neck. At least he did as a kid. He's so big. Harper laughed. And getting bigger. For a moment, they shared the happy feeling of caring about the same person. Almost like they were both Logan's parents, like they shared the responsibility for him. It was nice. Thanks for not roasting me in front of the press today. She pressed her lips together. I'm not sure how I feel about what you did, and I wasn't ready to let them know that. So you're not behind me, but you're not against me? She shrugged. I'm confused. Isaac put his hand on her knee. I care about Logan more than I care about anything in this world. She nodded. Of course. But when a player threatens my team, I need to take care of it. Isaac. Her eyes darted to where his hand touched her skin. I don't think you'd put a player you liked in jeopardy. But I don't think you like Jackson. I don't. He pulled his hand away. But I would never intentionally hurt one of my players. We had a deal. And there it was, the real reason she hadn't stood beside him. Her eyes were full of challenge, daring him to tell her he'd done wrong or to defend himself. I said I'd leave him alone, but I couldn't let him throw a game. That crossed a line I couldn't let go. Harper, please. Please what? She leaned away. Forget that you went back on your word? No, please try to believe the best about me. I'm not the bad guy in this. He complained of an injury. No, he bluffed so he could sit on his rear. You think he bluffed? I know he did. Harper closed her eyes for a moment. Shutting Isaac out, but in a way that was okay. She was listening to him, internalizing his side of the story. Jackson will have a full workup from the team doctors tomorrow. Before the game. You won't take my word? Isaac removed his hand from her knee, stung by the sense of mistrust. I don't have the luxury. She gave his hand a slight squeeze before exiting the vehicle and making her way to the front door. Thomas cleared his throat. Yeah, he snapped. I couldn't help but overhearing your conversation. Sorry. No need to apologize. But may I offer some advice? Isaac pulled his tie off. Sure. You asked Miss Harper to believe the best in you. I suggest you do the same for her. Isaac shook his head. She doesn't trust me. She doesn't trust herself, which makes it hard to trust others. Why not? She's amazing. That one, you'll have to discover on your own. Thanks a lot. Thomas smiled. If you'll excuse me, I believe Danny made enchiladas for dinner. Of course. Isaac got out of the car and made his way into the house. He could understand why Harper was upset at him. He had gone back on his word to leave Kimber alone. What was it about that guy that paralyzed the otherwise dynamic woman? Maybe, with a little work, he could show Harper that he was trustworthy. He'd have to be right down the line and communicate like a champ. All things he was capable of doing. And it wouldn't hurt to spend some time with her outside of the office. The idea was as intriguing as it was exciting. Dinner was a relaxed affair. Seth joined them and once again took center stage as entertainer and storyteller extraordinaire. You've been all over. Where do you actually live? Logan asked as he loaded his plate with a second helping of pork enchiladas. I have a home in California, a penthouse in New York, and a small chateau in France. Harper snorted delicately. If one could ever call a snort delicate. He means a castle with tapestries and suits of armor and everything. She rolled her eyes. A chateau, really, Seth? Back me up on this one, will you, Isaac? Isaac choked on his water. Me? He coughed. Yes, as king of my castle, I'm allowed to call it a chateau if I want. Isn't that right? Isaac looked back and forth between Harper and Seth. Yesterday, the guy could hardly stand to sit at the table with him. Tonight he called him up to be his wingman. Yeah. In fact, Logan and I have a chateau back in Omaha. Logan guffawed. There you are. Seth lifted his glass in salute to Isaac. What the? A small, knowing smile played at Harper's delectable lips. She mouthed later behind her cup. Isaac decided he didn't have the energy to press the issue of Seth's newfound brotherhood with him and tucked into his plate. After a fair amount of food disappeared and Isaac and Logan helped clear the dishes, Isaac planned to take a hot shower and climb into bed. As he walked past the library, he heard a pissed. Harper was halfway in and halfway out of the room, her silhouette outlined by a light spilling through the doorway. She crooked her finger at him. Without hesitation, because a man doesn't hesitate when an attractive woman, who also happens to be his wife, crooks her finger and gives him that "I've got a secret" look, he followed her inside. As she shut the door behind him, an awareness spiked through his blood. They were alone together for the first time. Alone in a large room with a heavy door between them and the rest of the world. He wondered if she had any idea how alluring she was, or if he should tell her. No, telling her would be a bad idea. I put in a call and had some information on Utah's state and national parks delivered. She handed him a thick manila folder. Turns out southern Utah is quite the hotspot for camping almost all year round. Tucking her hair behind her ear, Harper looked up from lowered lashes. Isaac took the papers. Why would you do that? I don't want to take Logan's dad away from him. Dads are important. Harper. Isaac threw his arms around her shoulders, pinning her to his chest. Thank you so much. Harper giggled. You're welcome. Isaac breathed in the scent of her perfume, all sweet and deep and womanly. Her body relaxed against his, drawing strength from their contact. He let her take as much as he needed, enjoying the way she fit against him. Realizing he'd been holding her for quite some time, he dropped his hands. With her cheeks all pink, Harper was something to behold. He liked the idea that he'd placed that blush there. I also talked to Zeke about local groups or camps Logan could do this summer. I hope you don't mind. No. He looked down at the large envelope in his hands. When did you do all this? Just after I got home. It was just a few phone calls. She tried to brush it off. Gathering all this information, let alone coming up with the ideas, would have taken him days. You're pretty amazing, you know that? The pink went from blush to flush. She swatted away his compliment. Not too bad for someone who's never been a parent, eh? Isaac ran his hand through his hair. I can't believe I ever said that. You've been great. Are great with Logan. This is great. Am I stuttering? Harper's deep sea blue eyes sparkled. There's everything from church groups and camps to science camps and horseback riding. But you should probably go over them in the next couple of days, because registration will close soon. I will. He stared at her in amazement. If he were to choose a stepmother for Logan, she'd be exactly like Harper. Not exactly like her, she'd be Harper. She'd be the most amazing mom. What? Why are you hesitating? She sighed. If I overstepped, just say it. No, not at all. I just miss the days of dropping him off at school and stuff. I thought Zeke was working out well. Harper leaned against a bookshelf, her hands behind her back, putting a small amount of space between them. Space that was charged with the attraction Isaac hoped he wasn't the only one feeling. And fighting. Man, was he fighting it? He is. Who do you think will help Logan fit in better, his old man or a cute college kid? Isaac narrowed his eyes. You think Zeke is cute? He placed a hand on the shelf next to Harper and leaned forward. Harper burst out a laugh. Please. He's much too young and not at all my type. What is your type? The moment the words left his mouth, Isaac wished he could stuff them back in. Sighing, Harper replied, unfortunately, I'm drawn to a rare species of bad boy exterior/good guy interior. Give me a Harley Davidson and a pair of aviators and I'm weak in the knees. I have a Harley, he blurted. I know. The air sizzled and Isaac's legs practically buckled. Harper pushed away from the bookshelf and headed towards the door. She turned at the last minute, her chin over her shoulder and that long beautiful hair hanging down her back. Thank goodness the bookshelf was sturdy, because Isaac was anything but. But you wear Oakleys. She winked as she left the room, leaving Isaac in a fuzz of desire and triumph. There'd be no more town car for him. Tomorrow, he was riding his Harley to work. Chapter 15. Harper managed to saunter out of the library, but once in the hallway she broke into a run, ducking into the kitchen and leaning against the fridge. The stainless steel appliance was cold against her flushed skin. What was the matter with her? Flirting with Isaac like that. She hadn't meant to have the conversation take a turn down Giggle Lane, but when he'd pulled her to him and she felt his strong arms and nicely shaped body against hers, she'd lost her composure. What a sucker she was for an athletic body. But really, what woman wouldn't giggle when pressed against that much muscle? And then he had to go and mention his motorcycle. The feeling of wrapping herself tightly against him as they cruised the warm streets of St. George was too much. She fanned her face. If she wasn't careful, she'd melt the ice right through the freezer door. Besides the athletic build, Isaac smelled good. Really good. Like deep woods musky good. Flirting with him was easy. So darn easy. As easy as falling into a warm swimming pool. The door burst open and Logan came in bopping to whatever came through his earbuds. Harper pressed her palms against the cold surface of the fridge and drew a curtain over her thoughts about Isaac. She prayed they didn't show on her face. Logan smiled when he saw her and took out his earbuds. Hey. Hey. Sue. Logan rubbed the back of his neck, just like Isaac did when he wasn't sure how to say something. Seeing son subconsciously copy father was so sweet. Are you, like, guarding the last of the chocolate cake or something? What? Harper tipped her head. Logan pointed to the fridge. I was hoping to steal the last piece of cake. Harper jumped away from the fridge as if it had shocked her. Sorry, she yelped. No, I was just, thinking? Yeah, thinking motorcycle rides and your dad's arms and, shoot. She spun around, grabbing the door handle and yanking the fridge open. There's still half a cake in here, she blurted while staring at the chocolate cake with creamy mousse filling and a fudge topping. Were you going to eat all of it? Logan stepped close and grasped the glass cake stand with two large hands. He shuffled his feet to set the stand on the marble countertop with nary a clank. Sometimes it was hard for her to remember that he was only 15, he was bigger than her, but he was still young enough to participate in some of the programs with the team. She shut the door behind him and reached for 2 forks. Handing one to Logan, she removed the lid. Logan's eyes grew large as she forked a bite right off the cake. Maybe chocolate would settle the horde of butterflies Isaac had awakened in her stomach. The rich topping melted across her tongue while the sweet filling tantalized her taste buds. she moaned. So good. A smart kid. Logan didn't wait to be told twice. He dug in, inhaling more than savoring the pastry. 2 rich bites and Harper's mind finally dropped that curtain and she was able to think like a normal person again. Well, as normal as she ever got. Thinking back on the conversation she'd had with Isaac earlier about Logan growing up too fast, she asked, "Are you interested in being a bat boy? You'd get a uniform and could hang out in the dugout with your dad and the players during the game." The more she thought about it, the more she liked the idea of Logan hanging out at the stadium and working with Isaac. Logan shook his head. Harper handed him a napkin from the stainless steel dispenser on the counter. The corners of his mouth were covered in chocolate. He wiped his face before saying, "Nah, that's for little kids." Harper used her own napkin. "How about selling hot dogs?" she half joked. That would put Logan in the stands and not right with Isaac, but they'd be working at the same time and for the same team. That would be cool. Really? Yeah. School's out soon and I want a summer job. Well, okay. I don't know what the labor law is in Utah for teens, but I'll see what I can do. She set her fork in the sink. Her side of the cake was jagged and missing a few bites. Logan slowed, considering the damage he'd inflicted on Danny's masterpiece. Harper laughed. "I've got your back." She took a knife from the drawer and ran it under hot water to heat it before wiping it dry. The warm blade cut through the cake like a laser. Logan retrieved a plate and she scooped the jagged crumbs onto it, then repeated the process for her side of the cake. Logan made short work of the crummy evidence while she wiped the cake stand and placed it back in the fridge. "You're like a mastermind dessert thief." Harper grinned. "Why, thank you. Where'd you learn to do that?" "My nanny. Our chef was a drill sergeant when it came to keeping the kitchen clean. I think he joined the army so they'd pay for him to go to culinary school." Yikes. "Yeah. But my nanny was like special forces when it came to desserts. We'd sneak in under the cover of darkness, sometimes even using night vision goggles." "No way." "Way. Seth and I asked for them for Christmas one year." Memories of their nighttime escapades with Nanny Fran played back like movie trailers. She'd been the perfect nanny for them at that age, not afraid to play with them or lead an adventure. Logan tucked his hands in his pockets. "I like you, Harper," he blurted as if holding the words in was difficult. Taken aback by the serious note in his voice, Harper stuttered, "Well, what?" "I'm glad you married Dad and I wanted you to know." He ducked his chin. "Logan." She put one arm around his middle and squeezed. "Thank you. I like you too. I'm so glad you're here. It feels right." He shook his head. "It sounds dumb, but when I saw you at Pamela's office, I knew you were the right fit for us." Harper bit her lip. She didn't want to give Logan any sort of false hope that there was more between her and Isaac than the business marriage, but at the same time, she wanted him to feel as though he had a family here. Albeit a somewhat dysfunctional one, with she and Isaac sleeping in separate suites and her nomad brother just downstairs. Somehow, that hadn't stopped this sweet teenager from getting into her heart. Love can grow in the strangest of ways. "Thanks. You know I'm here for you, right? Like, forever?" "Like, really?" He gave her a goofy grin. "Like, yeah." She shoved his shoulder. "Like, sweet." Seth slid through the door and shut it behind him without making a sound. "Is there any cake left?" he whispered dramatically. Harper laughed. Logan lifted an eyebrow. "Ready for round 2? Pressing her palm to her stomach, Harper made a pained face. "I'm out. Have a good night, boys." "Night." Logan reached for the fridge door. "Did she show you the hot knife trick?" asked Seth as she left. humorously wondering if they were a bad influence on the kid. Harper made her way to her suite. With a few quick emails, Logan was set to work for the Redrocks. Feeling contented in a way she hadn't felt since before her dad died, Harper crawled into bed. Chapter 16. The Redrocks finished out the series with Seattle at 1-3, with Zach Aiden pitching their only winning game in the series. In his interviews after the game, Zach gave a nod to the new manager for pushing him to do his best. Which was really nice of him, considering the criticism Isaac had taken over the man-up incident, as the national press had nicknamed his visit to the mound. Sports Network had gone on about it all week. The older guys, retired players, said it was old school and relived the glory days when they played with broken fingers and strained muscles. The younger announcers went on and on about investments and team morale. Jimmy's comment gave a much-needed boost to the whole Wolfe family with that one sentence. That night, they gathered in front of the big screen television in the family room so they could watch the highlights of the game together. Harper sat next to Isaac, close enough to touch without actually touching. They'd kept their interactions public, Isaac not trusting himself in a room alone with her. However, they'd gotten much more comfortable being together while in the company of others. Harper seemed to need the comfort. He'd spent hours thinking about it when he should have been sleeping. She lost her father almost a month ago. She and Seth weren't exactly affectionate people, and yet. Harper relaxed when he took her hand or put his arm around her, like they were part of a whole in some way. He felt it too, the loss of her beside him. Nights were especially hard. "You guys looked like a whole new team out there today. What made the difference?" asked a reporter from the Sports Network. Isaac smiled, remembering the moment she asked that question. He'd almost blurted out. Jackson kept his mouth shut for once. The guy had taken advantage of his break in the rotation and was nursing a huge hangover, but managed to come up with something he thought was halfway intelligent. There was a different feeling in the locker room. A sense of purpose, and it translated onto the field. The image switched to Juan Castillo, who had hit a triple in the ninth. "I visualized the hit and where I wanted to put it before I went out there." "So you wanted a triple?" asked a blonde reporter, shoving the microphone back in Juan's face. "I wanted a home run." He beamed. "But I'll take the triple." Dustin Colt came up behind him and smashed a plate of whipped cream in his face. Juan took off after him, ending the interview. Harper nudged Isaac and grinned. "He's a sweetheart, isn't he?" Isaac threw his arm over the back of the couch. "Such a sweetheart," he said with sarcasm. Harper lightly elbowed his side. "I'm going for seconds." "Anyone want anything?" asked Logan. "I'll take another soda," said Seth. "I'm good," replied Isaac. "Me too," added Harper. The game coverage continued. "The Redrocks were the team no one dared root for," said the anchor. His counterpart, Johnny, tossed out, "You don't root for the Titanic while it's sinking." "No way. But after today, fans are hopeful that they'll at least have an underdog." Johnny lifted his hand. "Yeah, man, they played with some real heart. That's what I love to see in a game. I don't care if my team loses as long as they give it their all." The anchor spread his arms wide. "An underdog always has a shot." "Are you saying you think the Redrocks have a chance to compete in this league?" Isaac leaned forward, his hand landing on Harper's back and staying there. "If they continue to play like they did today, I'd say so." Isaac did a fist pump. "Yeah, we do." Harper lifted her hands for a double high five. Isaac obliged and turned to fist bump Seth. Seth didn't hesitate to reciprocate. Isaac could hardly believe the turn his life had taken. 6 days ago this guy couldn't stand him, and now they were watching Sports Network and fist bumping. He had a beautiful wife tucked next to him on the sofa, his team won, and he'd just eaten a home-cooked meal. Life didn't get any better than this. "I leave for a grieving tour and my only daughter runs off and gets married." Everyone flipped around to see an older version of Harper standing with her hands on her hips. Harper cursed under her breath. Isaac hadn't seen her lips move, but he heard the word. Or maybe he just heard it because he translated the look on her face. She stood up, her knees shaking. Isaac. She groped the air and Isaac grabbed her cold hand and held it tight. I'd like you to meet my mother. You're in for it now, Seth stage whispered. Isaac let go of Harper's hand and got to his feet. You didn't tell your mother? He assumed once Seth was involved the Richmond clan would be informed. His not-so-happy mother-in-law plopped her expensive leather bag on the end table as she made her way around the couch. Would you kindly explain why I had to find out from a bellhop in Paris that my daughter had gotten married? It's not what you think. Harper held up her hands. Then tell me what I should think when I come here and find you cuddled up on the couch with a stranger who happens to be your husband. Harper's eyes went wide. We weren't cuddling. Mrs. Richmond scowled. A mischievous smile lit Isaac's face as he moved to stand next to Mrs. Richmond. He folded his arms and pushed his biceps out with his fists, watching Harper's gaze dart to them, sweep across his chest, and then land on his grin. Yeah. Isaac pumped his eyebrows. Tell her why we were cuddling. Harper's eyes went wide and she swatted at him. He loved to tease her, but he was truly interested in her answer. They hadn't defined their relationship or the switch from all business to where they were touchy-feely. Now was as good of a time as any. He lifted one eyebrow. Harper scowled and turned to face her mom. Harper ran her hands down the front of her skinny jeans. The ones she'd put on after work to relax in, but secretly loved the way the dark wash made her legs look longer. Isaac liked her legs, and she liked Isaac liking them, so the jeans were a win-win. Mom grabbed her left hand, inspecting the large diamond solitaire. Her face lost that year-grounded scowl when Isaac stood next to her. He was such a tease, and apparently the Richmond women easily fell to his charms. Her mom ran her thumb over the stone. Darling, I'm trying not to take all this personally. She looked over at Seth. I still might. I didn't do anything, he protested. I spoke to you 3 days ago, and you didn't say a word about your sister setting up house. It wasn't my news to tell. You bet your designer suits it is. Mother sniffed and turned her attention to Isaac. On my long and odious flight here, I read that you have a son. I do, Isaac confirmed. Very well. She clasped her hands. If you'll just introduce me to my grandson, I'll refrain from lecturing you both. She gave him an expectant look. Isaac rubbed the back of his neck. Harper's adrenaline spiked. Isaac was super protective of his relationship with Logan, of Logan in general, and anything that had to do with his son. Harper had only recently gotten through his parental barriers. If he felt Mom was at all a threat to Logan, she could ruin all the work Harper had done to become Isaac's parenting partner. Just then Logan walked in carrying a plate heaped with lasagna and a soda. He stopped and stared as everyone stared at him. Mother's face brightened, a spark in her eyes Harper had never seen before. Is this him? Yes, Harper replied. But... Shoo, Mom waved her off before opening her arms to Logan, who took a step back. Mom's emerald blue eyes swam with unshed tears. You're such a handsome young man. Thank you? Logan looked to Isaac for an introduction. Harper stepped forward, blocking her mom's view of Logan at the same time as Isaac. Shoulder to shoulder. Well, more like shoulder to arm, as Isaac was that much taller than her. They created a human wall. Tears pooled in Mom's eyes. Pull it together. Harper rubbed her hands up her mom's arms. I'm trying. Seth handed her a tissue from the box on the side table. She dabbed just above her lashes. Helplessness and a sense of being torn in several directions overwhelmed Harper. Mom was obviously still tender from burying her husband of 35 years. Seth was trying to slink out of the room, no doubt feeling guilty for not spilling the beans. Logan looked like he'd lost his appetite. A very bad sign for the kid. And Isaac? Isaac wanted something from her, an explanation of where they were at in this whole crazy professional marriage thing. She didn't have an answer for him, so she went for the easy fix first. Logan, this is my mom, Nora Richmond. Oh. Understanding registered on his face. It's nice to meet you, ma'am. He set the drink on the coffee table and reached out his hand. She took his hand and yanked him in for a hug. You can call me Nana. Logan looked like he'd been handed a live grenade. Mom. Harper snapped. We need to talk. Now. Harper took her hand and pulled her out of the family room, down the hallway, and into her private office. Mom cried softly the whole way. Once they were behind closed doors, Mom spoke first. Harper, he's a good kid. I can tell. What is with you? I don't know. She fanned her face. I never believed in love at first sight, but Logan is a gem. It's like he's the missing piece. You're being dramatic. Harper couldn't believe how much she sounded like the woman sitting in front of her. Her mother had said those exact words when Harper bawled her eyes out over Harvey what's-his-name asking Amanda Hartford to homecoming. I know, and it feels wonderful. What are you talking about? Darling, Mom reached for Harper's hand. I didn't realize how numb I'd become. I couldn't or didn't feel anything except sorrow and grief. Then, you introduced me to my first grandson, and this flood of love for him washed over me like a tidal wave. I couldn't stop it. Harper leaned back in her chair, her legs sprawled out in front of her. I've made a mess. No, darling, you've mended my heart. Mom. Logan and Isaac are only here for a year, less than that now. She bit her lip. If their contract was up tomorrow, would she be able to let them go? Her soul screamed no, but her head told her it was for the best. You can't get attached to them. It's only going to break your heart. Her words were as much for her benefit as they were for her mom's. I don't understand. You're married. It's a short-term arrangement. I needed a manager and Isaac needed a job, and this woman had us sign contracts and a prenup for a 1-year marriage that's supposed to solve all our problems. But now you're here and I think I'm falling in love with Isaac, and Seth's his new best friend, and the only thing that I have a handle on is the baseball thing. But if all I needed Isaac for was baseball, why did Pamela make me marry him? Mom handed over her tear-damp tissue, which Harper used to blow her nose. Did you say Pamela? Pamela Jones, matchmaker extraordinaire. Harper twirled her hand through the air as if announcing the Queen of England. Mom patted her knee. I think I understand. You do? Harper dropped the tissue in her lap. I'm glad one of us does. Mom laughed. You'll get it. She stood up and brushed off the front of her designer jacket. A 1-year contract or not, your marriage to Logan's father makes him my legal grandson, and I'm going to make the most of the time I have with him. Mom. Harper was ready to put her foot down on this one. Logan comes from a foster care situation. He's not used to having a big family around. You have to ease into this. If not for his sake, then for Isaac's. Overprotective father. The worst. Harper scrunched up her face. Or the best. I'll tread carefully. I promise I won't presume anything, and I won't pressure him to call me Nana. Although the name is growing on me. Harper laughed. Her mother may swing towards the dramatic now and then, but she was just as passionate about keeping her promises as anything. I'm taking you all out to dinner. We just ate. Harper's hand went to her gut, where the lasagna sat like an Italian brick. Then ice cream. I'm sure Thomas knows of a good gelato place. Of course, it won't be as good as the Italian gelato I was supposed to enjoy on my tour you all forced me off of. Harper smiled, the comment no one forced you to come locked tightly behind her teeth. I'll let everyone know. Thank you, darling. I'd like a moment to freshen up. You're welcome to the garden suite across from Seth. Ah, yes. She pulled open the door. I would very much enjoy a few moments with your brother. She strode down the hallway with straight shoulders. Heaven help him, muttered Harper. And heaven help us all if she's planning to stay. Chapter 17. The limo ride to the ice cream parlor was as silent as the moment between when the ball hits the catcher's mitt and the fans realize their only hope just struck out. Isaac wasn't about to make the first move. His relationship with Amy's parents had been rocky from the start. They didn't approve of his career path, nor his lack of a family tree. But there was nothing Isaac could do about either of those things. His cells were made up of billions of tiny baseballs, and he had no control over who his birth mother was nor why she dropped him at the pastor's door when he was only 3 weeks old. Up to this point, he hadn't thought those things would play into his marriage with Harper because A, they only signed up for a year, and B, he thought her family knew, and C, there weren't any parents at the wedding to make an issue out of him or her choice of a groom. Now, he wasn't so sure. Harper came from billionaire stock. He had no idea who or what they'd had in mind for their little girl, but he was pretty sure it didn't include an orphan with a teenaged son. The limo stopped in front of a neon-lit store that advertised authentic Italian gelato. Seth got out first and offered a hand to his mother. She exited the vehicle with grace. Isaac put his hand on Harper's elbow. Did you tell her? Yes. Everything? Her cheeks colored. Yes. So what? I don't know. Should we have left Logan home? Sitting right here, Dad. Logan waved as they both looked at him. Harper went right on with their hurried conversation. I made her promise not to make him call her Nana or get all emotional. Seth ducked in. Are you coming? Yep. Harper scooted out. I'm sorry, Isaac said to Logan. Logan half grinned. It's cool. Are you sure? If you feel uncomfortable at any time, we can leave. Dad. Chill. It's Harper's mom. Stop worrying about me and start worrying about Harper. You're stressing her out. Seth ducked in again. See, what happens is, the people get out of the car doesn't move around the people. We're coming. They all filed in and ordered their ice cream creations. Nora had them scoot a couple tables together so they'd all be able to sit close. Can I have your attention? She tapped her plastic cup with her plastic spoon. No one's talking, Mom, Seth pointed out. He was in a good mood for someone who had been shut up in a room with their upset mother for 15 minutes. Mom blotted her lips with a gray paper napkin before turning to Logan, who sat between Harper and Isaac. Young man, since the loss of my husband I have yearned for more family. Her eyes dropped to her melting mint chocolate treat. I didn't realize how empty a house can feel. I would very much like the opportunity to get to know you if you're okay spending some time with an old lady. Logan smiled. Sure. The rod melted out of Nora's back. Wonderful. I understand you have a week left of school. What would you say to some shopping? My treat. We can golf, too. Harper cleared her throat and gave Nora a warning look. I'm not going to steal all your time. I'm sure you have a girlfriend. Logan's mouth dropped open and his cheeks flushed. Isaac chuckled. Just as I thought. Nora shook her shoulders. A handsome guy like you probably has to beat the girls away with a bat. Good thing my daughter owns a baseball team. Harper groaned. Actually, we leave tomorrow for a series in Colorado, Isaac tossed out. And what does Logan do while you are coaching and Harper is working? Logan shrugged. I hang out in the booth, in their suite at the hotel. Any place that has food, really. Harper winked at him. Pretty much, Logan agreed. What if he stayed home with me? Isaac rubbed the back of his neck. He doesn't golf. A lame excuse, but he'd never left Logan overnight. In the past, they traveled together to away games. Logan missed some school, but he was a bright kid and managed to make up the missing assignments. Yet. Nora wagged her finger. He doesn't play yet. I'm sure the club could provide an excellent instructor. What do you think? He asked Harper just as she put a spoonful of pistachio gelato in her mouth. She gagged it down in surprise. Darling, use a napkin. Her mom handed one over while Harper coughed. You're asking me? She pointed her plastic spoon at her chest. She's your mom, Isaac pointed out. If her own daughter objected to Logan staying with Nora, then there was a problem. Taking a sip of water, Harper cleared her throat. Well, Seth and I turned out okay. Thank you so very much for that overwhelming vote of confidence. Nora threw a napkin at Harper. Harper laughed. Do you want to learn to golf? She asked Logan. That wasn't really the questions Isaac meant to ask, but he sensed she was giving Logan an out that wouldn't hurt Nora's feelings. She was pretty smooth at this family relations thing. Logan bobbed his head. Yeah. Golf's cool. Isaac hunched over the table. All these years he'd tried to get Logan interested in some sport. Football. Basketball. Baseball. And it was golf that piqued his interest? Golf. Harper nodded to her mom, who clapped her hands together. Let's order cake. Nora beamed. We just finished ice cream. Seth held up his empty cup. We'll take it home. She hopped up and hurried over to the counter. Isaac groaned, and it wasn't at the idea of eating an ice cream cake. A sense of panic like he'd never known hummed just below his skin. Harper reached past Logan and put her hand on his forearm. He's going to have a great time. She'll spoil him like he's never known. I don't want him to get used to it. To expect her to buy him things. Guys. Logan slammed down his cup. Sitting right here. Harper brushed her hand up Isaac's arm. What I think will surprise you is how much he'll start to expect from himself. I don't understand. Me neither, threw in Logan. Harper pressed her lips together for a moment. My dad's parents spoiled us with love and my mom's parents spoiled us with gifts. You got that right, Seth chimed in. I knew the difference. My mom may buy gifts, but it's because that's how her parents express their love for her, but she also loves to give hugs and listens when you talk. Kind of the best of both worlds. Just don't expect her to layer on the praise. She doesn't say she's proud of you, she buys a commemorative pen, added Seth. Harper laughed. Isaac still wasn't settled. He focused on Logan. You text me every morning, noon, and night, or you're on the first plane to Colorado. Harper nodded. I think Zeke should still come during his regular hours just in case Nora has something come up or wants some time to herself. That sounded good. Zeke would let them know if anything was amiss. Okay. Seth sighed. And Uncle Seth will be there to keep an eye on things, he said, all put upon that no one else had brought it up. Harper considered him for a moment. Seth was a bachelor with one sibling. Maybe he was as lonely as she was before Isaac and Logan came along. I wonder if Pamela has a match for him? I hate to admit it, but that actually does make me feel a little better. Isaac lifted his shoulder. Then I guess we're off to Colorado. Harper smiled. Isaac's blood pounded in his chest as the implication of traveling with the team. And Harper filled his head. Without Logan and Seth to act as chaperones, they'd be alone. 4 days alone with Harper. At least they'd have separate rooms. Then, perhaps, he'd keep his sanity, because the more time he spent with the woman, the more he liked her. And the more he liked her, the more afraid he was that he'd cross a line. Chapter 18. Isaac stepped off the first of the 3 shuttle buses hired to haul the team and their support staff from the private jet to the hotel. In the morning, the buses would take them to the stadium for BP. They'd have a few hours of downtime before their game against Colorado at 6 tomorrow night. He turned and offered his hand to help Harper down the steps. Not that she needed it. Those beautiful legs of hers could climb a cliff with ease. However, he liked having an excuse to touch her in public. And he liked that the guys knew she was his. It was old-fashioned and egotistical, but there was something. Call it a repressed instinct. That wanted to stake his claim. Of course, that big OL diamond on her ring finger was a statement, but he'd placed that there before he thought of Harper as more than a boss. She placed her fingers in his hand and smiled as she glided down the steps and towards the pristine glass hotel doors. A bellhop in the traditional red uniform with gold buttons tipped his hat as he pulled the brass handle and opened the door for her. She never did define their relationship for her mother, at least not in front of him, and he was getting antsy to know where he stood. Pushing for an answer wasn't going to win him any points. If she wasn't ready, then she wasn't ready. He got the impression they were working their way towards more than contractual partners, but if there was one thing he knew, you didn't swing hard unless you read the pitch right. As those from the first bus filled the lobby, Jen Whitman, the travel coordinator, called them to order. Hello and welcome to Denver. Please form 3 lines at the desk. Your rooms and roommates have already been assigned. Juan Castillo groaned. I'm not sharing with Maddox again. He snores. I do not. That was you. They shoved one another good-naturedly while the local press took video. Isaac had hoped to get away from the cameras, at least at the hotel, but there'd be none of that on this trip. They were officially dubbed the league's underdogs, and those feel-good stories were too good to pass up. Like taking a group of teenagers on a road trip, Harper said to Isaac with a shake of her head. Peter Pans. All of them, Isaac agreed as they stepped up to the counter. More like Lost Boys, she joked. Turning to the desk clerk, she gave her name. Of course. The desk clerk revealed a large gap between his extremely white front teeth. Seriously, if the power went out, this guy could light the room. You and Mr. Wolfe are on the 9th floor, room 915. If you need anything, he went on to explain about calling the front desk, that their bags would be delivered soon, and gave them the Wi-Fi password, but all Isaac could see was the panic in Harper's eyes. What? She asked. She held the key cards, one in each hand, but she hadn't moved. The clerk's gap disappeared. Is there something wrong? Several cameras turned their direction and the noise level in the room dimmed. Of course, Jen would assume he and Harper would share a room, but he hadn't thought a thing of it. And judging by the paralyzing fear on Harper's face, she hadn't either. We're fine. Everything's fine. Thank you. Isaac put his arm around Harper's shoulders and pulled her away from the desk. She jolted at his touch. Coming alive once again. Isaac. Her voice was low but insistent, and she'd turned into him. We can't. I mean, you can't expect us to. They think. He leaned close, burying his face in her hair and talking sweetly, loving every second of this contact. They think we're married. And they're right. Harper melted against him as they waited for the elevator. Married or not? Isaac, what are we going to do? The doors dinged open and they stepped inside. Thankfully, no one else joined them. Harper took up the far corner like a caged animal. Her knees were slightly bent and her arms stiff at her sides. "Geez, Harper, I'm not going to attack you." "No. I know." She stood up straight and put her hand to her forehead. "Maybe it's a double queen room." "There you go. Problem solved." Isaac motioned for her to go first as the doors opened. She fumbled with the key before finally getting the heavy wood door to swing open. They stepped into a small sitting area with a chair, television, computer desk, and mini fridge. "See, it's not so bad." Isaac pushed past her. Off to the left was an archway framing one giant king-sized bed. Problem not solved. Harper folded her arms. Isaac didn't like the scowl that covered Harper's beautiful face, and he especially didn't like that it was aimed at him. "Am I missing something?" She scratched her elbow before shaking her hands out. "I'm sorry. I know I'm acting strange, but I had a boyfriend who would pull things like not booking me a room in an attempt to get me in bed with him." "Classy guy." Harper sagged as she sat on the edge of the bed. "Welcome to dating." "Right," he snorted. "Because I've had so many women try to trick me into bed lately." He eyed Harper with mistrust. "Wait. You didn't." He circled his finger around the room. Harper's hand went to her chest. "I would never." She was properly aghast. And then she laughed. Isaac chuckled. "Okay, I was just checking. A guy can never be too careful with the woman he marries." "You." She threw a pillow at his head, which he snatched out of the air. Dropping it on the floor, he said, "If you'll throw me the comforter, I'll make a bed here." Harper groaned. "I can't ask you to sleep on the floor. You've got a big game tomorrow." "What else are we going to do? The press are everywhere in this hotel and it's not like we can just pack up and go to another one." She bit her lip. And asking for a rollaway cot would be as much of an eyebrow raiser. If only there was a couch. Isaac rubbed his foot into the floor. Or carpet. "I'm calling for extra blankets and towels." "I'm calling Logan." He checked his watch. There was a knock at the door. Bellhop, someone called through the door. Harper sighed. "I guess I'm getting the door." While she directed their luggage placement and requested the extra towels and blankets, Isaac talked to Logan. "So everything's okay with the old lady?" "Dad, don't call her that. She's cool." "What do you mean?" "I mean, we went golfing after school today and she got me in for a lesson with the club pro tomorrow morning." "So you like golf?" "It's okay," he replied. Which was teen boy talk, for he really liked it and couldn't wait to get out on the greens. Isaac smiled. "Golf? Did you get your homework done?" "It's the last week of school, there is no homework." "Did you talk to your English teacher about that missing assignment?" "I emailed it to her this morning before class." "Great. What did you have for dinner?" "Missing Danny's food much?" "We ate on an airplane." "Sorry." Harper touched his arm and Isaac covered the receiver. "I'm going to shower. They should bring up the blankets in about 5 minutes." Isaac had to focus hard to not think about the ramifications of sharing a room with Harper. They'd shared a home for several weeks, but were never in this close proximity unless they were eating or in the office. "Sounds good. Dad?" "Yeah." He turned his attention back to Logan. "I just asked if I could have a few friends over to watch the game tomorrow night." Isaac tipped his head from side to side, considering. On the one hand, he was ecstatic that Logan had a group of friends to invite over so soon after moving to St. George. On the other hand, he didn't want them unsupervised. "Let me talk to Zeke and see if he can hang out while you guys are there." Friday nights were usually his day off. "And no girls." Logan groaned. Isaac laughed. "Foiled your plans with the ladies, did I?" No. Logan blushed right through the phone. Those are my terms. Fine. The water shut off. Isaac said goodbye quickly. He wanted to be in his pajamas before Harper came out. He'd shower in the locker room in the morning if he had to, but there was no way he was going to get in there where her floral soap and shampoo lingered. It was hard enough being crammed in the same hotel room with her. He needed to be smart or he'd lose his head. Turned out he didn't need to worry too much about hurrying. Harper didn't come out of the bathroom until the blankets had been delivered. Isaac had changed and made his bed, and he'd watched the recap of 3 MLB games on Sports Network. I still feel bad about you sleeping on the floor, she said as she slid between the sheets. Isaac punched his pillow. It's fine. Don't worry about it. She turned the other way and the dark, comfortable silence descended between them. Soon, her breathing was deep and soft. Isaac had told her it was fine that he sleep on the floor. Except it wasn't. The floor was cold and hard beneath him. Harper's scent was everywhere, driving him mad as he tossed and turned. He fanned the blankets for temporary relief, only to be freshly assaulted with lavender or roses or whatever she slathered on herself a moment later. He used to love road trips, but 5 nights in this room would be torture. Chapter 19. Isaac tugged his hat down low in an effort to hide the disappointment and frustration that no doubt poured from his features. They'd lost their first game against Colorado by 2 runs. Not embarrassing, but frustratingly close enough that he'd pump the team with "if we play harder, we can take these guys." They had 5 starting pitchers. Jackson Kimber was their only left-hander and he had the best performance rating. The other 4 had good, solid arms and were smart. 2 of them were young enough that they were still finding their stride, but the coaching staff had high expectations for both of them. With 5 pitchers on rotation, Jackson only pitched once a series. Lately, that was one too many times for Isaac. Like tonight. In the first and second innings, he'd given up 5 runs, digging the Redrocks a hole. A great big hole that these guys didn't need right now. They were finally feeling good. The air in the locker room was one of cautious optimism. They weren't jumping on his bandwagon and encouraging speeches quite yet, but they were headed that direction. Except Jackson. He scoffed at Isaac and the rest of the coaching staff, needled the other players, and continually gave half an effort. Since they were playing in the National League, Jackson had to take his turn in the batter's box. His lack of enthusiasm at batting practice was starting to show. Like a grass stain that wouldn't go away, this guy was leaving a bad mark on the team in general. Something needed to be done. Isaac just wasn't sure what. That night, the question of what to do with Jackson Kimber gnawed at Isaac like bedbugs. If only he could attribute his discomfort to bedbugs. Since he was once again on the floor, with the hardwood messing with his lower back, Jackson Kimber took all the blame. Sometime around midnight, Harper sighed. Lifting herself onto one elbow, she asked, "Do you want to switch?" Guilt washed over Isaac. He forced himself to hold still. Lying flat on his back, he pulled the blankets up to his chest and folded hands on top. "I didn't mean to wake you." She lay down, facing the ceiling too. "You didn't. You kept me up." "More sorry." He grinned in the dark. Not that he was glad he'd kept her awake, but he'd forgotten what it was like to have someone to be awake with when life wasn't great. Not that Amy had been that person, not really. She had no problem sending him to the couch if he interfered with her beauty sleep. The hushed quiet that had settled over the hotel seeped under the door and added a sense of intimacy to their conversation. "What's bothering you?" she asked. Maybe it was the late hour or maybe it was the sense of teamwork they'd forged by co-parenting Logan, but Isaac was able to speak without reservation. "I heard Colorado's owner brag that they sold out our series." "Yeah." He could hear Harper's grin. "He was pleased with the numbers we brought in." Not bad for a podunk team from Utah. Not bad at all. She rolled over, tucking her pillow under her chin. Jackson didn't do well today. Isaac didn't sense any of the tension that usually accompanied a conversation about their star pitcher. He could barely make out the soft lines on Harper's face, the outline of her jaw and her thick eyelashes. Guys weren't supposed to notice things like that, but on Harper, he noticed everything. No, he did not. Is he in a slump? He's not practicing hard enough. I know he likes to fool around, but, she trailed off, out of excuses. Isaac rolled over to face the bed, leaning on his elbow. The guys that make it this far can't coast on raw talent. They have to continually develop their skills. Tuning a swing can take 6 years, because it's figuring out exactly how to make the big muscles and the little muscles and the eyes and the head all work in sync. And then being able to do it on a consistent basis. Jackson isn't interested in that kind of work. I once heard him tell Dad that he was excited to be the top dog on the team because there wasn't anyone better on the field. Isaac rolled his eyes. Don't think I didn't see that, Harper teased. He laughed. She sighed. Dad threw a lot of money into Jackson's contract, hoping to build the team around him. There's only one problem: he's not the type of guy you build a team around. He's very good at hiding that fact. At least when you first meet him. Unless you're the new coach. Brian Tuttle. Now that's a guy you can build a team around. You think so? Yeah. He's going through some hard times right now, but he's pulling through. The inspirational story type. And his performance hasn't suffered. He's a family guy and a true team player. She tipped her head to the side, neither committing nor arguing with him. Blake wouldn't be bad either. He has a reputation with the ladies, but he's interested in seeing the team grow and really compete in the league. He plays smart and the guys respect him. He's looking to take his game to the next level. There was a pause. Isaac, what are you saying? He held his breath. I'm saying that we need to consider what is good for team morale and not just what is good for the team budget. If Jackson continues to poison the Redrocks, then he should be cut loose. We need him. Her words tumbled out. We need to be able to compete long term. He's leaving at the end of the season anyway. Don't think for a moment that he'll stick around. The one thing he's working hard at is playing the victim, and he's using your dad's death and the new management to excuse his poor performance. Not only is he playing the media, he's sinking the ship in the process. If we trade him before the deadline, we lose $20 million. Isaac shrugged. You see it as a loss, I see it as an investment in the team. A loud knocking at the door interrupted their quiet conversation. Isaac cursed whoever was there for breaking the feeling of trust that had permeated the room. He and Harper scrambled to their feet. He kicked the blankets against the wall and she threw the pillow at the foot of the bed. The place was a mess. After their marriage announcement, there were a few reporters looking for a scandal. Pamela's people were good and the details of their wedding went unreported. Hitting a dead end and with no hint of foul play, the reporters backed off. However, he wouldn't put it past them to pound on the door in the middle of the night to try and catch him and Harper off guard. Who is it? Isaac called through the door. Hotel management, sir. We have a situation downstairs. Harper looked through the peephole. She nodded and flipped the deadbolt. Isaac pulled the door open to find a 30-something man with dark hair, strong Italian features, and a regretful look. I'm sorry to bother you, but we've had several complaints about room 356. Who is it? He whispered. I have no idea, she replied. Her eyes narrowed. Give us just a moment to change and we'll be right down. Isaac nodded and shut the door. He scrambled for a pair of jeans, yanking his shirt off as he went. Harper yelped. He flipped around to see her staring at his bare chest, her eyes wide. "I'll just use the bathroom." She hurried in, tripping on her way. Isaac grinned. He kind of liked seeing her flustered. Well, flustered because of him. He hadn't thought a thing of changing in front of her, almost like they were really married. She came out wearing a huge Redrocks sweatshirt, tight jeans, and bare feet. And she was the hottest thing he'd ever seen. "Let's go." He bit back the words, "No, let's stay." The manager was waiting in the hallway and escorted them to the elevators. "What exactly is going on down there?" Isaac asked. "I believe it's a party, sir." "A party?" Isaac exchanged a look with Harper. "We lost, no one should be having a party." She ground her teeth together. As the elevator door peeled open, the steady beat of a bass drum greeted them. "This way." The manager pointed to the right. "I think we can find it. Thank you for your time." Harper dismissed the manager and wove her way through the couples making out in the hallway towards the half-open door. She was stopped by a large guy with a tribal tattoo on his scalp. "Whoa there, princess, this is a private party." Isaac hustled to keep up. Harper managed to look down her nose at the man that had her by a good 6 inches. "The party's over. I don't take orders from you. Jackson's the one who hands out the cash." Harper glared. "I'm the one who signs his paychecks, so if you want to have a steady cash flow, you'd better get out of my way." He looked to Isaac, who nodded. "I'd listen to her, man. She's ticked." The guy checked over his shoulder. Whatever." Harper ducked under his arm and shut the door open in one smooth move. Isaac moved to follow but was blocked. "Who are you?" He grinned. "I'm her husband." His beefy hands came up. "Hey, man, I don't mess with husbands." Isaac patted his shoulder as he went in. "Why don't you clear the hallway? We're shutting it down and I'd hate for anyone to get arrested." Stringing together a few choice words, the big guy opened his arms, his fingertips scraping the wallpaper on either side. "Take it home or get a room," his voice boomed. Isaac cringed. At least the people who complained would know that the party was over. He paused just inside the room. Bodies pressed tight in the small space, pulsing to the music. The lights were off, but a small, somewhat pathetic strobe light came from the corner. Harper wasn't anywhere to be found. Nervous that he couldn't see her, he reached over and found the light switch. Women screeched and covered their eyes. Guys yelled obscenities. Half the room ducked like a gun had gone off. Isaac spotted Harper on the far wall, digging around behind the stereo. The music cut out and she came up triumphant, a plug in her hand. "What the?" Jackson stumbled off the bed, his movements fluid and yet off. "Harper?" He squinted, rubbed his eyes, and squinted again. Harper glared at the groupies and fans. "Anyone left here in 30 seconds goes to jail." Even in their inebriated state, the unwanted hotel guests knew what that meant. Isaac pressed himself against the wall to avoid being caught up in the flood of bodies bottlenecking at the doorway. He inched along the wall until he got to Harper. "Jackson," she spat. "Are you surprised?" She wilted. "No." The room cleared faster than the stands after a 12-point loss. At least nothing was broken. Harper's hands went to her hips. Jackson stumbled their way. "You're always a wet blanket." Harper fanned his breath out of her face. "You're drunk." "Don't worry. I'll be golden by game time." He swiveled his hips. She shoved him towards the bed. "Go sleep it off." He fell onto the bed, face down. "And don't leave this room until game time." Jackson snored. Harper huffed and headed out. Isaac raised an eyebrow. Is he faking? I don't care. She slammed the door behind them. Cringing, she whispered, sorry, to all the doors around them. Isaac chuckled. What? You're cute. She grinned. Shut up. They made their way back to the elevator and Isaac stuck his hands in his pockets to keep himself from touching her. Harper paced the small space. Can't you haul him out of bed early tomorrow and put him through sprints or something? Sorry, this isn't college ball. He's an adult. By age only. Still want to keep him? Harper's face clouded. Our PR people can handle this. I'll call them when I get back to the room. He dug his hands into his hair. Your life would be so much easier without him in it. She gave him a funny look. You'd think so, wouldn't you? Wouldn't it? They exited the elevator onto their nice, calm, quiet 9th floor. My dad's gone and my life is much more complicated. She used the key card to open the door. That's different. You didn't trade your father, he passed away. Isaac flipped on the light so Harper could see her way to the bed. She climbed up, sitting with her legs crossed and leaning against the headboard. He killed the lights and shucked his shoes, not caring where they ended up. He'd find them in the morning. This team is his legacy. I want to do right by it. So help us compete. Not just this year, but in the years to come. Isaac felt around for the pile of blankets and towels he called a bed. There was a long pause, during which neither of them moved. Jackson was Dad's call and I have to trust his judgment. Angry Isaac went back to looking for his nest. He scooted his bare feet across the floor and put his hands out in front of him. His foot collided with the nightstand and he cursed. You're upset. He held his pinky toe and growled a response that didn't sound like actual words. Why did such a small digit have to hurt so bad? You don't have to get all huffy. I'm not, he replied through clenched teeth. You sure sound like it. I stubbed my toe. There was a pause. Oh. I thought you were taking your anger out on the furniture. Are you okay? He sighed as the pain finally receded. It's just a toe. I have 9 others. Settling on the floor, Isaac rubbed his toe with one hand. Harper giggled. What? I thought you swore at me. Isaac leaned his head against the wall. Nope. Just the nightstand. If it makes you feel any better, I want to swear at me too. She shuffled around. And Dad. What a mess. She sniffed. The fight went out of Isaac. He climbed up onto the bed and gathered Harper into his arms while she cried the tears of a loved one gone too soon. He kind of wished the old man was around. Maybe he would have listened when it came to trading Jackson. Of course, if Jake Richmond was still around, Harper wouldn't own the Redrocks, she wouldn't have married him, and he wouldn't be holding a woman he cared very much about. Chapter 20. Home at last. Harper dropped her purse on the side table and flopped next to Logan, who was watching PGA highlights. The Redrocks' last game against Colorado was yesterday night and the team flew out first thing Sunday morning to make their late afternoon game against Boston on their home field. They were on a high. Winning by 1 run and you'd think they'd won the World Series or something, the way they doused Isaac with the water cooler. He'd laughed and slapped backs and then searched for Harper in the stands. She'd blown him a kiss without thinking. The media gobbled it up. It seemed their marriage, the butt of late-night television's jokes for weeks, had suddenly become a Cinderella story. Like Cinderella, Harper was called upon to slave away after her father died. For weeks she'd kept the pain and sorrow to herself, but in Isaac's arms, she'd finally let it loose. The release was bittersweet, like she was finally accepting his passing. And Isaac's embrace was strong, holding her up when she was at her lowest. They talked again the next night about her dad, her arm hanging off the bed so she could hold Isaac's hand. Isaac asked questions about her childhood, bringing back the best of memories. Boarding the plane was a mixed bag. She wanted to get home, wanted to see Logan and her mom, but would miss those quiet nights. "Where's Mom?" Harper asked. She wanted to paint something. Logan waved his hand towards the art studio. Harper smiled, grateful that she'd left the room alone. Just the way her mother liked it. She would bet dollars to easels that Mozart played through the surround sound, and there was at least one smear of blue paint on her mother's cheek. Painting was one of the rare times she let herself get messy. Because it was for her art. By the look of Logan's blue golf shirt and plaid slacks, painting wasn't the only thing that kept her mom busy for the last few days. She'd make another bet that Logan had several more of those shirts hanging in his closet, accompanied by golf shoes and a set of custom clubs. "Nice digs." "Thanks." He popped his collar and an attitude. Harper elbowed him lightly. "What did Ashley think?" "She hasn't seen them yet." "Thanks to Dad." "What did I do?" asked Isaac as he entered the room. Heat built in Harper's stomach. He looked good in jeans. He looked better in his uniform, but she couldn't ask him to wear that home. "You're a horrible wingman." Logan muted the television and turned to Isaac. "If you're relying on me to be your wingman, then you're worse off than I thought." Harper eyed Isaac's tight tee and open button-up shirt. His hair was getting long and he'd gelled it with just a few swipes of his wet fingers this morning. Not that she'd watched him outright. Sneaking a glance now and then wasn't creepy, it was curious or flirty. "I don't know, I think you'd make a good wingman." "Yeah?" He popped the same attitude as Logan. She grinned, looking down. "Has he told you he's a natural golfer?" asked Nora as she came into the room. Sure enough, a streak of cerulean blue ran across her right thigh. "I believe it," said Isaac. He patted Logan's shoulder as he took a seat on his other side. "Where's Seth?" Harper asked. "He got called out on some urgent business and had to leave," replied Nora. "Oh." Harper frowned. "He could have said goodbye." "He sent you those." Logan pointed to a large bouquet of peonies on the entertainment center. Harper hauled herself out of the overstuffed couch and found the card. "Dear Sis," she read out loud. "Thanks for letting me stay, for giving Mom a grandson so she'll stop harping on me to get married already." Isaac and Logan laughed. Mom scowled. "I don't harp. I encourage. With force. And for running off and getting married, so I had to come and straighten you out. Miss you already, Seth." She refilled the card and tossed it on the table. "What? Nothing about getting a fantastic new brother-in-law?" Isaac quirked a grin. "I didn't buy you flowers, but I am leaving after lunch," announced Nora. "But you just got here," protested Harper. "And like your brother, I'm glad I came." She hugged Logan. "Remember what I told you. Anything you need. Ever." Logan nodded. "You knew she was leaving?" Harper asked him. "Nana has half of Europe to see." Logan shrugged. Harper's eyes stung with unexpected tears at hearing Logan call her mom Nana. "And Logan has a summer of golf lessons and girls to get to. He doesn't need an old lady slowing him down." "Pshaw. Maybe by the time you get back I'll be able to two-putt." "I'm sure of it." She turned to Isaac. "Will you two move my bags up to the front door?" "Of course." Isaac and Logan wandered down the stairs to the garden suite. As soon as they were out of hearing range, Nora rounded on Harper. "What happened in Colorado?" "Excuse me?" "Come off it, darling. I had laser eye surgery 10 years ago. I can see the change between you two. It's like you're circling around one another, orbiting." We lost the first 3 games and won the 4th. Had a nice talk around midnight and broke up a party. She lifted a shoulder. Nothing happened. But you want it to. Mother. Nora tossed back her chin and laughed, the grief and mourning and years dripping away like a popsicle melting on the hot St. George sidewalk. Sometimes Harper forgot that her mom was a child once upon a time, but when she laughed like that, an 8-year-old version wasn't hard to imagine. She also forgot that, while she had lost her dad, her mom lost her spouse. After having a taste of the married life, Harper had a new respect for the pain she must have experienced. Hurling herself out of the chair, she threw her arms around her mom's neck. "I love you, Mom." Startled, Nora jerked, but quickly melted into the hug. "I love you, too." She pulled Harper tight and Harper felt the ribs in her mom's back, another testament to the grief she soldiered through. "Come back soon. I miss you." She hadn't, not really, because she'd been so caught up in her own life and problems. But having everyone under one roof, including Isaac and Logan, reminded her of growing up. Her grandparents would visit for weeks at a time and a sense of family prevailed. Strange how growing up had made her comfortable with loneliness. "I will." After a dinner of steak, potatoes, and kale wraps, Harper walked her mom to the town car and gave her one last hug. She was left at the curb, waving at the taillights. Wrapping her arms around herself, she trudged back into the house. Logan's and Isaac's voices bounded up the stairs, cutting through the silence and softening the sense of abandonment her mother left behind. Following their chatter, she ended up in the kitchen, which wasn't a big surprise considering their healthy appetites. A platter of cupcake wrappers and 2 half-full glasses of milk adorned the counter, while guilt painted their faces. "Don't worry, I'm here for the ice cream." "There's ice cream?" Logan asked through a mouthful of white cake and chocolate frosting. Harper held up the tiny frozen cup. "Almond milk ice cream." "Yuck." Logan wiped his mouth with a napkin, brushed the crumbs into his hand, and threw everything away. "I'm going to my room." "Really?" Harper blinked. Logan usually liked to hang out and she was hoping he'd stick around. "Ashley's supposed to FaceTime me." Logan blushed. "Well, don't leave her waiting." She shooed him off, grinning. The door swung shut behind him and Harper continued to stare. "He's the sweetest kid I've ever met." And if Ashley breaks Logan's heart, Harper yanked out the silverware drawer. "She'd better watch out." Isaac slipped into the small space right next to Harper. He took out a spoon and gently shut the drawer. "Let's not threaten innocent girls until the knife drawer is shut, okay?" Harper giggled. "If you insist." "I do." Isaac folded his arms and leaned against the edge of the counter. That was one of Harper's favorite poses. With his fists tucked under his biceps, they were positively huge, and his chest was bigger too. And he looked so rebel without it 'cause hot. Sucking down the spoonful of half-flavored ice cream, she turned so they were side by side. She swirled her spoon across the top of her dessert as her mind ran over the bounce from missing her mom to feeling content again. Just knowing Isaac and Logan would be around tonight and in the morning and the next night too loosened the tightness in her chest she'd developed over the years as she pulled into herself. "Do you ever get lonely?" she asked Isaac. "I mean, after Logan's mom left." Her ears burned. She had no idea if that was an appropriate question to ask. "I mean, I hadn't realized how alone I was in life." He considered her for a moment. "Was? Okay, mad confession time. Until you two moved in, this place was quiet. Like a morgue." He half grinned, pleasure twinkling in his tiger eyes. Harper ducked behind her hair, digging into the cup with renewed interest. Isaac bumped her with his shoulder. "I wasn't lonely for people because I had Logan, and I was so worried about how her leaving would affect him that I didn't focus on myself." "Of course." Her appetite evaporating, Harper set the cup on the counter, the spoon sticking straight up. The nights were hard. Isaac's voice was low and intimate, like it had been in the hotel room when it was just the two of them, the darkness, and their conversation. I missed pillow talk. Pillow talk? He raised an eyebrow. You've never heard of pillow talk? She shook her head. It's the quiet conversation a couple has before they fall asleep. He spread his arms, his left hand on the counter behind her. A thrill dashed over her skin. She turned her body towards his. We had pillow talk then. Yes, we did. He studied her, his eyes caressing her face. Her cheeks grew warm. She knew what they shared had been a closeness, a new way of communicating that she hadn't had with any other man, but she didn't know there was a name for it. Nor did she know it meant something to Isaac until this moment. I'd been wondering, he fingered a strand of her hair. She tipped her chin up to meet his gaze. Yes. If I weren't the manager. Yes. Harper placed her hand on his chest to steady herself. And you weren't the owner. Harper had a feeling she knew where this was going, and she began to tremble because she wanted this to happen, and she was afraid that if it did, everything would change. Isaac wanted to change the team and Harper needed it to stay the same. To honor her father. Game time. Game time, shouted Isaac's phone over and over again, interrupting the moment. My alarm. He pulled it from his back pocket and silenced the noise. We need to get to the stadium. Logan came in. He looked at them once and then once again as if he were trying to figure out what was going on. Harper busied herself putting the tasteless ice cream back in the freezer and her spoon in the dishwasher. I can be ready in 5. Can I come? Logan asked. Sure, Harper said at the same time Isaac said, we'll. He can hang with me. Do you want to invite Xander? Sure. Logan sent off a text while Isaac drank half a cold water bottle. His gaze landed on Harper and smoldered there. She always did like a man with a sexy smolder. For heaven's sake. Getting caught up in some hormone-induced affair with her pretend husband was not an option at the moment. Was it? He'll meet us there. Great. She dashed from the room and away from Isaac's overall draw. When she'd fallen for Jackson, she'd had the same heady sense of twirling through space, head over heels, on a merry-go-round of attraction. Except, she could honestly say that she'd never experienced the intimacy she'd felt while pillow talking with Isaac before. Of course, she'd never shared a room with Jackson. Not that he hadn't tried every trick in the book. Isaac had come up with one trick Jackson would never try. Marriage. There were so many similarities between the two men. They were both baseball fanatics. Both took care of their bodies. Both had that bad boy image thing down. Except for Jackson, it wasn't a show. He really was the bad boy type. But Isaac was a good guy on the inside. He put Logan's needs first. He was loyal. Talking about making the Redrocks competitive for years to come when he only had a 1-year contract. This could have easily been a short-term win for him, yet he really wanted to make a difference while he was here. And that was the problem. He was a good guy who looked at the Redrocks with an objective eye. One she hadn't been able to achieve. She saw the team through grief-colored glasses that blurred issues. If she didn't put some distance between her and Isaac, he might just get those glasses off, and then the protection the team provided would disappear. She didn't know if she could handle that much grief. Taking it in small doses seemed like the smarter thing to do. Chapter 21. They lost their first game against Boston. A disappointing 5 runs. Isaac asked the new team psychologist, David Norris, to do a complete workup with each player between workouts and home games. They were in the midst of a 3-day series, and he wanted to get inside their heads. David was meeting with Brian Tuttle now. Isaac wanted to pace outside the doorway. Instead, he went downstairs to check in with the physical therapy team. He walked in to find Elise rotating Jackson's arm, her lips in a firm line and her eyes narrowed. "Not interested," she said through bared teeth. "I'll bet you know just how to make my body." "Hi, Elise," Isaac interrupted Jackson's advances. Jackson gave him a lazy wave with his free hand. "Coach." Isaac nodded his way. "What did the doctor say about Jackson's arm?" he asked Elise. Harper ordered weekly checkups as a strategic move and to appease the press. Nothing showed up on the tests. She pulled Jackson's arm behind him, stretching the shoulder muscles. Isaac grunted. "Did Harper see the test results?" "I did," Harper said behind him. He turned to see her standing in the doorway like a kid who didn't know if she were invited to the party. Her eyes darted to Jackson and him and then to the floor. There was this wall or moat between her and Jackson. Isaac wasn't sure how it got there. Elise let go of his arm. "He's got full range of movement." Jackson winked at her. "We could test that out after dinner tonight." Elise's eyes widened and she gave a panicked look to Isaac. "No thanks." "When's his next turn in the rotation?" Harper asked Isaac. "Not until we play San Diego, Thursday night." They had 2 more games against Boston and a much-needed day off before they faced the California team. "You're medically cleared to pitch in the series," Harper said to Jackson. "Great news." Jackson flashed his SPORTS network smile. "I wouldn't want to keep the ladies waiting." "By all means, go." Elise made a show of holding her hands up in the air as if they were contaminated as she crossed to the sink. Pumping the soap dispenser multiple times, she used enough soap to create a bubble bath. Jackson went to leave, moving right into Harper's personal space. "Miss me?" Harper met his suggestive gaze. "No," she answered with conviction. "You will." He swaggered away. Isaac hustled across the room, feeling the need to chase Jackson away from Harper. Though it wasn't because Harper had cowed to him this time. The feeling was a burning jealousy. A primal need to keep a predator out of his home and away from those he cared about. Yes, he cared about Harper. She'd shown a kindness to him and Logan that went beyond the parameters of their contracts. Baseball or marriage. Not only that, even though he'd bent their deal about Jackson, she'd followed through with her side and approved the salary for a team psychologist. Spending that money on his idea was a huge leap of faith for Harper. Faith in him. He didn't want to let her down. Which is why he'd checked up on Jackson. Not to say "I told you so," but to show that he truly had the Redrocks' best interest at heart. He shouldn't say things like that. Isaac waved back and forth between Harper and Elise. "To either of you." Jackson's leering suggestive behavior grated. Especially the way he took familiarity with Harper. Elise ducked. "I promise, Mr. Wolfe, I didn't encourage him." "I can't imagine what you think after last time with Blake and now Jackson saying." She bit her lip. "I don't think anything bad about you," Isaac assured her. "I'll send someone from Human Resources to talk to him." Harper grinned mischievously. "If he bothers you again, please let one of us know." "I will." Elise nodded. "Thanks for all you do." Isaac waved goodbye as he followed Harper into the hallway. His fingertips went to the small of her back. He loved the way it curved in slightly. "Human Resources?" he asked. "By the end of the day, he'll have mandatory classes for proper workplace behavior." Her eyes danced. "I can't have him harassing our female employees." She glanced over her shoulder. "No matter how beautiful they are." "My thoughts exactly." Isaac looked her over, making sure she knew he meant her and not Elise. Harper flushed. Are we riding home together tonight? He asked. Didn't you bring your motorcycle? I did. He put his hand on her waist, pulling her slightly closer. I thought you liked Harleys. I did. I do. It's just. Harper always thought things through. From multiple angles. He'd hoped that by catching her off guard she'd give an honest response. Isaac leaned in. It's just a ride home. If only that were true, she said quietly. I'm in a skirt. He leaned back to take in her beautiful legs and her just right tight pencil skirt. A skirt that would hike up to reveal a whole lot more of those gorgeous legs if she sat behind him on the bike. I don't mind. I bet you don't. She laughed. Maybe another time. Gently squeezing her waist, he let go, feeling a little swagger in his step. Chapter 22. The bright stadium lights made the outfield grass the perfect shade of green. Bugs swarmed the bulbs, but thankfully left the fans alone. Although they might as well swarm the stands and get people moving for as exciting as this game was. An older gentleman had fallen asleep 5 rows up behind home plate. That will look great on television. The announcer in Isaac's head started up again. Well, folks, we've got several dismal innings to get through before this one is over. I'd tell you to buckle in, but the Redrocks aren't going anywhere. Not with the way Jackson Kimber is pitching tonight. He's throwing just fine, but the time between pitches is unbearable. The best news is that the Redrocks have been able to hold M at 0-0. Probably because they've gone to sleep. Isaac took his ball cap off, scratched his head, and put it back on. Jackson was baiting him to walk out the mound again or pull him from the game. He wasn't going to play that game because he'd seen how Jackson worked that one. It was time to come up with something else. His mind turned the situation over. Popcorn. Get your popcorn, yelled a vendor that sounded a lot like Logan. Isaac tuned him out and focused on the game. The batter hit a pop fly to left field that graced the fence before landing in Tuttle's glove. 2 down, shouted the shortstop, Dustin Colt. Jackson caught the ball and scratched his cheek. He took several signs from the catcher, shaking his head at each. Stepping away from the board, he turned the ball over in his hand. Stepping back up, he shook off another signal. The catcher shifted his weight. Isaac glared. If anyone on the team suffered during a long game, it was the catcher, who spent all 9 innings in a squat. Popcorn. Isaac turned to see who it was that could sound so much like his kid. The voice cut right through his ability to concentrate. It wasn't just some guy that sounded like Logan, it was Logan, walking up and down the VIP section with a box of popcorn bags slung around his neck and a toothy grin on his face. Get your popcorn. Jackson threw a wild fastball. What the? Isaac stared at Logan. Are you going to pull him? Asked Coach Shipley. I'm pulling someone. Isaac felt for his phone before remembering that he'd left it in his locker. No one was allowed a phone in the dugout. League rules. They didn't want players tweeting during the game. Which left him without a way to get in touch with Harper. All he could do was watch helplessly as his 15-year-old hustled the stands. Folding his arms, he glared at the game. Well, prodded Shipley. Let him dig his own grave. Isaac jerked his chin towards Jackson. The batter got off a line drive between first and second. Dustin made a diving catch and came up with the ball and a chest full of grass stains. Grinning, he held his glove over his head as he jogged in. The players filed past Isaac. He patted some on the back, nodded to others. Told them good job. Until Jackson paused at the top of the steps, towering over Isaac. He thrust out his jaw as if daring Isaac to put up a fuss. Isaac gave him a pitted shake of the head. Even the super agent Ronnie McDowell can't sell a player in a slump. I'm not in a slump. Then prove it. All I see, all the scouts see, is a guy who's struggling out there. They don't care why. Jackson stomped down the stairs. I thought you cared about the team. Isaac ignored his comment. For Jackson, it wasn't about the team. It never was, nor would it be. For Jackson, it was all about Jackson. For Isaac, it was about getting through this game so he could get Logan out of that t-shirt and hat and back in the VIP booth where he belonged. Isaac took the stairs to the 3rd floor. He hadn't bothered to change out of his uniform after post-game interviews, and he may or may not have dropped the term slump in reference to Jackson's performance tonight. If pressure from the national media didn't make Jackson perform, then he wasn't sure what would. As upset as he was about how the game went, Redrocks won by 1 run with a final score of 0-1. He was 10 times as upset about seeing Logan running up and down the stairs with a fistful of cash. He hadn't worked his tail off so that his kid could sell popcorn and sodas. Harper's door was open. He walked in to find Logan lounging in one of her chairs and Harper behind the desk. They were grinning like two thieves who'd pulled off a heist. My son is not going to hustle the stands. Isaac slammed the door shut behind him. Harper's smile faded. I checked the labor laws. It's not about the law. He ground his teeth together. It's honest work, Isaac. Everybody's got to start somewhere. Logan hung his head. Dad, I just wanted to make some money. For what? Isaac threw his hands out. I make more than enough for both of us. Logan got to his feet. So I don't have to ask you all the time. You go on and on about how I'll be a man one day and have to survive out there. I'm ready for a taste of that. Isaac spread his fingers and clawed at his hair. Logan was the oldest soul in existence. Yes, he was probably ready for more responsibility, but that didn't mean that Isaac was ready. He bit back the desire to say, "You're ready when I say you're ready." Instead, he settled for, "Absolutely not." Are you embarrassed? Harper asked incredulously. She pulled her way around the desk to stand next to Logan, who was still seated but just barely. No one would know he's your son. He doesn't even wear a name tag. Harper put her hand on Logan's shoulder, keeping him in the seat. Isaac scoffed. They'd find out. If they did find out, they'd be impressed to see you making your kids work for things in life. Both Seth and I washed dishes at the country club this summer between our freshman and sophomore years of high school. The next year we bussed tables, and the year after that we worked in the clubhouse. Seth hauled clubs for guys who work for him now. It's good, honest work. She had a point. Darn it. Or, they'd think the team was suffering financially and you had to press your teenaged stepson into working. Right, like that story would happen. Poor billionaires. It's my job to provide for him. Isaac slammed his hand to his chest. He has the whole rest of his life to be an adult. Let him be a kid for as long as possible. Logan slowly got to his feet. Thanks, Harper, for sticking up for me. Logan? Her tone begged him to not give in. His face was full of peace and acceptance. Sometimes Isaac wished his son would fight back, that he'd make an issue out of something like this. Throw a fit. A tantrum. All the crap he'd gone through in life had prematurely aged him. He's right. I have my whole life to work. She growled. Logan smiled. But he's wrong too. Hey. Isaac held up a hand. No offense, Dad. But you are. In what way? Like Isaac didn't already know. He just hoped whatever Logan said next didn't hit too close to home. I'm not a kid anymore. I don't play with friends, I hang out. I don't have recess, I have gym. And in case you haven't noticed, I'm taller than you. Isaac stretched to his full 6'1" height. And he stared at Logan's nose. Dang it. This sucks. Logan laughed. Don't take it too hard. Wilting like a blade of grass in the summer sun, Isaac dropped his defenses. I'm sorry, bud. Sockeye Dad. I don't like you getting older either. Hey! He playfully swiped at Logan, who dodged his arm and put Harper in front of him as a shield. Harper yelped. Isaac reached around her for Logan and the kid shoved Harper into his chest. She stumbled in her heels and Isaac caught her, bringing her close. You two make up. I'm going to see if there's any food left in the kitchen. Harper's gaze was all over his face, ducking to his lips and back up again. Do we need to make up? Isaac took in the feeling of holding her close, her body flush with his. I can definitely say I'm not feeling any anger right now. She bit her lip. Me neither. Then I'd say we officially made up. He brushed her hair off her face, trailing his fingers down her cheek. I like it. Harper's hands trailed across his chest, up his shoulders, and down his arms, sending heat to wash over him. I like it too. Isaac leaned down, bringing his forehead to hers. He closed his eyes and breathed in her scent, settling into this place where Harper belonged in his arms. She melted into him, her hands threading into his hair. He'd fought the desire to kiss her for so long that it had built to an overwhelming need. With his palm on her cheek, he pressed his lips to hers, letting the fire inside guide him as he deepened the kiss. She responded in kind, pulling him into her. Kisses had never been like this before. There had been passion, intensity, but not this overwhelming, full-body experience where feelings of love and protectiveness and hunger churned inside and flew around them. Harper moaned softly, and he gathered her closer, lifting her off the ground. That's what I like to see, Logan quipped as he came back in. Harper squeaked, her face turning red as Isaac gently placed her on her feet. She pulled her hands down to his chest, glancing up through her thick lashes. Isaac pressed a kiss to her hair. Don't stop on my account. Logan took a large bite out of the sub sandwich he'd found somewhere. Isaac shook his head. Harper cleared her throat. Regardless of how you feel about him working, you should be proud of your kid. He showed some major initiative. You saw me? Logan asked. I was watching out for you. I am proud. And I'm proud he's my son. He still had his arms around her. In fact, they were kind of stuck there, and he had no intention of wrangling them loose. I'm sorry I overreacted. It's just, I worked the stands when I was his age. Not for pocket change, but for pants that fit and haircuts and deodorant. Seeing him up there brought back that sense of desperation. He turned to Logan. I never want you to feel like that. I don't, Dad. I know you've got my back. Harper drummed her fingers on his chest. He could feel her cheeks lift against his skin as she smiled. Then you'd probably like to know that he's going to church with Ashley tomorrow morning. You've got a date? That sprung Isaac's arms free and he collapsed into the chair. Logan gave Harper the stink eye. Well, it's church, so not really, but sort of. Isaac could hardly believe it. Is this the girl you FaceTimed with this morning? Where did you meet her? Zeke took me to a youth service project, like, a week ago. Ashley and her friends were there. Isaac couldn't believe he was about to ask this question. Do you like her, Dad? Logan's cheeks turned hot pink. It's a valid question, Harper threw in with a glint in her eye. She leaned as far forward as she could get and still remained standing, as anxious as Isaac for the answer. Logan smirked at her, more comfortable talking to Harper about girls than he was talking to his father. Which was okay, because Harper had Isaac's back and he knew it. She's fine. Harper laughed. That's guy talk for she makes your tongue swell. Isaac really wanted to pull Harper into his lap and show her some true guy talk for I like her, like her. Logan threw both palms in the air. We're done here. He practically ran from the room. Isaac and Harper laughed. Their eyes met and Isaac took her hand in his. Ashley, huh? She leaned close. I already checked her out. She has a 3.7 GPA, is on the soccer team, active in this service group that visits assisted living centers and adopts grandparents, and goes to church on a semi-regular basis. How do you know all that? Harper ducked her head. I have my resources. Isaac stood so he could run his finger down her cheek. How am I ever going to make it through this? I hate, and I do mean hate Logan growing up. Maybe you should talk to the team psychologist, Harper teased. Don't joke. If my kid starts asking girls out, I'm going to have to do just that. A worry line appeared between Harper's eyebrows. Isn't the point of parenthood to work yourself out of a job? Squeezing her middle and pulling her close, once again Isaac spoke quietly. I wish you could have seen him when he came to live with us. His eyes were so big and his heart was behind all these layers of fear. I swore I'd keep him safe. It's all I've focused on for so long, I'm having a hard time stepping out of that role. I don't think it's a matter of stepping out of that role, I think it's adapting that role to fit where he's at in life. He may not need you in the same way, but he does need you, Isaac. Isaac let her words settle into his mind. With you around, I might just survive this transition. Harper's hands trailed up his arms. I love a man in uniform, she muttered. Isaac chuckled. Holy cow, did I say that out loud? Her hand clamped over her mouth. Yeah, you did. But it's all good. I like this uniform too. He was beginning to really find a place for him and Logan here. St. George was a home base for them, a place they could set down roots. A place he didn't want to leave. As he pulled Harper in for another kiss, he realized it wasn't St. George that was home, it was Harper. Their relationships, both working and personal, had twisted into his DNA as much as baseball. He couldn't lose her. Wouldn't lose her. Because there was a difference between enjoying the win and hating to lose. And Isaac really hated losing. Losing meant anger, tears, and broken hearts. As much as Amy leaving had messed with him and Logan, he had a feeling losing Harper would be much, much worse. Chapter 23. Several days later Isaac changed into his uniform for a Saturday afternoon game against San Diego. He made the rounds, reminding the hitters what they'd worked on during the week and making sure the shortstop's bruise on his hip bone was healing nicely. Dustin had taken a line drive right to the bone. The force had buckled him forward, flat on his face. The flesh was a nasty yellow, but that was better than the green and black from earlier in the week. A hush fell over the locker room and Isaac looked around for the reason. Harper stood near the doors, her hand over her eyes. Everybody decent? She called out. Isaac made sure the coast was clear as he went over to meet her. You're safe. She dropped her hand and grinned, biting her lip as she looked his uniform over. What are you doing here? He touched her arm. You know how I like a guy in uniform. She plucked his shirt. Yeah, but, he looked over his shoulder. I came down to wish the team good luck. She leaned around him. Good luck out there, guys. Go Redrocks. Redrocks. The guys cheered. Well, most of the guys. Tuttle was in the corner under a mound of guilt and sorrow. The team had had Wednesday off between playing Boston and San Diego, and while most guys were getting some much-needed recovery time, Brian had spent the day in divorce mediation. He didn't get custody of his kids, only visitation, and that was at his ex-wife's discretion. The off-season wouldn't be too bad, but during the season they played almost every day and were on the road. He could go weeks without seeing his children and that had pummeled the guy to an emotional pulp. Harper's hand landed on Isaac's chest. She moistened her lips. Good luck, coach. She winked before leaving. Isaac stared at the door for a full minute. Dang, she was sexy. Gathering his wits, he made his way to Brian. How's it going? It's hard, man. Way harder than I even imagined. I haven't seen my kids in 7 days. I'm so sorry. They're coming over tonight, after the game. I just want to hang out and watch movies and be normal for a while, you know? Isaac remembered how hard he'd worked to pretend things were normal after Amy left. His neck tightened up, the memories pulling his muscles into knots. I do. Brian threw his shoes in his locker. Hey, focus on the game and then tonight focus on your kids. In fact, you're excused from BP before the game tomorrow. Spend as much time with them as you can. He nodded. Thanks, coach. Isaac headed off to the training room. Revisiting old times wasn't a walk in the park. If he didn't get some muscle cream on his neck, a migraine was sure to follow. He walked in to hear Blake Rygs say, "It's only dinner." Blake's hand was on her forearm and his voice was soft, sincere even. Elise closed her eyes, fighting some inner battle. When she opened them, she saw Isaac in the doorway. I can't. Her response was reluctant, not offended like it had been with Jackson. She hurried into the storage room where they kept things like ice packs and gauze. Blake turned to glare at Isaac. You. Isaac folded his arms. Nobody bats 1,000, kid. I don't want to bat 1,000. I want her. He pointed to the open storage room door. Thanks to your edict, she won't have anything to do with me. Mixing romance and baseball is a bad idea, says the coach who married the owner. Well, that's what I thought. Blake bumped past him. Elise poked her head out. Is he gone? Isaac sighed. For now. I don't know how long he'll stay away. We can have him take those classes with Jackson about workplace behavior and sexual harassment. No. He's nothing like Jackson. Isaac studied the doe-eyed look on her face. He'd seen that look a couple times in the mirror when he'd been caught up in thoughts of Harper. He needed to figure this out, but now was not the time. Can I get some menthol cream? Sure. She went back into the supply closet and came out with a small tube. Make sure you wash your hands after you apply. This is strong stuff. I will, thanks. Isaac squirted some of the minty gel into his palm and then worked it into the back of his neck. As he entered the locker room, all eyes were on him. Game time, said Coach Shipley. Yeah, Coach. We were all waiting for one of your motivational speeches. Juan chuckled. Isaac cocked his head, judging the feel of the room. Jackson leaned against his locker, his arms folded and his sunglasses on. He would spend the game in the bullpen. Zach Aiden was starting for them today. Brian Tuttle was on the bench, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees. Blake glared at him with the mighty hate of a man who had been denied the chance to be with the woman he loved. Yet there was something in the air, a sense of brotherhood. And all this time Isaac thought he'd been talking to the walls. He tucked the menthol cream in his pocket and clapped his hands together. San Diego is coming off a losing series against New York. They're hungry for a win and think we're an easy target. Well, I say they're wrong. You didn't get here because you're a loser. You were drafted because you're a winner, and together we're all winners. This is a team of winners. Don't forget that when you step up to the plate. Redrocks. Redrocks, Jimmy Holt began to chant. Isaac joined in, clapping his hands with the beat. Everyone came to their feet and gathered in the middle, the team named their battle cry. They ran into the dugout, screaming and yelling like a bunch of 12-year-olds. It was wonderful. Isaac grinned at Shipley. It's starting to come together. You think they'll win today? We've got a better shot today than we have any other day. The first few innings were quick. 3 up and 3 down for both teams. The Redrocks scored 2 runs in the 5th and San Diego matched them, +1 on an error. Don't let it get to you. Isaac patted David Carpio, the second baseman, who'd overthrown home plate, allowing the tying run to cross home. David was 5th in the lineup and needed to keep his head in the game. I won't. Blake hardly looked at him as he took a seat and folded his arms. The guy was pouting, or maybe just ticked off. Their first 2 batters had base hits. Blake grabbed his bat to head on deck. His shoulders slumped and his steps were small. RYGS, Isaac called him back. What? Hit a double, and I'll lift my no-dating staff policy. He'd already intended to lift the ban, but this way, he might just tie the game. Besides, Blake had it in him to hit a homer, he'd done it 100 times in practice. Serious? Yep. You got it. Blake strode out to the deck to warm up, determination lining his features. Isaac checked his grin. Nothing motivated a man like love for a beautiful woman. He should know. From day one, he'd wanted to make a run with this team to impress Harper. Wait. He hadn't done all this for Harper. He'd wanted to build a team because that's what God had made him for. Baseball. But what if God had made him for baseball so that Isaac could be the man Harper needed? The thought was so big and so overwhelmingly true that it didn't fit inside the stadium. His whole life, all the bumps and scrapes and triumphs, had brought him to this place where he was fulfilling the measure of his creation by mentoring, coaching, and leading the Redrocks and loving Harper. Brock Maddox swung hard at a curveball and whiffed it. The fans groaned as he headed back to the dugout. 1 out. Blake stalked to the plate like a lion on the hunt. He jerked his chin to the pitcher and then lifted one side of his cheek in a cocky grin. This was the attitude Isaac wanted from all his players. The first pitch was outside and Blake let it go. He stepped out of the box, adjusted his grip on the bat, and jerked his chin at the pitcher again, daring him to put one over the plate. The next one was inside. Again, Blake let it go. 2 balls, no strikes. Blake fouled off a breaking ball and a slider. Isaac was beginning to sweat. He took off his hat and swiped the moisture off his forehead with the back of his hand. Another foul ball and the count was 3-2. Shoot. He wanted this for Blake. Only Isaac and Blake knew he was up there battling for the woman he loved, but that made it all the more important that he win. Come on, throw him something he can hit. Another foul ball had fans scrambling in the stands. They were loving this. Isaac grinned. No one was asleep behind home plate today. Today, they were playing baseball the way it was meant to be played. As a battle between 2 opponents. He wiped a bead of sweat out of his eye, willing the pitcher to test his fastball. Blake loved the fastballs. Unfortunately, the pitcher knew that too, and he sent another curveball towards home. Another foul. Isaac's eyes burned from squinting into the summer sun. Giving them a good rub, he turned his attention back to home plate just in time to see Blake smack the ball over the shortstop's head, where it dropped 10 feet in front of the center fielder. The third base coach waved Juan, who had a massive lead off second base, towards home as the outfielder scooped up the ball and sent it on a long flight towards the catcher. He held it as Turk, who had been on first, dove for the third base bag and Blake slid into second with a giant whoop. He pointed at Isaac, who tipped back his head and laughed. The dugout and stands erupted in celebration. Coach Shipley slapped Isaac on the back, bringing tears to his eyes. Blake bounced on the base. The game was tied and they had 2 outs left. Isaac wiped his eyes again. The southern Utah sun wasn't messing around today. Overwhelmed? Asked Shipley. My eyes are burning, laughed Isaac as he grinned. Hey, someone bring Coach some glasses. One of the Bat Boys ran over with a pair of aviator sunglasses. Isaac slid them on, thinking of Harper's comment about a man with a Harley and a pair of aviators. If she could see me now. He pointed at Blake one more time. Yeah, he yelled. The next batter, Corbin Noland, headed for the batter's box and the stands settled. Isaac blinked several times and moisture fell to his cheeks. What? He brushed it away, but the burning sensation only intensified. Gah! He ripped the specs off and dug the heels of his hands into his eyes. What is it? Shipley asked. I can't see. My eyes are burning. Isaac couldn't pry his lids open. Doc, yelled Shipley. The announcer went at it again. Folks, it looks like Coach Wolfe has been injured. He's being led from the dugout by the medical team. We'll keep you posted. In the meantime, that's the final out for the Redrocks, and we're headed into the top of the 6th inning. Isaac cursed as Doc Birmingham laid him out on a padded table. Hold on a sec while I put on some gloves. Isaac nodded, his arm across his eyes. I'll call your wife, said someone else. No. She needs to focus on the game. One of them needed to be on top of things. If he couldn't be out there, Harper should be. Don't be stupid, said Harper from right next to him. Her soft fingers enveloped his hand and she brushed his hair off his forehead. He had no idea where his hat ended up. He relaxed into her touch and somehow the pain lessened. What are you doing here? He asked. I'm taking care of my husband. Who's coaching? She laughed lightly. Not me. Harper. His voice was pleading. Please tell me the score. It's still tied. That was quite the inning. It was. Isaac allowed himself to grin. I found Blake's motivation. Oh. Yeah, Elise. Somewhere beyond their little circle, something crashed to the floor. Harper's hand tightened around his. How do you know? I told him if he hit a double I'd lift the ban on dating employees. His confession was met with silence. You don't approve? Harper's hand went through his hair. I do, but Elise may not. No, it's fine, came Elise's voice. Sorry, I didn't know you were there. Isaac motioned to his closed eyes. What's that smell? Asked the doctor. It's menthol cream, replied Elise. He must have gotten it in his eyes. Doc Birmingham sked. 30 minutes of rinsing with distilled water should do the trick. Hold still, I'm going to put something like a contact in your eye. The liquid will run from the tube attached to the lens and into your eye and flush it out. 30 minutes. Isaac tried to sit up, but Harper pressed against him to hold him down. The game could be over by then. He tried to sit up again and was rewarded with Harper's body held against his. His hand moved to the back of her head. You're officially excused, Coach, she whispered in his ear. Are you going to stay right here the whole time? If you want me to. Oh, I want you. If you'll scoot back a little, Mrs. Wolfe, so I can get these in his eyes, you two can have the room to yourself. Doc Birmingham's tone was light. Elise giggled. Harper kissed just below his ear. Be good, she admonished. Never, he replied, knowing that was just what she wanted to hear. Chapter 24. San Diego had the stadium scheduled for the day, but Isaac had called the team in, telling them to wear comfortable clothes. They'd lost the Thursday and Friday night games, and won the Saturday afternoon game despite Isaac's mishap with the menthol cream. He attributed their win to Blake Rygs. He swung at every good pitch and landed on base more times in that game than he had in the 2 previous games. He hooped and bounced around and changed the whole atmosphere in the dugout. Isaac hoped the outing he had planned for the day would strengthen the sense of team. "Heads up," he barked as he stepped into the locker room. The guys stopped what they were doing and turned his way. "We're going to take a little field trip today. Meet me on the bus in 5 minutes." "What if we're late? Do we get left behind?" called Jackson from his corner. Fitting that he'd chosen the corner locker, because his attitude and poor performance were painting him into a corner. He couldn't see the effects of his self-destructive behavior. The other guys were starting to notice, though. None of them had called Jackson out for the crap he pulled, but they gave him the cold shoulder. Isaac would love nothing more than to leave the jerk behind, but even the jerk was a member of the team. If you're late, the team is late. So don't be late. Isaac hoped he put off an unconcerned air, because he dreaded dealing with Jackson today. The guy could taint a mood like a wet infield on a white uniform. He shoved the thoughts aside and made his way out to the bus. Harper sat in the front seat, wearing the hiking pants and Redrocks t-shirt he'd had sent to her office that morning. She'd braided her hair back and there was a line of sunscreen on her cheek. "Hey." He grinned. Her eyes brightened. "Hey, yourself." He took the open seat next to her and brushed his thumb down her cheek. "You had a line." "Oh." Her cheeks reddened and she scrubbed her face with her palms. "I swear the sun is stronger here. It's the desert air. No moisture." It was only the beginning of June, but southern Utah was plenty hot. He dreaded playing in the August heat. "So what's all this?" She motioned to her clothing and then the bus. He leaned close and whispered, "We're playing hooky." "We should have taken your Harley," she whispered back. His pulse kicked up, he loved the idea of riding off with Harper. "We're not going alone." "Hi, Mrs. Wolfe." Brian boarded the bus and took the seat right behind them. Rex Barnes and Ross Ketchum followed. Then Blake. They all greeted Harper with a tip of their ball caps or a small wave before finding a seat. Many of them had earbuds in, the wires bouncing off their chests as they walked. Jackson wasn't the last one on the bus, but he wasn't in a hurry either. Isaac gave him credit for showing up. Once everyone was on board, including the coaching staff, he told the driver they were ready. The bus lumbered over the speed bumps and into traffic, taking them onto I-15 and through the center of St. George. Isaac stood up. "All right, everyone. Are any of you from Utah?" No one raised their hand. "Great." The bus took the Bluff Street exit, making Isaac swerve where he stood. Harper reached out and put her hand on his hip to steady him. Their connection ping-ponged between them. Working to hold back the desire building inside, he continued with his speech. "Utah is home to some of the best rappelling opportunities in the States." "Rappelling? Like off cliffs?" asked Ricky Ortiz. "Exactly like that," replied Isaac. He'd spent several hours with the team psychologist coming up with a team-building activity. They discussed everything from channeling the guy's natural competitive edge with go-kart races to a touchy-feely weekend at a resort where they got massages and had group discussions. While either of those options would provide the opportunity for the men to pal around, they wouldn't require them to rely on one another. Rappelling would put their lives in each other's hands. "Isn't it dangerous?" asked Zach Aiden. "I mean, I'm no wimp, but I don't want to do something that would injure my arm." Harper nodded, her eyes clouded with concern. He understood her dilemma. These men were the team's largest investment. If one of them were placed on the injured roster because of today, he'd be in a lot of trouble. The pitchers had the strictest contracts regarding behavior both during the season and off-season. They weren't allowed to ride motorcycles or participate in risky behavior until their contracts were up. "There will be instructors and guides there to make sure everything we do today we do safely. In addition, I ask you all to be cautious and pay attention." "I don't get it. Why are we doing this?" shouted Jackson. He'd taken a seat in the middle of the bus, his legs across the seat next to him and his feet in the aisle. "We're doing this because being a team is more than wearing the same uniform." He pointed to Zach. "Name one thing about Zach that doesn't have to do with baseball." Zach was in the seat behind Blake. He straightened up. Blake opened his mouth and closed it again before saying, "I think he has a cat." Zach shook his head. "I have a kid." Blake flipped around. "You do?" "Yeah. He's 3. "Sorry, man." "Don't worry about it," interjected Isaac. "That's what we're here for." He ducked down and looked at the red cliffs towering above the bus. "Your assignment today is to learn something new about the guy who is holding your rope." The psychologist, David Norris, handed him a clipboard just as the bus came to a stop. They'd spent an hour the night before creating pairs. David suggested pairing them up based not on the positions they played but on what he'd gleaned about their lives. Brian Tuttle would partner with Jackie Green, who had divorced several years ago. Blake, all smitten with Elise, was paired with Otto Rodriguez, who was a family guy through and through. Isaac hoped that they would recognize their similarities and, for lack of a less cheesy word, bond. The doors hissed open and a guy in tight cargo shorts and a man bun jumped aboard. He rubbed his palms together. "Who's ready to jump off a cliff?" No one reacted at first. Isaac's optimistic enthusiasm took a solid hit. He plowed forward. "RYGS and Rodriguez. You're together." They stood and made their way off the bus, where they were greeted by another guy. This one had long blonde dreadlocks and 2 harnesses. "Let's get you 2 suited up." They nodded and followed him towards a camp table full of gear. Isaac continued to call out pairs. Jackson was with Pablo Santa Cruz, the batting coach. Neither looked happy with the arrangement, but they needed some time together, even if Jackson didn't show up for batting practice. When he was done, their skinny welcome club stepped back on the bus. "You 2 are mine." Harper gave him an uncertain smile. "I hope it's okay that we're together," Isaac said as she slid past him to the bus steps. Harper craned her neck to look over the edge of the cliff, which was 15 feet away. "That's not what I'm worried about." To the side was a hill with a 45-degree angle where several pairs of players were practicing their technique before attempting the big drop. Ricky Ortiz looked like he was about to throw up. Other guys were swigging water, and still others were finding harnesses and listening to instructors cover the basic knot. "Are you afraid of heights?" Isaac had worried about that with some of the players. It was an honest-to-goodness phobia, and he hadn't wanted to embarrass anyone. David had assured him they would be fine. However, neither man had asked Harper. Harper laughed. "No." "Then what is it?" She picked up a harness, slid it up and around her beautiful body, tightened it, and clipped on a hook. "I'm worried that I'll show you up in front of your team." "Oh snap." Isaac gave her the up and down. "Is that a challenge?" "That's a challenge." He reached past her, brushing his arm across her side as he grabbed a harness. "You're on. Bring it." She slid her sunglasses on and walked confidently to the anchor for the big drop. "We're starting here?" he asked, his voice involuntarily cracking at the end. Harper smirked. "Unless you want to start on the bunny hill." "Have you done this before?" asked their guide. The faded embroidery on his dark green shirt said Jeremy. "Once, in high school." "At camp," Harper replied. "It was fun." Jeremy nodded. "And you?" he asked Isaac. "Never." "In that case, you can go first." "What?" "There's a guide at the bottom who will belay for you." He continued explaining the process while hooking things to Isaac's harness and slipping a rope through. "Red is dead," he said, showing him how the part of the clip under the twisty thing was red. If you can see red, you aren't hooked and right. Red is dead, Isaac repeated. So comforting. This rope goes in your right fist. If you want to slow down or stop, you tighten your grip. He handed Isaac a set of rubber-palmed gloves. This will protect your skin. Thanks. He shimmied his sweaty hands inside. Jeremy continued as he handed gloves and a helmet to Harper. Think thumb to bum. He placed his closed fist on his right butt cheek. You don't want your hand out to the side or above your waist. Keep it tucked right here and you'll stay in control. This rope goes in your left hand. It's attached to the anchor up here. Got it. All thoughts of checking in with the team evaporated. He was about to drop over 100-foot cliff. It was every man for himself. Come on over and let's get you going. Isaac silently cursed himself and David for coming up with this idea. His hand slid all over inside the gloves, covered in sweat. His feet weren't faring any better inside his hiking shoes, and he had never been so thankful for moisture-wicking technology in clothing. Jeremy checked the anchor and rope. Belay, he called over the edge. Belay on, came the answer. Isaac's hand found Harper's and he held on. You okay? She asked. You look kind of pale. If I don't make it back, will you tell Logan I love him? She laughed and pushed his shoulder. You're going to be fine. You might even have some fun. Heh heh heh. He couldn't muster up a response. Oh. Our assignment. What's something I should know about you that doesn't have to do with baseball? Harper grinned up at him, her dark eyes dancing. Maybe it was the sense of impending doom, but Isaac threw caution to the wind and pressed a hard kiss to Harper's lips. I love you, he said before turning his back on the drop-off and feeding rope through his clip. He moved slowly, inching his way over the edge and focusing on what he was doing. His last image of Harper was of her standing with her hands at her sides and her jaw hanging down. If nothing else, at least this exercise had brought things into focus for him. Harper stared at the rope that held her husband suspended over a canyon floor made of compacted and petrified dirt. She dropped to her hands and knees and approached the edge. Isaac's pronouncement of love had taken her to her knees. He looked down several times, hanging in the harness like he was sitting in a chair, and feeding rope through the clip. He made good progress, pausing now and again to breathe deeply. When he reached bottom, he lifted his arms over his head and yelled. Several of the guys whooped back. Huge grins across their faces. Harper laughed and waved. She'd never felt so high, and it had everything to do with Isaac's kiss and I love you and nothing to do with her location. Isaac loved her. She couldn't wait to get down there and kiss him back. While Jeremy checked over everything in preparation for her descent, she watched what was happening around her. Blake and Otto were in deep conversation, gesturing widely. Jimmy and Ross were laughing as they teased each other about who would wet their pants on the big drop. They argued over who had to go first and be at the bottom. Jackson and Coach Santa Cruz weren't even looking at each other. They were several feet apart and Jackson was on his phone. She narrowed her eyes. He could at least make an effort. But then, if she thought she would be moving on at the end of the season, how much effort would she put in? More than that. Besides, Isaac was only here for a year and he worked his wonderful back end off for this team. She shook her head and smiled, wondering when he'd become the man she measured every other man against. Looks like your husband is going to belay for you. Harper hugged herself. Great. You ready? I'm so ready. She bounced on her toes. Okay, don't try to break any records, all right? Our first goal is safety. Don't worry, she said as she straightened her legs and fed rope through the clip, taking her out at a 90-degree angle. I got this. Last time she'd rappelled, her knees had collapsed against the cliff and she'd had to muscle her feet back to the edge. This time, there was no fear. All she could think about was getting down to Isaac. She bounced off the lip and let rope slide through her right hand. As she applied pressure, she swung back towards the cliff. Catching herself on the balls of her feet, she bounced off and repeated the process until Isaac's arms caught her like a cradle and she let go of the rope. Breathless, she wrapped her arms around her neck and kissed him with all she had. "I love you too," she said against his lips. Isaac spun them around. "Hey, man! Don't twist the ropes," admonished the guide who had belayed for Isaac. "Sorry," Isaac muttered against her lips. He set her down and the guide worked around the two of them kissing to unhook Harper. "Sheesh." He stepped away and the call came, "Belay on." They slowed things down to a tender and sensual exchange of the love between them. All thoughts of contracts and deadlines and anything that wasn't related to the feeling of being held by Isaac dropped away. Dandelion fuzzies floated everywhere, brushing her skin. "If you two don't want this big dude to land on you, you'd better get moving." They broke apart and looked up to see all 290 pounds of their designated hitter, Heath Darcy, coming fast. Harper giggled. Isaac took her hand and pulled her towards the trailhead. "Come on, we've got quite the hike ahead of us." Harper squeezed his hand. "I don't mind a few breaks. If you need them." "If I need them?" She reached up on her tiptoes and pressed her lips to his, finishing the kiss with a nip at his bottom lip. "Yes, you." She hurried off, laughing. Enjoying teasing him and kissing him and knowing that he loved her. Isaac growled as he chased after her, and it wasn't long until he caught her again. Laughing, she allowed herself to be pulled into his embrace. Though they were the first ones over the cliff edge, they were the last ones to board the bus. The stadium lights illuminated the night. Isaac took a deep breath of the grass and dirt and popcorn smell. Man, how he loved that smell. It was so many wonderful memories all packaged together. He'd added a new one to the group. Catching Harper in his arms as she came off the cliff. Her kiss and her love. Guys weren't supposed to get all mushy about things like that, but she'd opened up a side of him he hadn't known before. Not in his first marriage, and certainly not since then. He donned the aviator glasses from the extras bucket and clapped his hands as players filed out of the dugout to take their places on the field. There was a difference in the way they played tonight. Not that their skill level had miraculously increased or anything like that. Unfortunately. No, the difference was that the guys played happy. They were all smiles and tan lines. They tossed the ball back and forth, just for the chance to razz each other. Joe kept calling Devin Cycles because he ran his legs like he was riding a bike as he hung in the air. Cycles laughed, swinging his arms through the air and making as much fun of himself as anyone. The fans loved the new attitude. The stands were full of grins even though they were down by 2 runs. The vendors sold more than usual, making trips up and down the stairs. Joking with patrons. If Isaac could bottle this feeling and sell it, he'd be the billionaire. The only one unaffected was Jackson. He glared at every batter and most of the team. His first pitch went wide and it shouldn't have. Jackson should have been able to throw that in his sleep. Isaac popped in a stick of gum and started chewing. The next throw was hit deep to left field, where Travis Dadds picked it out of the sky. "One down," yelled Dustin from short. Jackson stomped his foot as he waited for the cutoff man to throw him the ball. "Get your head in the game." Taken aback, Dustin's throw was off and the catcher shoveled it out of the dirt by home plate. He tossed it easily to Jackson. Dustin shrugged his shoulders and lifted his hands, silently asking the second baseman what Jackson's problem was. Devin rolled his eyes, telling Dustin to ignore him. They both hunkered down into their ready stance, waiting for the next pitch. Jackson shook off the first sign and nodded at the second. He threw a fastball. Tommy Goodwill from San Diego swung hard and clipped the ball, sending it down the third baseline. The umpire called it fair and the left fielder ran all out to get the ball out of the corner. Tommy ended up beating the throw to third base by half a glove. Isaac blew out a breath. Those corner balls were unpredictable, but Dad's got there fast. He couldn't ask for better. Get off your butt. Jackson pointed at Dad's. You should have had that one. Dad's pointed to his chest. Yeah, you. Learn to read the ball. Isaac shook his head. The carefree, love-this-game playing the team had coming onto the field sank into the grass. Something had to be done about Jackson. Heaven help him, Isaac had an idea. Chapter 25. Isaac paced the conference room as he waited for the meeting to begin. He'd gone over numbers and stats with the scouting team. Jerry, the head of scouting, was on board, but he couldn't make it to the meeting today because he was checking out a college kid in Arizona who showed a lot of promise. They had the first pick in the draft this year and needed a home run pick. The GM, Jeff Hickman, came in, his large belly hanging over his belt and his tie askew. Wolfe. He offered his hand. Isaac shook it. Good to see you again. You too. How are things going? They could be better, but I've seen a lot of improvement in the guys over the last couple of weeks. Me too. I like what you're doing with the team. Thanks. Harper came in, and Isaac took a second to just admire the way she moved. He couldn't believe she was his, and he was hers. Not that they'd had another chance at pillow talk, but that was something he hoped to change during their next road trip. They were scheduled to leave later that afternoon. But first, he wanted to get the Jackson situation taken care of. Hi, he said as he cupped her elbow and kissed her cheek. She glowed back at him. Hi. Glad I didn't get a welcome like that, quipped Jeff. They chuckled as Isaac led Harper to a seat at the head of the table. What's this about? She asked. Isaac settled in next to her. He so badly wanted to play with her fingers while they talked, but this was a professional meeting and he needed to keep his feelings in check. He'd linked his laptop to the big screen. The Redrocks logo bounced from edge to edge like a pong ball. I was just telling Jeff about some of the improvements in the team. We've won more games in the last 2 months than in the whole year before. Jeff leaned back in his chair. That was a rough year. It was, Harper agreed quietly. Isaac patted Harper's forearm. I understand that was a rough time for your family and the team. Jeff cleared his throat. Jake did his chemo treatments then. No one knew if they'd work. He made a lot of big decisions in a short amount of time. Isaac removed his hand from Harper's arm and hit the spacebar. A pie chart of the wins/losses of the time leading up to Isaac's hire date popped up. The losses, in red, took up most of the circle. This was the season before I was hired. He hit the spacebar again and a new chart appeared. This one detailed their win/loss record from his hire date to the game they won last night. About a quarter of the chart was green. We're still not in the running for the division champs, but we've improved substantially. Thanks to you. Harper winked. Thank you, but that's not why I'm showing you these numbers. He brought up the next visual. These are the win/loss stats for our pitchers. As you can see, our highest performers are Jimmy Holt and Vito Ramirez. Our lowest performer is Jackson Kimber. Harper went still. Jeff squinted at the screen. He pulled a pair of glasses from his front pocket and put them on. Isaac left the visual there for a moment, let the image speak, and then switched to the next slide. This is a comparison of the salaries of all 5 pitchers broken down to how much we pay them per loss. Kimber is making a lot of money to lose games for us. He moved to the image they'd taken in front of the red cliffs. The guys were all smiling except Jackson, who had stepped slightly away from the group. He was checking his phone when the photo was taken. Then there's the cost his attitude has on the team. His impromptu parties during away games accrued over $5,000 in hotel bills. And the Redrocks have been asked not to come back to several of those establishments. He's giving the team a bad rep. Isaac finally dared to look at Harper. She stared at the tabletop. Had she even seen the charts? Jeff placed his palms flat on the tabletop. I get the feeling that you're building a case here, but I'm not sure where you're going. Isaac smiled. I've been working with Peter Glick to come up with a deal that we believe will improve our ability to win for years to come. The Redrocks say they're in their building years, but they haven't laid down a solid foundation. Buying contracts for guys like Kimber are the top of the pyramid. You're saying we shouldn't have signed him in the first place? Jeff asked incredulously. I'm not second-guessing decisions that were made before I got here. I wasn't party to those planning meetings. I'm looking at the team as it is now. Jeff harumphed. Go on. Okay, Seattle has been schmoozing Jackson for a few months. He hasn't exactly been quiet about that. They think they can win the pennant this year. I say we let them have him. In exchange, we ask for Nolan Utley. He's a decent pitcher with a good record and a hunger to be better. He has a weak curveball, but his confidence is high. We also get Andre Murphy and Jorge Puig from their farm teams. Our starting catcher, Rex, is getting older and I'm not sure how long his knee is going to hold up. If he goes out, it's a season changer for us. Having a solid guy we can call up will keep us competitive. You're telling me you want to give up our golden goose for 3 brown ducks? Asked Jeff. With all due respect, that golden goose is laying rotten eggs. Jeff leaned back again, his face contemplative. And Glick is behind this? Isaac breathed a silent sigh of relief that he'd worked so closely with the head of scouting. Peter Glick's stamp of approval went a long way with Jeff. He thinks we can sell Jackson's contract, acquire all 3 guys, and save $2 million this year alone. Isaac turned to Harper. If we do this, the new stadium becomes a possibility again. Jeff's eyebrows shot up. That would be a major win in my book. At what cost? Harper's silence broke like a Louisville Slugger baseball bat, splintering in several directions. We don't give up on people here. Players have slumps. Managers are supposed to get them through the slump, not ship them off to another team to deal with. Isaac gripped the chair. I've tried to work with Jackson. This isn't a slump, he's determined to run the Redrocks into the ground. No, she shook her head. Dad wouldn't have put so much into him unless he knew something we didn't. She gathered herself and stood. I suggest you stop wasting time trying to get rid of Jackson and start doing what you were supposed to do in the first place. Isaac felt her words like a fastball to the helmet. Wasting time? I thought I was hired to manage a baseball team. Angry heat built in his gut, surging like a wave. I didn't come to this decision lightly, but I had to make a tough choice and I chose the team over one player. Those guys work their butts off to shave a quarter of a second off their swing, they slam into walls to catch fly balls, and they push themselves to throw harder, faster, longer. They deserve the best I can give them, the best you can give them. This trade is what they deserve. Harper was shaking her head before he finished talking. Was she even listening to him? What made her so deaf when it came to this issue? Lauren stepped in the room. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Hickman. But Mr. Tridom is on the phone. Jeff pushed his large stomach out of the chair first. Tell him I'll be right there. Harper gave him a watery smile. Jeff. Isaac stopped him before he made it to the door. What's your 10-second opinion? Asked Isaac. He shifted his weight. I like the sound of $2 million back in our pocket. It will make up for lost ticket sales if Jackson leaves. He blew out a breath. There's always the chance Jackson could make this ugly. How so? Asked Isaac. He could claim Harper traded him because of a broken heart, or that you never gave him a chance because he dated your wife. There's all sorts of angles he could take. The information took a moment to process. Was he saying? Isaac leaned into the table for support. Harper wouldn't. Jeff shrugged. Harper would know best. If you can convince her, then you've convinced me. He hurried out to take the phone call, leaving Isaac and Harper to hash it out. Isaac shoved his chair out and jumped up to pace the room. All this time, all the talk about trust and loyalty, and she'd been keeping this whopper of a secret from him. The wave of anger surged upward and out. Say something, he pressed. Harper remained still, her head hanging down. Harper. He moved quickly around the table and grabbed both of her shoulders, pulling her up to face him. My imagination is coming up with some horrible stuff. I need you to tell me what happened. She nodded, tears filling her eyes. We dated. 2 years ago, when Dad first signed him. Pressing her fingers over her mouth, she sucked in air through her nose. Isaac's hands flew off her shoulders. He was the guy. The one who tried to trick you into. She nodded. We never, she gulped. He cheated on me. I walked away from baseball, and since Dad was all about baseball, she dropped off. The cold reality of the situation came into focus. Jackson Kimber had stepped all over Harper, and somehow he still had a hold on her. His gut twisted. She gave the slightest shake of her head. I told you when you first brought this up. I wasn't going to reverse Dad's decision on Jackson. Isaac ran his hands through his hair. He didn't know what to think. She said she didn't love Kimber, yet she couldn't live without him. And then there was the dad issue. Harper. Your dad isn't memorialized in Jackson. He doesn't live in contracts or deals. I know that, she snapped. Do you? I think the two of them are twisted together in your mind. She hugged her arms around her middle. This team was his dream. He was a Jackson Kimber fan long before he was an owner. So having Jackson around reminds you of your dad? Maybe. She buried her face in her hands. It's complicated. You hired me. He glanced over his shoulder and lowered his voice. You married me because you needed a manager who had your back. A man who would be your partner in running this team. I've put my all into both the team and our marriage. And you let me down today. Harper's eyes glistened. You ask too much. What's too much? A little faith, trust. Honesty? You want me to choose between my dad and you. A sinking sensation overtook his thoughts. Isaac couldn't compete with Harper's dad. How do you compete with a ghost? I'm asking you to choose what's best for the team, best for you. Can't you see that? I'm not worried about what's best for me. If I was, I'd be lining up interviews for when our contract is up. I haven't even looked past the 1-year mark because I can't see my life without you and the Redrocks in it. A single tear graced her cheek and Harper sliced it away. You didn't know him. You don't understand. She was all over the place. You're right. I didn't know your dad in this life. But I know the best of him, and that's you. And I guess Seth. But don't ever tell him I said that. He flexed his jaw. Closing his eyes, he searched for the right words. I believe in that part of you, Harper. I only wish you could return the favor. She sniffed. He met her gaze. I don't ask any more from you than I've already given. Isaac closed his laptop. But maybe I have asked too much. Harper's eyes widened. What does that mean? This was supposed to be a contract. I thought it was more than that. I thought we were more than that, but I think I was the only one. That's not true. Isn't it? If you care about me like I care about you, then why didn't you tell me about Kimber? Harper's mouth opened, but no explanation came out. He was such an idiot. When Pamela first approached him, he said he wasn't marriage material, and somehow he'd ended up in the same place he'd been with Amy. Loving a woman more than she loved him. It sucked. I've got film to watch. He left without saying goodbye or looking back, Harper's disloyalty spurring him on. He hated being blindsided by this news. Hated how it made him feel vulnerable and stupid for not knowing, not seeing the signs. Instead of heading to the film room in the basement, he went to the cages, flipped on the pitching machine, and hit the stitches out of a few hundred balls. Later that afternoon, his muscles ached almost as much as his heart. He'd resolved to do his best by the team. He owed the guys that. Harper? He couldn't fool himself any longer. She'd made her position clear from the beginning. She stood with Jackson. And he was just the manager. Chapter 26. Harper asked Thomas to drive her to the airport to see the team off on their road trip. They'd be gone for almost 2 weeks, playing a 4-game series against LA, then another one against San Diego, and wrapping it up with a 3-game series against San Francisco, coming home just in time to play 3 games against Houston. She and Isaac were supposed to go together, but after their fight, she'd changed her plans. The team owner didn't need to be there for much more than PR, and she could conduct interviews from her office if necessary. Besides, she wasn't sure what she'd done to her and Isaac or how she felt right now. She should have told him about Jackson. Right at the beginning in Pamela's office. She should have laid it all on the table so she'd never have to see the look of betrayal in those tiger eyes. But she didn't know she would fall in love with him. And she loved him more than she'd ever thought possible. When she said she couldn't imagine her life without him, she meant it. She and Isaac and the team were all connected, brought together by some great design to complete them all. One of the biggest disappointments was knowing she would miss out on pillow talk with Isaac. And she'd been so looking forward to the closeness, the whispered conversations. This trip, she'd made sure they had 2 queen beds, mentioning that Logan might join them for a night or 2. Now all her planning was for nothing, and she was standing at the bottom of the stairs, feeling like a forgotten foul ball. She shook hands with the guys and staff as they boarded the plane. "How's Maddie and Tayson?" she asked Brian Tuttle. A proud papa smile spread across his face. "They're doing good. They have hiking camp this week, so we'll have tons to video chat about in the mornings." "That's fun." Tuttle had been through his own version of hell, but the situation seemed to be leveling out. After a few more handshakes, Isaac was next. He stopped for a moment, one foot on the bottom step, staring down at the blue treads. "Call me if Logan needs anything, will you?" "Of course." She blinked back the sting of tears from the indifference in his voice. He wasn't uncaring, the sea of turmoil in his eyes said so much more than his stiff back. She wanted to fix things between them, but there was a part of her that needed to be fixed first. She just wasn't sure how to go about making the change. "'Kay, I'll see you when we get back." He stepped up. "Isaac." She put her hand on his arm, and a familiar sense of being loved tingled across her skin. His eyes, so full of disappointment, met hers. She swallowed. "Yeah." Brock Maddock shuffled behind him. He had his earbuds in, but Harper had no idea if he could hear them or if his music played. "Good luck." "Go Redrocks," he echoed. And then he was gone. Harper continued to shake hands and wish the team good luck, but the faces were all a blur. She may have told the pilot to have a good game and the steward to play hard. In a fog of sorrow, she stumbled back to the car. "Where to?" asked Thomas. "Without the team at the stadium." No, without Isaac at the stadium. Harper had no desire to spend the afternoon there. The empty building would only echo the beats of her hollowed-out heart. "Take me home." There was a pint of yucky almond milk ice cream with her name on it in the freezer. The ride back to St. George passed without interruption or distraction. As the car pulled up the drive, Harper let out a gusty sigh. The concrete steps were longer than ever and the front door held a sense of finality. She didn't have to push it open, though, because Logan opened it from the inside. "The car's here, Nana," he said over his shoulder. Harper stopped. Nana? Mom was supposed to be in Scotland. On her grieving tour. Taking in the sights and gaining inspiration for painting. Harper scrunched her nose. "Mom's here?" she asked. Logan grinned. "She got here right after you left. I was going to text you, but Ashley called." His cheeks pinked. "We just hung up." Her mom bustled out of the house wearing her chino golf pants, a pale pink polo shirt, and a sun visor. "Harper, darling. What are you doing home?" I came to devour ice cream and feel sorry for myself." "Doesn't matter." Nora waved her hands. "You go change and I'll tell the club we have a foursome." The last thing Harper wanted to do was golf with her mom this morning. No offense to her mother, she was really glad to have her around, but she didn't want a heart-to-heart about all the things going wrong in her life right now. All she wanted was a spoon and that watery ice cream in the freezer. Logan pulled the door wider. He wore his blue plaid golf outfit, which Harper was not allowed to call an outfit out loud, and a toothy smile. "No, you all go ahead. I'm going to stay home." She was halfway to the stairs before her head caught up with her. "Wait, who else is going?" "I am." Mr. Walker grasped the handrail and huffed as he climbed the last few steps to the top floor. "If I can get there without passing out." He mopped his red face with a handkerchief from his back pocket. Harper scratched her neck. The last time she'd seen her father's lawyer, he'd delivered some bad news. Well, she thought it was bad at the time. But things had worked out pretty well, for the most part. Not including the iceberg between her and Isaac. "It's good to see you, Mr. Walker." "You too." He reached into his shirt pocket and pulled out an envelope. "I came to deliver this in person." Harper accepted the letter. Her name was on the front in her dad's block script. She pulled it to her chest, needing to hold a part of him close. "That is the letter your dad wrote to you when he changed his will. It had been moved with some of his other papers to a safe deposit box and Seth and I found it yesterday. I'm sorry it's taken so long to get it to you. He wanted you to have it right off and I've messed that up." "It's okay." She felt the familiar sting behind her eyes that appeared every time someone spoke kindly of Jake Richmond. "I don't plan to sue you or anything." Mr. Walker's belly bounced as he chortled. "Good thing I'm a darn good lawyer." Harper laughed. Mom clasped her hands. "Are we ready?" Logan shrugged. "Yep." "Then let's go." She shooed the guys out the door. "Love you." Mom kissed her cheek. "Love you too." Harper waved goodbye and shut the door behind them. Still holding the letter to her chest, she made her way to the library and sank into the overstuffed couch. She brushed her fingertips over her name. It touched Harper that her dad had taken the time to pen the letter himself instead of dictated to one of his many secretaries. The month before she gulped. Died, he'd been weak. Any effort sapping his energy. With careful movements, she opened the envelope, slipped out the sheet, and began reading. Dear Harper, I have loved being your dad. You were our miracle baby. After Seth, the doctors said Nora would never carry another child and yet, you came. You have always been a determined spirit. You're going to need that determination as you take over the Redrocks. Owning the team isn't for wimps. It takes a sound business mind to make the hard decisions, an advanced understanding of finance to make it profitable, and, most importantly, a heart. remember that. If a team doesn't have heart, it's just the Yankees. That's a bit of baseball humor I hope you'll get one day. Harper laughed through the lump in her throat and kept reading. To you, my prized daughter, I have left my most prized possession. Please, do well with the team. They're more than players, they are men with hopes, families, talent, and doubts. I hope you can see past their salaries, and yes, even their egos. Though this team was my dream, it's yours now. You, and only you, can take what I started and make it soar. If you run into trouble, call Pamela Jones. Her methods are unconventional, and you'll probably wish you could dig me up and smack me for sending you to her, but she will deliver. That you can count on. He was right. Pamela had delivered exactly what she needed. Not just a coach, but a husband who had her back. One who was far away at the moment, both geographically and emotionally. If I make it to heaven, then I'll be watching the games. Love, Dad. Tears flowed freely as Harper finished reading. Dad believed in her. He believed in her. Not Jackson Kimber and not Seth. Putting Seth in charge of the family trust had freed her to focus on the Redrocks, which is where he'd needed her the most. Harper thought of the horrific press interviews and rude reporters. She ran through all the awful interviews she'd conducted before hiring Isaac, and realized that the majority of that had gone away. Sure, she still conducted interviews, but they focused on what happened on the field. The jokes about her owning the team had all but disappeared as their record slowly improved. According to Isaac, she had a higher win-slash-loss ratio than her dad. Seeing concrete results from the decisions she'd made was satisfying. Besides her stats improving, Harper liked the environment. Her staff was full of intelligent people who worked towards a mutual goal. That alone made going to work every day a good experience. She'd hate to think of what would happen to the main office if she sold the team. Players weren't the only ones with limited contracts. Where would Jeff Hickman go? Or Stu Nugget? She wouldn't walk away from them. And she really loved baseball. There was something about watching a guy step into that batter's box and face off against a pitcher. He'd coil up, ready to strike, the bat moving faster than the naked eye could track. And the sound that echoed through the stadium when wood connected with leather was a whole symphony in one note. She'd worked hard to help the team succeed, creating half-price days for local school kids, planning fireworks displays for the 4th and 24th of July, getting the players out in the community and sponsoring Little League teams. She'd built the team into what her dad always dreamed they could be. Well, almost. She stared at the paper, the words swimming before her eyes. They weren't the team he pictured, because they weren't acting like a team. Strike that. Most of the guys were performing or improving. One player was not. And she and the manager weren't on speaking terms. In those areas, she was failing. Taking one problem at a time, she focused on Jackson Kimber. If she looked at the Redrocks as her team, would she keep him? An internal struggle ensued. Dating Jackson was the biggest mistake of her life, but keeping him on the team out of fear compounded her lack of judgment. If she was honest with herself, she'd acted as much out of fear as she had out of the need to hold on to a part of her dad. However short and disastrous their relationship had been, she didn't want it to come to light. Few people knew they'd dated and fewer knew why they'd broken up. If she kicked Jackson out of the clubhouse, he could tell the press it was because he'd broken her heart and he had enough selfies of them to back up his case. She thought she'd cared about Jackson, but what she'd felt for him was a pale shadow compared to what she felt for Isaac. Her and Jackson's breakup was hard because it was humiliating to be cheated on and because she was embarrassed that she'd put up with his manipulations for as long as he had. However, Jackson's lying, cheating heart was not her fault. She hadn't driven him into the arms and beds of other women. She knew that now. A real man marshaled his impulses. She and Isaac had shared close quarters for a month, and not once had he tried to take advantage of her. A small smile played at Harper's lips. For Isaac, she might not play all that hard to get. They were married, after all. Shaking her shoulders, she came back to the problem at hand, Jackson. With a definitive nod, she got to her feet. It was 1 o'clock local time. She hoped Peter Glick was in the office today, they had some work to do. Chapter 27. Isaac hurried out of his hotel room and towards the elevator. Another call from management complaining about the noise from Jackson's room had him scrambling. The manager didn't usually deal with these situations, but they had Harper's name on the reservation and she'd asked to be notified of any problems, which meant that, for the 4th night in a row, Jackson had ruined his sleep. They had lost their first game and won the last 2. He should be sleeping like a champ. Instead, he stared at the walls, wishing he were home with Harper. Wishing he'd kissed her goodbye. Wishing he could swallow his pride and call her. He'd been hard on her. Too hard, maybe. It wasn't like her dad had been gone that long. She'd shared several sweet memories about her childhood. The more Isaac learned about Jake from Harper and her family, the more he respected the guy. And if Jake could raise kids to turn out like Harper and Seth, who could run billion-dollar companies and still care about people, then he was a pretty wonderful father. Jackson's room was right next to the elevator. Management had given Isaac a key the night before and he used it to go inside. Jackson was on the bed, dancing with 3 women in oversized Redrocks t-shirts and nothing else. The music was loud enough that none of them heard him enter. Isaac found the Bluetooth speaker and turned it off, the music echoing into silence. The girls screamed and jumped to the far side of the bed like he was going to attack them. Isaac pointed towards the door. Time to go. Jackson bounced onto his backside like he was on a trampoline and not a hotel mattress. You suck, he spat at Isaac. You're starting tomorrow night. Get it together, Isaac fired back. The half-empty liquor bottles on the desk clanked when one of the girls bumped it while shimmying into a pair of tight pants. Isaac averted his eyes, grateful Harper wasn't here to see this. At least there was one bright spot in this otherwise dismal road trip. No one spoke until the girls filed out. Then Jackson exploded, throwing pillows against the window. He grabbed a lamp and yanked, but it was bolted to the table. I hate this team. He tugged and grunted, but the lamp didn't budge. I can't do anything. He rounded on Isaac. My contract leaves me one pastime and you just kicked that out of my room. Jackson scrambled off the bed. Isaac shifted his weight and balled his fists, ready to defend himself if necessary. Jackson glared, maintaining eye contact, measuring Isaac's resolve to stand his ground. Where's Harper? He demanded. I want to talk to Harper. Harper's not here. Isaac folded his arms, hating the way Jackson used her first name. And hating more that Jackson felt he had the right. Too bad. She was always something warm to hold on to. Bile rose in Isaac's throat at the thought of Harper anywhere near this pig. He couldn't imagine a woman of Harper's character and grace falling for the false charms of a guy like this. Harper is way out of your league. Understanding spread across Jackson's smug little face. She never told you, did she? He fell back on the bed, his arms behind his neck. Man, that's got to sting. Jackson had done and said some pretty dirty things since Isaac started, but this was the lowest. You're not getting in my head, Kimber. He stormed to the door. Get some sleep. Once in the hallway, Isaac rolled his head around to loosen up the muscles in his neck. Despite what he'd said, Jackson had gotten under his skin. He shuddered, hating the image of the 2 of them together. Harper said she loved Isaac. And the way she responded to his kisses, she wouldn't fake that. Couldn't. But maybe what she felt for him wasn't strong enough to overcome whatever Jackson had done to her, especially if she wouldn't let go of the pain. He slammed his palm against the wall. A professional marriage indeed. There was nothing professional about the way he wanted to storm back in there and beat the smile off Kimber's face. If anyone was in his head, it was Harper. In his head and in his heart. He couldn't do it. He couldn't love her like he did and not have all of her. The same house, the same office, the same car, they shared everything except what was most important, and being that close to her and knowing she didn't feel the same was too hard. He'd struck out and it was time to walk away. Yes, his baseball career would be over. No one would touch him after this. And he didn't care. A life without Harper might as well be a life without baseball, because from here on out, everything about baseball would remind him of her. Chapter 28. Harper smiled across the speakerphone at Peter Glick. "We appreciate your time this afternoon." She spoke loud enough that the Seattle head of scouting would be able to hear clearly. "I've got Peter Glick and Jeff Hickman here with me. We're interested to hear what you have to say. We've been looking at Kimber all season." "Really?" asked Jeff, the sarcasm only in his facial expression. "We hadn't noticed." Harper grinned. Isaac's plan had gone around and around the front office, picking up supporters each loop. Harper had no idea there were so many people in the Get Rid of Jackson Kimber Club. They each had their reasons, but had kept them behind closed office doors. Being open to discussing this trade had opened up other conversations, too. Conversations she should have had months ago. It seemed that pulling Jackson out, making this big move on her own, established her as an active owner. Once she'd mentally taken ownership of the team, stepping into the game-changer role was as easy as sliding on her favorite pair of ballet flats. Did she love being a team owner? Yes, she did. If everything went well with this phone call, she'd be able to welcome Isaac home with a new pitcher and a hearty apology for not standing behind him when she should have. Which would hopefully lead to making up. She liked making up with Isaac. She would have called, told him how right he was all along, but she couldn't bring herself to explain everything over the phone. There was too much to express in words. She needed arms and hands and lips to get the full apology across and planned to take advantage of all the tools at her disposal. The idea that she needed to fix herself was spot on. She'd been trying to live in her father's shadow because she believed his shadow was all that remained. What a farce that turned out to be. When she assumed command, several people commented on how much she reminded them of her father. Isaac was right, the best parts of Dad were inside of her. She'd just been too timid to look for them. No more. After 5 days of planning, they were ready to put on their rally caps and make something of this trade. Her main role here today was to supervise and give the nod of approval or shake her head if things weren't looking good for the team. At the end of the day, she'd either be the hero or the bad guy. Either was okay with her. She didn't care how people saw her as long as her team thrived. A guffaw came through the line. "All right, cut the crap. What do you have to offer me?" "What if you could get Jackson Kimber before the end of the season?" asked Peter. Acquiring Jackson now would give Seattle a chance to try him on the team without a long-term contract. A long-term, expensive contract. Not to mention they really wanted to win their division and they could use a pitcher with Kimber's skills. Peter just dangled a very large carrot in front of the Seattle organization. There was a slight pause. "I'd be interested." "What are you thinking?" "We'd need a pitcher." "What about Sullivan?" asked Peter. That wasn't who they'd discussed, but Harper didn't blink. This was strategy. They were asking for something bigger than they wanted so that when they took the other guy, they could get the AAA players as consolation. "You're bustin' my chops," came the reply. Jeff leaned back in his chair. "What else you got?" "What about?" Harper leaned forward. This was the moment when they would find out if their plan was going to work. Isaac burst into the room, his jaw set and his hair mussed. Harper gasped, her heart flipping at the sight of him. Lauren was right behind him, her lips pressed together. He slammed a paper on the far end of the table. "Consider this my official resignation." A thread of ice went through Harper's heart and froze her in place. "I'm so sorry," said Lauren. "I told him you were on an important phone call." "What's going on over there?" asked Seattle. Isaac left as fast as he'd entered. Harper shot to her feet. She rolled her hands one over the other, signaling Peter and Jeff to keep going. "Isaac," she yelled down the hallway after him. "Wait." He stopped, his shoulders hunched up around his ears. "What?" Harper stopped just in front of him. You. What?" Her mind was back in the conference room, seeing him slam the paper down and the pain etched in his green, tiger-like eyes. She'd had reports on Jackson's extracurricular activities throughout the road trip and knew that Isaac had been the one to babysit. "You can't quit." She glanced around to make sure they weren't overheard. "I know Jackson was a pain at the hotel, but we're in the process of trading him right now. If you can just hang on a few more hours, he'll clear out for good." Pride welled up inside her chest. "I have this new vision for the team. There's greatness here. We're in the best possible position to build a franchise that will last for generations to come." Isaac's chin dropped to his chest. "I wish you all the best," he muttered. Harper grabbed onto his arms. His big, beautiful arms. She longed for them to wrap around her and pull her close. "You can't leave." "The team." It wasn't about the team, Harper. He lifted his eyes, his probing gaze digging right into her soul. "I can't be with a woman who has feelings for another man. Even if this is a business marriage." Harper straightened. "I don't have feelings for another man. Isaac, I love you." She needed his arms, wishing she could send the love she felt for him right through her fingertips and into his muscles and sinews. His eyes cut away. "You still care for Jackson. That's why you couldn't trade him." Harper's hands fell to the side as if they were encased in cold cement. "That wasn't it." "No?" He raised a skeptical eyebrow. "No. I was afraid of him." She intertwined her fingers. "I'm so ashamed that I let my fears override my better judgment and that I let him intimidate me." Isaac's shoulders slowly relaxed as if the information were sinking into his muscles. After a moment, he hesitantly brought his hands to her arms. "I can't imagine you being intimidated by anything." Harper smiled. "I'm not anymore. This is my team now, and I'm sick of that weasel messing with my guys. We're trading him to Seattle right now. In fact, I should probably get in there." She glanced over her shoulder at the conference room door. Isaac's eyes went wide. "Can I come?" He looked giddy with the prospect. "Sorry." Harper gave him a playful shove. "But this is something I need to do." Isaac laughed. "Fine, but I should probably get my resignation letter back." Harper's heart did a funny little flip. Like a screwball inside her chest. "Then you'll stay?" Isaac's hand slid behind her back and he pulled her against his chest. "For as long as you'll have me." I like that," she mumbled right before his lips descended on hers. Chapter 29. Isaac tugged at his tie. He hated the feeling of that makeup powder junk they brushed across his face this morning in preparation for the press conference, but he was looking forward to facing the cameras. Harper offered her hand and they walked into the room together. He pulled out her chair and she took her seat, her back straight. She'd officially taken ownership of the team when her dad passed away, but it wasn't until recently that the team had become hers. The Redrocks logo was the same. They wore the same uniforms. The changes on the horizon were subtle. She'd increased the charitable time required from each player. They started making rounds at the local hospitals as well as the elementary schools. She'd created reading programs with tickets to games as rewards. She'd set up camps for high school teams from all over Utah to work with the coaching staff and play on the field. But before all that could happen, the press conference needed to be underway. "Don't tell us the two of you have adopted a new GM," joked Tommy Stevier. Isaac groaned at his poor attempt at a joke. The man who once frazzled Harper to tears now paled in the shadow of her confidence. She smiled good-naturedly. "No need. Jeff Hickman is already part of the family." "You want to let us in on what's going on?" prodded the impatient and lacking in social skills reporter. "We're waiting on two more." Harper indicated the empty seats pushed to the far end of the table. At exactly 10, Jackson and his agent walked through the door. Jackson wore a pair of sunglasses, which he didn't bother to remove as he sat down in the farthest chair. Isaac checked a grin. Trading Kimber before he was a free agent sent a clear signal out that the Redrocks didn't want him now, nor did they have an interest in signing him later. Harper had burned a bridge, and she was all the better for it in Isaac's eyes. He gave her hand a squeeze under the table. Today was her day. She traced her thumb up his, sending his pulse pounding against his wrist. "Thank you all for coming. We've had a rough season this year. First of all, I'd like to thank the Redrocks team, both on and off the field, for being such a strength to me and my family while we mourn Dad. Dad loved two things dearly, his family and baseball. This team was his way of bringing those two loves together. I've come to understand what a great combination that is. Family and baseball." She glanced at Isaac. Squaring her shoulders, she continued. "We're taking the Redrocks in a new direction. We've traded Jackson Kimber to Seattle." There was a gasp and everyone leaned closer. Harper stayed strong. "In exchange, we've acquired pitcher Nolan Utley and two players for our farm team, Andre Murphy and Jorge Puig. We hope both men will be able to contribute on a professional level in the next few years. We're excited about this new direction and believe it will help us to be competitive this season and in the years to come. I'm sure you have a lot of questions for Jackson, so I've arranged for him and his agent to sit with you all. Coach Wolfe and I have some things to attend to, if you'll excuse us." They left as they came in hand. With the door closing on the clamor of voices trying to get to Jackson, Isaac tugged on Harper, bringing her into his arms, where he nuzzled into her neck. "You were amazing." She giggled, melting against him. He loved that. Loved that she could stand so strong and poised in front of a roomful of people and yet lean on him. "I have another contract I'd like to discuss with you." Harper pulled back so she could look him in the eye. "Who do you want to trade?" "No one." He went back to kissing her neck. "But..." Her eyes closed, and he pressed a kiss to her cheek and then her lips. "I want to talk about our marriage contract." "Oh." Her voice was breathy. "I'd like an extension." "Oh." She brightened, biting her bottom lip. "For how long?" Her hand rested on his cheek. "Indefinitely." What's your terms?" "All of this." He gathered her close. "For all of time." "And what do I get?" Her arms went around his neck. "All of me," he said. "Deal." She pulled him close, kissing him with everything she had. Isaac soaked it all in and sent his love right on back, knowing that this was what he had been made for. You've been listening to The Athletic Groom by Lucy McConnell. Narrated by Christina Dimmick.
All right, welcome back. Let me know if I hit it out of the park with this one. If you're excited for the next book with Elise and Blake in it, it's coming next week. Our beautiful baseball player and the stunning athletic trainer physical therapists are going to have their romance, and you'll find out what happened on the other side of all of that in the upcoming book, Caught Looking. I'll see you next time. Have a wonderful week.